Dodge was carefully laid on the floor, and Andre inserted a needle into his hind leg to take blood for analysis. The dog shuddered slightly and whined. "Hush, hush, don't worry," Max said, gently stroking the boxer's head and trying to calm him down. Having collected the required amount of blood, Kuznetsov sat down at the table with a microscope. A few minutes later, he said thoughtfully, "The same virus was found in his blood as in the infected." The others were silent, looking at the dog who was lying in the corner of the room, tiredly curled up. "I can't remember a single dog or cat that behaved like these creatures," Ivan noted, crossing his arms over his chest. "The fact remains, Dodge is infected. But that doesn't mean he'll become like infected people. In the experiments with the Red Star, the Martian virus behaved differently in the human body, and in the animal body," Andre answered. Max interrupted him. "What Martian virus?" Andre sighed and scratched the back of his head. "It's a long story, although you should certainly know." Kuznetsov briefly told the teenagers about Igor's space mission, about the Martian soil in which a new virus called Red Star was discovered, as well as about the experiments and the professor's letter. "Then let's give Dodge this vaccine." Max crouched down next to the dog and touched his dry, hot nose. "It's not a given that it will work, and we don't have as many vaccines as we would like. If this virus behaves like Red Star, Dodge will either die or recover. We need to wait," Andre replied. Max sighed, realizing that there was no point in arguing. The scientists monitored the four-legged friend's condition for the rest of the day. By evening, Dodge had gotten significantly worse. He refused to eat, lay quietly whining, and only occasionally drank water. Foam appeared at his mouth, and his breathing was accompanied by a heavy wheeze. "Will he die?" Lena asked sadly, looking at Masha. "I don't know. The night will show everything," the girl answered, holding back tears. Kuznetsov volunteered to stay on duty all night, promising the teenagers that he would administer the vaccine if the dog became too ill. Masha understood that Andre was most likely deceiving the guys and would not spend the antivirus on the dog, but she kept silent. When it got dark, the friends were getting ready for bed. After Lena and Max fell asleep, Igor got up and went to Andre. The cosmonaut sat down next to him, took out a pistol, and put it on the table. "I don't understand your bacteria, of course, but if a dog has this virus, it can pose a greater threat than any eland. If something goes wrong, shoot without hesitation." Vorobyov moved the weapon closer to Andre. The scientist just shook his head and remained silent. Ivan returned to his place, hugged Masha tightly, and quickly fell asleep. Kuznetsov took the gun and removed the safety catch. In the morning, everyone was awakened by gunshots. Masha opened her eyes, and not immediately understanding what was happening, saw Andre with a gun in his hand near the window. "Somewhere very close, but I couldn't see it," said Kuznetsov, turning to his friends. "And I thought you were the one shooting." Ivan yawned widely. The clatter of Dodge's claws could be heard at the door, asking to go outside. "He's better. They did a new blood test half an hour ago. There's almost no virus left." "Great. I'll take him for a walk myself," Max shouted happily, and went out into the hallway with the boxer. "Let's have a snack and I'll take a nap," Andre said, rubbing his eyes with determination. The day was cloudy, and when everyone sat down to breakfast, it started to rain outside. A cool breeze made Katya close the window. Ajay healed. Raindrops drummed on the glass. And at such moments, people often felt joy, having a roof over their heads, under which they could hide from the bad weather. Dodge was recovering quickly and asking for food from the table. He has a good appetite, which means the disease is really going away, Katya smiled, putting a piece of bread with sorry on the floor. You definitely didn't use an antivirus, Masha asked. You can check the number of ampules, Andrei answered sleepily. But why do animals get infected and not turn into zombies? Lena asked curiously. I have no idea, Andrei shrugged. Many circumstances could play a role. The immune system, blood composition, DNA structure. We need to conduct detailed studies and a series of experiments. For now, let's assume that Dodge was just lucky. Andrei finished his bottle of mineral water, thanked for breakfast, and headed off to rest. Meanwhile, the rain intensified. The sky was covered with clouds that stretched to the distant horizon. The friends sat by the window, quietly talking and watching the flashes of lightning in the distance. The thunder rumbled louder with each passing second, forcing them to listen to the power of nature. Even Ivan involuntarily felt a chill from the might of the elements. Only Andrei slept soundly, not paying attention to the noise. The scientist was sure that he was safe among his comrades, and the virus that they had to fight was not as destructive as it seemed. Chapter 55. Death Train. The 10th day since the outbreak. The train rolled smoothly along the rails, its wheels tapping evenly. Kiri lay on the top bunk by the wall and watched the approaching darkness outside the window. The girl was 12 years old, and she and her older sister were returning to their hometown of Jaipur, which is located in northern India. Kiri rolled over and noticed what her sister was doing. Ronnie was lying on the bottom bunk, reading a book. She was 6 years older than Kiri and was preparing to enter medical school.
Maybe we should grab a bite to eat?
Kiri suggested quietly, feeling hungry from the long boredom.
In a few minutes. I'll finish reading now.
Ronnie replied, not taking her eyes off the medical reference book. Kiri sighed and stared at the aisle between the carriage compartments. A loud male cough could be heard from the compartment opposite.
Ooh, if he coughs like that all night, I won't be able to sleep.
The girl muttered quietly. The train slowed down and soon stopped at a small station. A young man entered the carriage and began to walk forward in search of his seat. Approaching the girls, he smiled and sat down on the lower berth in the compartment opposite.
10 minutes have already passed. Shall we eat?
Kiri asked angrily.
Okay, come down.
Ronnie answered, opening the bag and taking out bananas, tomatoes, and bread. The girls began to eat, occasionally glancing at their new smiling neighbor. Meanwhile, the young man looked at the other passengers. A plump woman of about 40 was sitting above him. Opposite him, with his face turned to the wall, lay a man with frequent loud coughing fits, and one upper berth was free. Cute, Kiri whispered, and smiled at her sister. Ronnie said sternly, eat more quietly. I'm thirsty. It's hard for me to swallow. There's no water. I told you not to finish it all. Ronnie sighed. Excuse me. I have some lemonade. Take it. The guy handed the girls a bottle of sparkling water. Thank you. The younger sister immediately poured the drink into a glass without hesitation. And what is your name? Mukesh. And you? Where are you from? Ronnie blushed a little and remained silent. But the sociable Kiri happily began the acquaintance. We came from Jaipur. My sister is taking her college exams in a week. She dreams of becoming a doctor, and I also want to devote myself to medicine. Jaipur is a big city. I left a little earlier. Roman turned to Ronnie and asked what kind of doctor she wanted to become. The girl, looking down, quietly answered, a cardiologist, but I haven't made my final decision yet. Suddenly, a loud cough from the man opposite interrupted their conversation. The patient stood up and quickly headed to the toilet. "He's been like this all day. He'll infect everyone the whole way," Kiri muttered angrily when the man walked away. "Yeah, it's going to be a fun night," Mukesh chuckled. Time passed quickly and the train was enveloped in darkness. The carriage was filled with dim lights on the ceiling. Before going to bed, Rani went to brush her teeth and, as she walked between the compartments, she was surprised to see several passengers lying under the covers, shivering. Faint groans and coughs echoed throughout the carriage. Returning to her seat, the girl wished Kiri good night and smiled at Mukesh. The guy reciprocated and soon fell asleep. For a while, there was silence in their compartment. Even the patient opposite stopped coughing and lay silently. Only Kiri could not fall asleep. She took out her tablet, put on headphones, and began to watch a movie. Suddenly, the carriage plunged into pitch darkness. The conductors with flashlights walked along the corridor, arguing among themselves, and soon disappeared into another compartment. The girl managed to hear some words about a burnt-out generator. Meanwhile, the train was picking up speed, swaying from side to side more and more. Igor Tikhonov turned on the night vision camera on his tablet and began to amuse himself by watching the dark carriage. He was amused by the fact that no one noticed him, but he saw everyone. The young man pointed the camera at his new acquaintance Mukesh. The boy was sleeping peacefully, breathing in and out deeply. A sick man stirred on the next berth.
The stranger suddenly stood up and began to turn his head as if trying to smell something. For some reason, his silhouette seemed frightening to Igor.
He glanced down at his sister, but Rani was already asleep, facing the wall. Igor pointed the tablet towards the neighboring passengers and continued watching.
The awakened man stopped.
Mukesh turned over in his sleep, and the sick man, hearing a rustle, rose from his bunk and approached the boy. Suddenly, an oncoming train rushed along the tracks, and the noise in the carriage increased significantly. At that moment, the stranger pounced on Mukesh
And pressed him with his whole body.
Igor screamed in fear and heard Mukesh's groan. At the same time, a woman's cry came from the end of the carriage.
Help!
Frightened voices and noise began to be heard from several compartments. Fuss and panic began. This was happening all over the train. A large group of people had contracted the infection just 24 hours earlier at the Mumbai airport, and after boarding the train, the infected people began attacking passengers almost simultaneously. The carriages, immersed in pitch darkness, continued to move without a single stop. Igor Tikhonov, staring at the tablet screen, watched with horror what was happening around her. In front of her, the infected was fighting Mukesh, but the guy, taken by surprise, was completely unable to fight back the cannibal. "What's going on? Igor, where are you?" Roman's frightened voice was heard from below. "Climb onto my shelf, quickly," the girl whispered to Natasha, watching as a strange man approached them along the corridor. Roman barely managed to climb up when the infected man stopped 2 steps away from the girls and began to inhale deeply. Igor put her finger to her sister's lips and quietly said, "Shh." The charged one moved forward slowly. When he reached the sister's level, he turned his head and stared at Igor. The infected one could not see his victims, but he intuitively sensed their presence. The girl curled up and did not move. She held the tablet up like a shield and stared intently into the stranger's face. A fight was heard between Mukesh and the second cannibal. Then the infected one turned away from the girls and attacked the boy. A dull groan escaped the boy's chest for the last time, and the cannibals began their feast. "What's happening?" Roman whispered in horror. "It's an infection. I recently read that this has happened in other countries. We need to leave." Igor's words were interrupted by the sharp sound of creaking wheels. The emergency brake was pulled in one of the cars, and the train suddenly braked. Igor hit her head on the wall and dropped her tablet, and Roman, unable to hold on, fell to the floor. The balance between zombies and humans was disrupted, and the carriage was in total disarray. The sound of a fight could be heard up ahead. One passenger with a knife was desperately fighting off 3 infected. The others were trying to open the locked doors to escape the carriage. Kiri jumped to the floor and began to bring her sister back to consciousness. Ronnie woke up and winced in pain. Her right leg was broken. "Get up! Get up! We need to save ourselves!" Kiri begged, not noticing how tears were running down Ronnie's face. Ronnie tried to get up, but stepped on her injured leg, screamed, and fell again. At that moment, a dim light came on in the carriage. The girls noticed 2 infected approaching them. Ronnie overcame the pain out of fear and stood up. Kiri offered her shoulder, and the sisters moved towards the exit. A small group pushed the zombies back from the front of the car, helping the people get out. The girls had already gone about halfway when a revived cannibal jumped on them from the side. Kiri was thrown back, and Ronnie found herself crushed under the cannibal's body. He pinned the victim to the floor, sinking his teeth into her broken leg. Ronnie screamed, which attracted more zombies. "Help!" The younger sister screamed as she watched Ronnie being carried into the side compartment. One of the cannibals lunged at Kiri. She closed her eyes, preparing for the worst. Suddenly, a man with a knife appeared in front of the attacker. He plunged the blade into the infected's neck and, grabbing Kiri, ran for the exit. "Wait, my sister is there. Help her!" However, the man did not stop and continued to make his way forward until he got out of the carriage. The girl saw Ronnie wave her hand, as if saying goodbye to her sister, and then disappear under the mass of cannibals who were devouring her. The remaining passengers ran in different directions from the train, where a bloody fight continued inside. Several zombies, chasing their victims, also jumped out of the carriages. Kiri ran along the tracks after her savior, trying not to trip over the wooden sleepers. Her eyes were full of tears, her breath was ragged, but she did not give up, knowing that she could not stop. Chapter 56. Under the African Sky. It was the 12th day of the outbreak. Abdullah stood at his post, watching soldiers carry several injured people on stretchers. His partner Farhad said, "3 more have been infected." "Yes, 9 people have been infected in one night," Abdullah replied. "I warned them not to drink the water from that stream, but they still got infected." Abdullah and Farhad served in the Egyptian army. Their unit was stationed right on the border with the Kurdish Republic. About 10 years ago, a civil war broke out in Sudan, dividing the country into 2 warring camps. The northern regions rebelled, separated, and were called the Kurdish Free Land, and later the Kurdish Republic. However, the rebel leaders were only capable of shooting and chaos, and had little understanding of economic issues. So these areas turned into hotbeds of crime and violence. The people, exhausted by hunger, took up arms, and seeing no other way out, attacked the border villages of neighboring states. Egypt responded quickly, placing military bases along the entire southern border. Farhad, yawning, asked, "What do you think about what happened yesterday?" Abdullah replied, "An attack. People have gone wild, hunger is driving them crazy, so they are rushing towards the firing points with machine guns." Farhad added, "No, these others, more organized, killed 5 of ours and are armed better than the peasants' rifles. It looks like something is being prepared. There is a rich town behind us, and there is a highway that can be robbed through this area." Abdullah waved away the annoying insects and said, "If it weren't for us, there would be real horror within a 100-kilometer radius here." Farhad noted hopefully, "It's getting dark. I don't think they'll attack today. Their losses are significant after yesterday." Abdullah suggested, "Maybe it was a reconnaissance in force? 10 of our bodies were found in the bushes in the morning. And at night, I counted about 30 shooting guns. If they attack today, it's going to be really hot. A third of the personnel have developed a fever in a few hours. Of the 100 men, about half are still standing, and many of them are already coughing. We definitely need a fresh shift. Have you sent a request for reinforcements to headquarters? Yes, a detachment of 20 fighters in a mobile clinic will arrive tomorrow afternoon, Abdullah said, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms. The main thing is to hold out until the morning. Bright stars twinkled in the African sky. The advanced camp post, surrounded by hidden enemies, was ready for a possible assault. Suddenly, several volleys thundered on the horizon. The explosions raised clouds of earth and sand. Abdullah cursed and returned fire into the darkness with his machine gun. His partner shouted into the radio, transmitting coordinates to the gunners for counter-battery fire. The guns on the towers returned fire in the direction of the enemy. Then there was silence, and searchlights illuminated the area. Did you get it? Farhad asked uncertainly. I doubt it will be that easy, Abdullah replied through clenched teeth, his expression gloomy. At that moment, a powerful explosion shook the eastern wing of the base. Screams were heard, a fire broke out, and several soldiers were killed by shrapnel. The damn bastards! Abdullah cried. It was a diversionary attack. The main forces are coming from the flank. Fire to kill. There's a medical center there, Farhad shouted. Artillery strikes are prohibited. We'll hurt our own people. A large hole appeared in the base's fortifications. First, the bandits sent a suicide bomber to the very walls, who detonated an explosive device, and then concentrated all their forces on this section to break into the outpost. Igor Tikhonov and Abdullah hurried to the eastern wing. Bring up the cars, close the hole, truck, quickly, the captain gave orders. Evacuate the victims. The soldiers infected with an unknown disease were urgently transferred to another part of the base. Their tent hospital was right on the line of fire. Some were carried on stretchers. Others walked slowly on their own, leaning on the shoulders of their comrades. Only 2 medics were caring for the sick, while all the other fighters held the defense, because the enemy was going on the offensive. The number of attackers significantly exceeded the enemy during yesterday's assault, and the rebels were more seriously armed. Igor Tikhonov fired short bursts at his opponents running in the darkness. Suddenly, such a barrage of fire erupted from outside that the soldiers were forced to take cover. A few minutes later, another explosion thundered. This time, a suicide bomber knocked down the main gate using a car packed with explosives. The bandits had carefully planned the operation, attacking from several directions simultaneously, and the camp did not have enough fighters to control the entire perimeter. The forces were clearly unequal, and the enemy launched a powerful assault. Damn! How could they know that there were few of us? Abdullah whispered indignantly. Do you think someone gave us away? Igor Tikhonov asked, grimacing with anger. If we survive, we'll find out. All the fighters took up a circular defense, preparing for the decisive battle. The enemy could capture their base only by paying a huge price in blood. Amid the roar of gunfire, no one paid attention to the cries of the medics. Everything was mixed up in chaos. The warriors focused on the external enemy, unaware that danger lurked within. The Russian professor left the African continent a few days ago. During this time, the epidemic quickly engulfed all territories. A day after being infected with the Novosibirsk, the sick fighters began to attack their former comrades. For the infected, they became simply victims and food. When a medic was putting another patient to bed, he suddenly came to his senses and grabbed him by the throat. A few minutes later, 5 cannibals tore the second medic to pieces. With 10 hungry zombies attacking from the rear, the defenders found themselves in serious danger. Abdullah fired furiously, quickly changing magazines. He shouted to Farhad, "We need ammo, run, I'll cover you." He quickly crawled over the sandbags. The fighters were at the very front line of the battle. Having retreated to the center of the base, the soldier did not immediately realize what had happened. His comrade was sitting on top of the private, tearing chunks of flesh from him. "Hey!" Farhad shouted. The cannibal turned around, showing bloody fangs. At that moment, Farhad noticed a quick movement to the right, out of the corner of his eye. He turned, raised his weapon, and fired a burst. 2 zombies riddled with bullets collapsed at his feet. "Shaitan! What's going on?" He didn't have time to finish speaking before a sudden sharp pain pierced his neck. One of the cannibals crept up behind him and sank his teeth into the back of his neck. The machine gun fell from the soldier's hands. The last thing Farhad saw was the mad face of his approaching comrade, dripping with the blood of his fallen battle buddy. A few moments later, the soldier's eyes were gouged out, and his face was being gnawed off. The enemies broke into the base. Abdullah, who had been wounded twice, lay on his back. Blood was oozing from his shoulder and leg. He waited for the end to come, not hoping for mercy. They gave up the base so quickly. Where is everyone? He thought, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the disfigured face of Varaha appeared above him. He stood as if not noticing the enemies around him. Varak was one of the first to fall ill. Why is he here? Flashed through Abdul's thoughts. Suddenly, Varak growled and lunged at the fighter. Abdullah reflexively raised his good hand and grabbed the aggressor by the neck. The cannibal swung his arms, trying to scratch his eyes, leaving deep marks on the victim's face. In pain, Abdullah groped for the knife on his belt with his left hand. His strength was leaving him, and the enemy instinctively sought to incapacitate him by depriving him of sight. The cannibal's fingers were already touching his eyes. Another second, and they would have been squeezed out. At the last moment, Abdullah grabbed the handle, swung his shot hand with his last strength, and cried out in pain when the knife entered the attacker's head. Varak collapsed from above, crushing the man. The soldier was surrounded by the sounds of fleeing enemies and brutal finishing off of the wounded. The bandits spared no one, leaving no survivors. But it no longer mattered to him. He felt the approach of death, smelling it, literally, above him. Abdullah closed his eyes and sank into oblivion. The new star had found a new host. Chapter 57. Maternal Instinct. Exactly 15 days had passed since the outbreak began. The epidemic quickly engulfed the city of Rio de Janeiro. At first, isolated cases that were not even reported in the news quickly turned into a full-scale pandemic. Hundreds of patients with an unknown disease began to arrive at medical institutions. These people lived in different parts of the city and had no connections with each other. But they all showed similar symptoms: high temperature, low hemoglobin, weakness, vomiting, chills. Just a day after the first murders and acts of cannibalism, the authorities realized the seriousness of what was happening. Soldiers in respirators patrolled the streets, and identified cannibals were destroyed on the spot. Infected people with similar symptoms were immediately sent to special camps that were more like prisons. There they were held tightly, and even if the disease was caused by another reason, these people had almost no chance of survival. Because after a few days they were infected with the new star from other patients. News of infections came from all corners of the planet. It seemed that there was no place left that was protected from this new, incurable disease. Anyone could get sick, regardless of their status, be it a janitor or a president. The leaders of leading countries did not know how to cope with the situation. There were no medicines. Scientists gave up. They only managed to roughly identify the virus. Most doctors were the first to become infected, and world science lost its best specialists in just a few days. Every day, the epidemic spread to new cities and countries. In these difficult times, 10-year-old Lucas lay in his bed, coughing and covering his mouth with his fist. His mother Camila sat next to him, her eyes filling with tears at the sight of her sick child. 10 minutes later, her husband Gustav entered the hut. "The patrol took 2 families from the neighboring street," he said fearfully, looking at his son. Lucas turned on his side, and his cough became even worse. "The temperature is rising. It's already 39. Camila could no longer hold back her tears. "I heard that they announced an evacuation. Everyone who is still healthy is being transported to another place," Gustav said.
"I will not leave him."
The woman put her hand on her son's shoulder. Her husband winced and nodded towards the door. The couple left the hut, and Gustav began to whisper something excitedly to Camilla. Lukasz's small body was suddenly overcome by fever. Nothing frightened him anymore. He stopped feeling fear and looked at what was happening with indifference. Before the boy's eyes, soldiers were shooting at crazed people. A neighbor attacked his 2 daughters in his presence until his wife decapitated her husband with a machete. Then she disappeared to an unknown location. Every day, someone died or contracted a terrible disease. It seemed that his turn had come. Lukasz recalled that 3 years ago he had been bitten by a stray dog, which had caused him to become seriously ill. He had been kept in the hospital for about 3 weeks and given medication every day. If the boy had been brought in even a couple of days later, he would have certainly died of rabies. When Lukasz was discharged, the doctor assured him that he no longer had to be afraid of stray dog bites. The boy's parents lived poorly, in the slums, and they were chronically short of money. Lukasz felt especially sorry for his mother. He knew that she was very afraid for him and cried at night. Now he heard how his mother and father were arguing. Tense remarks could be heard in chaotic fragments of words. His father said that they would take him away, and it was already impossible to save him. His mother begged him not to give up and believed that the disease could be defeated. Important disagreements arose between them about whether it was possible to cure Lukasz, while only the night remained to make a decision. A shudder ran through Lukasz's body. His immune system was struggling to cope with the unfamiliar virus. Soon, his parents returned to the house. The father looked at his son with an anxious and guilty look. A siren sounded outside. A patrol, moving towards another infected house, dispersed passers-by. However, this time the situation had changed. A whole column of trucks drove into their area. People in protective suits, with respirators and gloves, armed with machine guns, began to search each of the huts. Everyone who was caught was examined. Blood was taken, and a quick analysis was done. Healthy people who wanted to evacuate were put into trucks with a white cross. Those who showed signs of illness were forcibly loaded into trucks with a red cross. There were already sick people there, either sitting or lying down. This death convoy did not travel even 100 meters to the hut where Lukasz was lying. All the trucks were overcrowded, and the commander gave the order to leave, but several armed men remained on the street to maintain order. "They will come back. They will come back soon," Gustav whispered to himself. "They will take us all." "Then do something, you are a man," Camilla exclaimed irritably. Gustav grabbed his head in his hands and silently sank to the floor. "He will not survive this night," his father suddenly muttered, as if Lukasz was not there at all. Camilla's eyes lit up with anger. "How dare you? He is your son. He can hear you." Lukasz closed his eyes. The illness had worn him out, and he was falling asleep to regain his strength. A few minutes later, The boy could no longer hear his parents' conversation. "We should leave. Let's go to my uncle, who lives on the islands. They say there are no illnesses there. He will shelter us, I am sure," said Gustav. "I will never leave my son," Camilla declared decisively. "We have no chance with him. He is dangerous and can attack at any moment." After these words, Gustav grabbed the hammer lying in the corner, squeezing the handle and glancing at the child. "You dare not!" the woman screamed, standing in front of her son's bed. "Get out! I won't let you near him." "I'll do it quickly. We'll have more children, Camilla." "Step aside," the husband said pleadingly. At such moments, the maternal instinct awakens hidden strength, and the woman becomes truly formidable. With a light but decisive blow of her palm to the face, Camilla knocked Gustav to the floor. He dropped the hammer and looked up at her in amazement. "Get out of the house! Otherwise I will destroy you myself," she said, raising the hammer and taking a step forward. Gustav retreated and quickly ran out of the hut. Camilla watched him for a long time. He ran to the corner of the street, looked back one last time, and disappeared from sight. After walking several kilometers, the man stopped to rest, and the siren of another motorcade was heard nearby. Gustav ran in the opposite direction, trying to get as far away from this noise as possible. He was thinking about how to get to the shore faster and safer. The darkness was quickly gathering in the favelas. The sun was slowly sinking behind the hill. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him. The man stopped and looked around. The windows and doors of the nearby huts were boarded up, and the people had left the area several days ago. He heard a rustling sound behind him. The man turned around abruptly. Fear paralyzed his legs, but he gathered his last strength and continued running. After about 300 steps, Gustav stumbled upon a brick, but managed to put his hand forward in time and avoid being hit in the face. Rising to his knees, he noticed that the skin on his palm was torn off. Blood was oozing from a deep wound. A rustling sound was heard again ahead, and an infected person emerged from a narrow passage between the huts. Limping on one leg, the monster approached the wounded man. Gustav instantly stood up, grabbed a brick lying nearby, and threw it at the zombie. A dull thud was heard, and the cannibal fell with a broken head. The man exhaled with relief and cried out, not noticing a new threat. Two infected crept up behind him and ran into him. Surrounded by blows, the man tried to crawl out and escape, but the cannibal's teeth gripped his legs and body tightly. Gustav screamed, tears streaming from his eyes. He saw 5 zombies crowding around him from all sides. After a short time, the creature surrounded him like ants around a wounded worm. While motionless, the man felt parts of his flesh being bitten off, heard the greedy chomping and growling of his killers. All sounds stopped when his ears were bitten off. "Camilla!" His last scream echoed through the deserted streets of the favela, but no one answered. Camilla entered the house, casting a disdainful glance at her fleeing husband, sat down on the bed next to the child, and gently ran her hand through his dark hair. The boy was breathing heavily. His forehead was burning hot. The mother looked at her son carefully, already preparing for the worst outcome. She scratched her shoulder, where she felt a scar, like a reminder from the past. As little girls, she and her sister were walking in the forest, found an injured monkey and decided to take it home to help. Camilla picked up the animal in her arms, but it sank its teeth into her shoulder. It turned out that the animal was sick with rabies. The father, noticing his daughter's wound, said that everything would soon pass. However, the mother's sensitive heart felt alarm, and having collected the last of her money, she took little Camilla to the hospital. There, the child was diagnosed with the rabies virus and managed to cure it without serious complications. All that remained in her memory was the scar on her shoulder, which now suddenly began to itch unbearably. Putting down the hammer, the woman settled down to wait for dawn. The sun lit up the poor hut. Lukasz opened his eyes and turned his head. His mother was sleeping peacefully in front of him, sitting next to him. The child had not eaten anything for the last 24 hours, and his stomach was growling loudly from time to time. He felt a surge of hunger. "Mom, I woke up." The woman opened her eyes and, shuddering in surprise, looked at her son. "You want to eat? And we have nothing?" Lukasz asked, looking around the room. Concerned, she touched her forehead to his lips, feeling the temperature. Everything was normal. The child was not coughing and felt well. "Thank you, Virgin Mary." Camilla burst into tears. Suddenly, two armed men in protective suits silently entered the house. "We need to take your blood for analysis. Do not try to resist," said one of the soldiers. The second, apparently a doctor, took out a small device and applied it to a vein in Camilla's arm. There was a click, and the woman winced slightly. Without moving, the doctor looked at the device's indicator, and his partner held the machine gun tightly. 10 seconds later, the device's light turned green. Clean. Now it's the child's turn. The doctor changed the needle and took blood from Lukasz. Camilla watched the light bulb with bated breath. "So, it's normal. They're healthy," the medic said, wasting no time, and left the hut. The soldier stayed and turned to the woman. "It's not safe here. Every day there are more and more attacks, and there are fewer and fewer healthy people. We can evacuate you to a military camp. It's 200 kilometers from the city. There is food, water, medicine, and protection there. The regime is strict, military, but it's better than staying here." Camilla nodded. "We agree. Are you with someone else?" "No, we are alone," the woman answered after a short pause, remembering her departed husband. A few minutes later, all three of them left the house, and the soldier said to his partner, "They are healthy." Camilla and Lukasz got into the car with the white cross. The illness had retreated. They were now safe. Their mother's instincts had not failed them for a moment. Chapter 58. German Precision. Albert Khaimovich was in a hurry to get home. 2 full weeks had already passed since he left Novosibirsk. The epidemic was spreading faster than the scientists had expected. The news showed that the virus was covering entire regions in a matter of days. A few outbreaks were enough for the disease to begin spreading rapidly. The situation was getting worse, especially quickly in the southern countries. In conditions of high humidity and 40-degree heat, the virus spread rapidly, was carried by wind, insects, and flocks of birds, spread across land and water, and then passed from person to person. In each infected organism, many new infected cells appeared. The timing of the pandemic was very good because a large part of the planet was experiencing hot weather. And even in the northern latitudes, summer began with unusually high temperatures. The epidemic pursued the professor relentlessly. Wherever he left its seeds, it would immediately hatch and even outpace the one who sowed it. Due to globalization, humanity found itself in a trap. Every day, thousands of infected people in one place would board planes or trains and spread the virus around the world. Airports, train stations, schools, shopping, and office centers were gradually closed. Then entire cities were quarantined, and soon entire countries. Trade stopped, the economy collapsed, the authorities could not find a way to stop the disease. Everything was developing rapidly. If yesterday ordinary people were planning a vacation in 6 months and ministers were forming budgets for several years in advance, then in just 2 weeks the situation turned upside down, and no one knew what the next day would bring. Sometime after the first outbreaks, real conflicts began in countries, something similar to a civil war, but on a much worse scale. Relatives began to fight each other, son against father, and there could be no truce. The infected forgot about their loved ones. They were driven only by hunger. Every day, the army of the infected grew and won new victories. The healthy had no safe space, nowhere to retreat. In complete despair, people chose death when they realized the hopelessness of the situation. 14 days had passed since Igor Tikhonov left Novosibirsk, and now he had landed in Munich. Good and stable Germany had not yet experienced the horrors that had engulfed Asia, South America, and Africa. In the most advanced countries, thanks to high-quality medicine, the epidemic had developed much more slowly. The Germans were aware of the difficulties that awaited them, but the Bundestag still cherished the hope of creating an effective cure for the virus. Khaimovich decided to speed up the process of destroying the European Union. In accordance with a long-established plan, he received a pre-delivered box of Novaya Zvezda from a shipping company. While standing in a square near the Munich Medical University, where students, staff, and locals often came, he carefully dropped the ampule. The glass container fell onto the cobblestone square and broke loudly. The policeman's voice made the professor shudder. "Sir, what are you doing?" Albert Borisovich understood German a little, turned around, and saw the policeman. I beg your pardon," he stammered, realizing that being arrested and taken to the police station would now significantly complicate his situation. "It is forbidden to throw garbage in this area. The fine is 230 euros, the law enforcement officer said sternly. "Sorry, I'll take it away. It was an accident." Relentlessness. The professor tried to remember the right words and quickly collected the fragments of the ampule. The policeman watched his actions closely until not a single piece of glass remained on the square. "These damn Germans. In 7 days they'll be worse off than in 1945, and they're making sure no one drops a wrapper on the street. They're real neat freaks." Albert Borisovich smiled at the police officer, holding back his emotions and not revealing his thoughts. Yeah, I dropped, It's okay. I'm a tourist," Khaimovich muttered to the policeman as he threw the shards into the trash can. At that moment, the law enforcement officer suddenly sneezed and stepped aside. The warm summer breeze easily dispersed the virus, which was quickly spreading throughout the city. Classes at the university had just ended, and the teachers and students had come out to the square. The professor was leisurely heading to the robo-taxi parking lot to get to the airport. "I'll be in Moscow this evening. From there I'll go to the Urals and straight home." Albert Borisovich was in a hurry because he needed to get back to his homeland before the borders closed. "I'll break another ampule in the waiting room and all of Germany will be plunged into darkness." Munich has become the third major outbreak of the disease, called Novostar, in Europe. Chapter 59. The Road Home. When Igor Tikhonov arrived in Moscow, the city was already under quarantine. The authorities had taken strict measures and the situation in the capital was almost reminiscent of wartime. None of the passengers were allowed to leave the plane. Everyone was in tense anticipation. About 30 minutes after landing, several orderlies in protective suits came on board and took a blood test from everyone. 2 of them tested positive. The Novaya Zvezda virus had already entered their bodies. Those infected from the flight were immediately sent to a medical facility, and the rest were taken to a military base near Moscow. A local doctor said that if no one was found to have the virus during subsequent tests, everyone would be released in 2 days. But for now, everyone would remain in quarantine. People expressed discontent, shouted, but strict soldiers with machine guns quickly pacified the crowd. "Damn it! Now I'll have to be stuck in this quarantine for who knows how long," the professor thought. sitting in a small, stuffy room and absent-mindedly looking at the TV screen hanging on the wall. The evening news had started. The main topic, as in recent days, was the growing epidemic of an unknown virus. Suddenly, Igor Tikhonov saw his name and photo in one of the stories. A chill ran down Albert Borisovich's spine. He was put on the wanted list, and this was reported on a federal channel. It seemed that several people in the room were secretly looking at him. However, this was just another manifestation of the professor's paranoia. People discussed the news and went about their business, not paying attention to him. It looks like they're going to charge me with terrorism along with the lab theft case. One wrong move and they'll go to jail for life, but time is on my side. Their power will soon end, he thought, scratching his fake beard. He'd replaced his glasses with contact lenses, and the hat or cap he always wore covered his face. It wasn't easy to spot Albert Borisovich in his new appearance. The fake passport the scientist had used during this trip had never let him down. The police expected that the introduction of electronic passports would make their work easier. However, there were people who, for a fee, created copies of documents in the name of those who had no relatives and most often no permanent address. Such a person seemed to disappear without a trace, but the passport remained. More precisely, only the name was saved, and the biometric data in the document was replaced with new ones. Then, for a generous reward, an employee of the Personality Registration Center updated the registration of the new person in a single database. Since the role of name donor was usually played by various marginal personalities, no one looked for their disappearance. Several years ago, Albert Borisovich was introduced to one of these intermediaries in the world of dead souls, and the professor agreed to pay a tidy sum so that in case of trouble he could leave the country under a false name. It was these documents that helped Khaimovich fly around the globe, acting as a messenger of death, spreading infection across the planet. Having watched the news to the end, the professor decided to go outside to get some fresh air, thinking about how to get home as quickly as possible. It was a warm June evening. There were many people walking around the base, as was Khaimovich himself, getting ready for bed. Fools, gathering people in one place, they only accelerate the spread of the disease among the healthy. Albert Borisovich walked slowly along a rocky path from which saxifrage grass was sprouting. The scientist furtively watched the soldiers at the post guarding the base. Seeing a young guy with a simple-minded village look among the sentries, the man approached him and spoke. "Hello. I was absent from Russia for some time. What happened? They didn't really tell us anything." "If they didn't tell us, and it's not possible," the soldier answered gloomily. "But still, we are not prisoners. Please tell me what you know. What is this disease that everyone is talking about? After all, you are a representative of the authorities." I wanted to ask the doctor, but he quickly left, and I didn't have time. The soldier looked at Khaimovich again, but this time informally. "The situation is terrible. Every day there are more and more sick people. It's like a plague. And everywhere, all over the planet." The guy showed the scale with a circular motion of his index finger. "Is there a cure?" the professor asked cautiously. "No medicine. I myself don't understand what's going on. How is it possible? We were living peacefully. And then suddenly there's an epidemic, and there's no medicine. I think everyone's lying. Maybe a terrorist attack or some kind of leak." Terrorist attack. Is that possible? Who knows? Anything. In recent days, the news has been talking about some professor from ours, as if he is to blame for everything. More guesses from journalists. "Is it true that it all started because of one person?" Albert Borisovich asked with genuine surprise, his mouth slightly open. "This is complete nonsense. They probably found someone to blame, and the press immediately blew the story out of proportion. There was simply an accident somewhere, or maybe a burial ground with an infection was opened. Some claim that it all started in China. Now it is impossible to understand who is really right and who is guilty. I hope this story will die down soon." I was demobilized 3 days ago. I was going home to Saratov. And then suddenly martial law was declared. Conscripts are being sent to bases to protect you.
Who should we protect ourselves from? The professor looked around.
Not from you, but from you.
The soldier answered with a grin. What does it mean?
I mean the infected. The soldier grimaced at these words, showing his anger. Please, clarify. I am not aware.
Uncle, did you come out of the cave? How can you not know anything? The soldier looked at the man with distrust.
Yes, I'm an ornithologist. I was on an expedition, studying birds on the islands. I lived without communication for a whole month.
There is such a disaster all over the world.
A person gets sick, like the flu. Cough, runny nose, fever, all the usual, well, only very quickly. He gets sick in the evening and the next day he's already attacking people. So that means he's violent. If only he was violent. Yesterday, 3 such aggressive ones were taken away from here. In that building, they tore a man to pieces and even ate his flesh. It's just awful. The professor shook his head. Yes, you can't imagine anything worse. My fiancée lives in Saratov. We are planning to have a wedding. She is already 6 months pregnant. She has been pregnant since my last visit. Every day counts. We need to get married quickly, and there are so many complications here. Don't worry. I think everything will work out. Our medicine is top-notch. Thank you, Uncle. You have consoled me. I think I'll get some fresh air. Do you mind? You can on the territory, but you can't go beyond the fence. They can hit you in the legs. There won't be any serious punishment. So don't be naughty, Uncle. As for me, an old man, I have nowhere to run, said Albert Borisovich, deliberately slouching and hunching over to appear older, and slowly shuffling along the path. Uncle, the demobilized soldier called out to him. Be more careful, especially at night. Strange things happen here. If something happens, shout immediately. Khaimovich nodded. He was clearly aware of the threat, but had not yet noticed anyone with obvious symptoms of the Novaya Zvezda at the base. If tomorrow goes smoothly, and they don't find the virus on me, then there is a chance to get out of here, the scientist thought hopefully. There were no incidents at the base overnight. In the morning, everyone was tested again. Some were immediately sent to a special department. Since Khaimovich's results were normal, the professor was given a certificate and allowed to leave quarantine. Hello, Uncle. Are you still alive?
Thank God, greeted yesterday's demobilized acquaintance.
Yes, everything is fine. They gave me a certificate that I am healthy. I finally got leave. Our shift arrived. Now I'm going to Moscow. And from there, home. How are you planning to travel to Moscow? He asked. We have special transport, the soldier replied, pointing to a large truck, in the back of which the soldiers were sitting. Listen, man, give me a lift to Moscow. I really need to go. Uncle, you can't do that, the soldier replied, shaking his head and looking serious. Listen, you're getting married soon, aren't you? Wedding expenses require money. I can help. The professor took money out of his pocket and, so that no one would notice, handed it to the soldier. What are you talking about? He was surprised. Take it, please. I really need it. Please, help, the scientist said barely audibly. Okay, stay put. About 20 minutes passed, and Albert Borisovich began to worry that the soldier would cheat him. Money was of little importance to him, since it would soon become just paper. Time was much more important now. Finally, the soldier left the unit with a bag in his hands. Uncle, try on this uniform. It should fit. Change in a secluded place so no one sees, and quickly go to the car. I'll be waiting there. The professor put on his military pants and jacket and hurried to the truck. The soldier looked out of the back and helped him climb in. Get in quickly, Uncle. People are already nervous. There's no point in making the situation worse. The people who found themselves in quarantine were indeed irritated and angry. Many did not yet fully understand the seriousness of the threat of infection. Even those who were officially released could not leave the base in Moscow, because transport was provided only by official vehicles. The military took measures to deliver and place people here in isolation, but organizing the return transportation remained an unresolved problem. A few hours later, Igor Tikhonov was already in the capital. Moscow had noticeably changed. Checkpoints had been set up at the entrances and in residential areas. Some streets were fenced with barbed wire. Soldiers with machine guns patrolled the streets. Shots were heard from time to time, and the faces of the city's residents looked even gloomier. He was dropped off at a metro station. Saying goodbye to the soldiers, he got out of the truck, went down into the subway, and managed to squeeze into a packed train car. 30 minutes later, he reached the office of the transport company. The working day was already coming to an end, and the scientist arrived almost at the very last moment. "I need to pick up a package," he said. The clerk replied with a slight sneer that working hours were over and he should come back tomorrow.
Igor Tikhonov angrily slammed his fist on the counter and exclaimed that he had spent half a day getting here, and his plane was in a few hours. The clerk curled his lips in disdain, snorted, and reluctantly asked for the invoice number. Having received a container with 3 ampules of the virus, Igor barely restrained himself from smashing at least one on the impudent official. Returning to the metro, Albert Borisovich sat down among the crowd waiting for the train. He bent down, as if he was going to tie a shoelace, placed the ampule on the marble floor and, unnoticed by those around him, crushed the glass flask with the virus. After that, the scientist got into the train and headed towards Red Square. Near the mausoleum, he broke the second ampule and then headed to the airport, where he activated the 3rd capsule with the Novaya Zvezda. 2 hours later, Albert Borisovich went to Yekaterinburg. Within the country, the strict quarantine was not yet in effect in all regions, so this time, everything went smoothly. From the Ural capital, the professor boarded a high-speed train, dreaming of getting to his suburban laboratory as soon as possible. It had been just over 2 weeks since Khaimovich had left his hometown and started carrying out terrorist attacks around the world. When he reached Novosibirsk, he got off at a small station in the suburbs and decided to take a detour home. The city was the first to be infected and had already gone under martial law, so leaving it was prohibited, and entry was significantly restricted. The military had blocked off the main highways, but they did not have the strength to control all the country roads. When Igor Tikhonov got off at the tiny station in the evening, he didn't see any police officers or medics. Everyone was concentrated in the city center. Heading towards the village, the scientist noticed a man fiddling under the hood of an old SUV. The car looked very worn out. It didn't have a single solar panel or electric motor, but it had a sparkling Japanese emblem, and the technology of that time was much more reliable than today's. "Hello, I need to get to the city. Could you give me a lift?" Igor Tikhonov asked politely. "To Novosibirsk? Are you crazy? I'm not going there. Besides, entry is only permitted with special passes," the man answered firmly. "What happened?" the professor asked. "Have you fallen from the moon? There's an epidemic everywhere. People are going crazy, attacking each other. Even in our village, people who have become cannibals are shot every day. They say there is no cure for this. You need to go far away, to a place where there is no one. Better to go to the taiga. It's safer to live with bears than here," the interlocutor explained. Igor Tikhonov looked around. They were standing behind the garages on the edge of the village. There was not a soul around except for the 2 of them. "Is there serious problem with the car?" he asked with interest. "She will outlive me. I'll just change the oil, and then I'll go wherever my eyes take me." "There's no one else left anyway," the man answered confidently. "I see," nodded Khaimovich, and took a few steps to the side.
The man stood with his back to him, wiping the engine with a rag from the drops of motor oil that had spilled. Albert Borisovich picked up a large brick from the ground and with one sharp movement, with cold determination, hit the stranger on the back of the head. There was a crunch, and the man with a ripped-open head collapsed dead in front of the wheels of the car. The professor took the keys out of his pocket, closed the hood, threw the travel bag into the car, and got behind the wheel. Starting the car, he turned around and drove away from the body.
Then he took out a piece of paper, carefully studied the road map, chose a bypass route to his country house, and pressed the gas pedal. Albert Borisovich was driving along a deserted dirt road when suddenly there was a roar. 3 helicopters flew over him, 2 ambulances and 1 combat. I wonder how my Dodge is. Did Andrei save it, and is he alive? When I get there and get settled, I definitely need to visit, thought Khaimovich. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. The process of changing the era of humanity was gaining momentum. Very soon, the whole world will plunge into the chaos of madness. It's time to create a new order and take the leadership into our own hands. The professor was already imagining himself as the leader of the few remaining who offers hope and medicine, and they erect him almost as a deity. There's only a little bit left, and I'll become their last support, the scientist said wearily.
Albert Borisovich passed through small settlements, where the epidemic was already spreading uncontrollably. Ahead lay a city, where horrors occurred at every step, where people slept with their eyes almost open, pressing a knife to their pillow, where not only the front doors were closed, but also the rooms inside the houses, where only policemen, doctors, and firefighters went to work, and fear and death reigned supreme. Chapter 60. Special Forces. Captain Stakovsky, known by the nickname Altaets, got out of the car. Their group was sent to one of the residential areas of Yekaterinburg to clear the area of infected people. The order was received to eliminate all people infected with an unknown virus causing uncontrolled aggression at their location. The bodies were to be immediately burned after destruction. The Altaets commanded 5 men, being a special forces soldier with contract service for 10 years. He managed to take part in peacekeeping missions in Africa, the Caucasus, and Mongolia. During his years of service, Stakovsky had seen a lot, but he still did not believe that he would have to run around his hometown with a machine gun, killing civilians. In front of him were not armed enemy soldiers, but unarmed men, women, the elderly, and even children, and if they showed aggression, they had to be eliminated. But why no one tried to cure them, the captain did not fully understand. Oleg, what's our route? Asked his partner Kolya, nicknamed Grandpa. They had been serving together for 3 years. At that moment, the soldiers were standing at a large crossroads where they had been dropped off. The 2 of us are now walking along Sorokilet Oktyabria Street. Then we will turn right along Uraskik Rabashik Street to the intersection with Industria Street, after which we will turn and return back to this point. The Altaets looked at his 3 comrades and explained, "Your task, guys, is to check all the courtyards. We will move along the main roads and you will clear everything inside the block, courtyard after courtyard. Do not take prisoners. Do not touch the healthy. Destroy the infected. We will meet here. Keep in touch by radio. When you are finished, call the medics. They will help burn the bodies." "Understood," the soldiers answered. "We will carry out." The 3 fighters separated and quickly ran deeper into the block. As soon as they disappeared around the corner of the house, shots rang out. "Well, we've already stumbled upon them," Kolya noted gloomily. "It's harder to meet normal people on the streets now than infected people." The partners headed along 40 years of October Street, looking ahead carefully. To their right, 14-story buildings towered, and to their left, there were low 2-story buildings. The street was empty, although it was now midday on Tuesday. After the curfew was introduced, People had almost stopped going out even during daylight hours. Or they went out in small groups, a few people at most often to a store or pharmacy. There was only one grocery supermarket open in the area now, but the doors were locked, with a sign saying "knock 3 times" hanging on them, and only then would the seller open the door. Suddenly, 4 people came out of the yard. 2 young men, a middle-aged man, and a woman in her 40s. The young men were holding baseball bats, and the adult man was armed with a large kitchen knife. Seeing the soldiers, they quickened their pace and knocked on the door of the store. A few seconds later, everyone disappeared inside, and the seller immediately slammed the door and locked it. The Altayets and dead carefully looked at the windows of the houses, wary that the infected might suddenly jump out and attack from above. But the surroundings remained surprisingly calm and quiet. Soon the first infected appeared from a dark corner. 2 women in blood-stained dresses. One had a broken arm which dangled as if it had been broken off. The infected did not notice the soldiers, and turning away from them, silently continued to walk forward, dragging their feet. Dead prepared to shoot, but the captain raised his index finger, giving a sign, "Don't shoot." Suddenly, a stray dog appeared in front of the women and barked furiously at them. The zombies rushed at their prey, but the dog deftly dodged and retreated, barking loudly, attracting the attention of everyone around. Behind the mongrel, another infected person crawled out from the side of the road behind a parked truck. The dog did not notice this. The infected person grabbed the animal by the hind legs, lifted it off the ground, and abruptly lowered it. A heavy blow and a weak squeal were heard. The mongrel's skull cracked, and the infected person sank his teeth into the warm prey. At that moment, 2 infected women ran up to the scene, grabbed the dog by the front legs, and tried to take it away. A fight for food ensued. In less than a minute, they slashed the body and began to chew the meat, spitting out the fur. Their meal was interrupted by the Altay. There was a short crack of machine gun fire, and one burst of fire destroyed all 3 infected. The soldiers moved on, making sure that no one had survived this bloody battle. Approaching the intersection with Uralskik-Rabochik Street, the fighters did not notice any healthy people or infected. However, shots were becoming more frequent from the courtyards, where another group was operating. The partners turned right and found 3 cannibals devouring a recently killed man. Dead pulled the trigger. 2 of them were shot in the back, and the third was shot right in the head. Hearing the shots, 2 more cannibals immediately ran out of the neighboring courtyard. They pounced on the soldiers so quickly that Altayets and dead were able to stop them just 20 meters away. "The heat has become unbearable," said Kolya, wiping sweat from his forehead. "These are the most agile of all that we have encountered," Stakhovsky said with concern. Maybe they were track and field athletes in a past life. "Anything is possible. I'm not surprised by anything anymore," the captain answered evenly, as usual, in a serious mood. The sun was high. The temperature outside was about 30 degrees, and there was not the slightest breeze. Soldiers in bulletproof vests and special clothing, drenched in sweat, tried to stay in the shade of the buildings. Stakhovsky turned his head and noticed that at least 10 infected were approaching them from behind. The infected were running in disarray, stretching out along the street for several dozen meters. Grandfather knelt down on one knee. Altayets opened fire while standing. Suddenly the radio hissed, and Vitaly Topolev's voice sounded.
"Captain, we've been cornered. Roman has been killed. Kostya is wounded. We're in the yard behind the school, and about 50 are attacking us here."
"Understood. We're rushing to help," the Altai responded into the radio. The captain glanced at the navigator. The school was located at the opposite end of the block.
"Let's retreat quickly. Our people are in a difficult situation."
The fighters ran forward, with a group of cannibals chasing them. The old man shot on the move and fell behind a little. Altayets looked back and briefly noticed a shadow jump out from around the corner. Suddenly, the infected attacked Stakhovsky and knocked him to the ground. The captain collapsed on the asphalt, feeling the cannibal attack him from above. The zombie grabbed the commander by the thumb, but the next second,
Dead hit him on the temple with the butt of his rifle. The infected did not lose consciousness and managed to rise to his knees before he received a bullet right in the forehead. The Altai man clenched his fist, which had been bitten. There was almost no blood, but the wound stung like nettles. "Forward," the captain commanded. The men continued running, gradually breaking away from their pursuers. The machine gun shots ahead grew louder. The partners jumped over a low fence and found themselves on the school grounds. Running around the building, the fighters saw a crowd of zombies near the wall, but the soldiers had disappeared and there were no more shots. There were so many infected that nothing could be seen between their backs. Getting closer, Stakhovsky noticed one of the cannibals gnawing on a bloody hand. Their comrades were torn apart and eaten alive. The commander had never seen anything like this, even in Africa during the war. Igor Tikhonov and his partner began firing continuously. The zombies were so engrossed in their meal that they completely failed to notice the approach of new people. The infected were an easy target, and each bullet hit the target accurately. The ammunition ran out almost simultaneously, at which time several dozen hungry cannibals appeared from the other side of the schoolyard, attracted by the sound of gunshots. The captain and his colleague found themselves surrounded. While they were changing magazines, precious seconds and the distance were quickly closing. With each passing minute, the crowd of infected tightened the ring around the new victims. Igor inserted another magazine and the shooting resumed. Bullets flew out of the barrels like angry wasps and fatally struck the approaching zombies. The cannibals, ignoring their wounds, continued to desperately advance until the lead pierced their hearts or brains. Even having lost their limbs, they crawled toward the target. The corpses fell first 10 steps from the fighters, then 5, and almost at their feet. The soldiers stood with their backs to each other. They couldn't aim anymore. They shot in front of them to somehow hold back the onslaught and bargain for time to retreat. None of the people expected such a number of enemies. Just 2 days ago, 15 infected had been destroyed during the cleansing here, and now there were hundreds around them. The Altayets noticed that Dead had stopped shooting. He was out of ammo and simply did not have time to reload his weapon. Kolya struck the head of the nearest infected with the butt of his rifle, repelled the attack of the second, kicked him in the stomach, and put the barrel to the throat of the third. His partner fought in close combat like a beast, but the number of enemies was too great. Dead received a blow and within a second was engulfed in a crowd of hands and teeth. A loud scream was heard. The Altayets fired a final volley at the backs of the infected, tearing apart his partner. Suddenly, Stakhovsky felt a sharp pain in his back. The machine gun slipped out of his hands, and in a few seconds, he could no longer move under the weight of many hungry cannibals. Chapter 61. General Headquarters. If scientists had been able to quickly create an antivirus, the authorities would have been able to prevent the spread of the epidemic. However, Albert Khaimovich, with his brilliant but crazy mind, set them a task that they were unable to solve. The main enemy was time. With each day and even hour, the infection intensified. It spread rapidly, like a crown fire among trees in a strong, stormy wind. People in panic left the infected cities in search of shelter, but in doing so, only accelerated the spread of the virus. Igor Tikhonov sat in his office, receiving reports on the development of the epidemic in the country at hourly intervals. These reports were more like combat reports. Wounded, dead, captured settlements. The president felt that the situation was slipping out of control. Alarming reports were coming from operational headquarters in various cities of Russia, and each one was worse than the last. In Khabarovsk, the number of cases has increased by another 2,512 people in the last hour. The Navy is involved in the fight against cannibals. In Irkutsk, 78 police officers died in clashes with cannibals. The number of civilian casualties is difficult to calculate. At the moment, 15,532 infected people have been registered,
5,350 people have died. A curfew has been imposed in Krasnoyarsk since 10 p.m. 2 districts in the south of the city have been cordoned off by police and army forces. Armored vehicles are being used on the streets. 5,438 people have died in the past 24 hours, and the number of infected has doubled. In Omsk, hospitals are overcrowded, and the shortage of medical personnel is acute. The population is leaving the city in a hurry, and traffic jams several kilometers long have formed on the way out due to numerous traffic accidents. In Novosibirsk, the number of infected among the military and police is rapidly increasing. Mass riots have begun, and looters are thriving. There was a failure in the telecommunications center, due to which mobile communications and the internet are not working in the city.
It is currently impossible to fix the breakdown in the shortest possible time. Yekaterinburg has found itself at the epicenter of the disaster. The mayor and several administration employees have been infected, and communication with the governor has been lost. City management has been transferred to the head of the emergency response headquarters. 39 servicemen and police officers have died in the fight against the infected in the last 24 hours. The exact number of civilian casualties cannot be determined. In Kazan, local residents are prohibited from using their personal cars so as not to interfere with the passage of ambulances and special equipment. Moving along the streets is allowed only with their hands raised, which has become a forced measure to control traffic and ensure safety. Rostov-on-Don police have cleared 2 districts in the last hour. More than 3,000 cannibals have fallen.
35 law enforcement officers have lost their lives, and another 19 have been seriously injured, which indicates the serious nature of the clashes. In Tula, the governor gave the order to shut down and mothball the nuclear power plant, because 80% of the personnel were either dead, infected, or missing. The city has introduced a power-saving regime, with electricity being turned on for the population for only 2 hours a day. Arkhangelsk is actively hunting cannibals from helicopters. It was decided to use all ships in the port to evacuate healthy residents to safe coastal areas, which will help save as many people as possible. St. Petersburg is experiencing a severe shortage of provisions. Federal highways are blocked, and there is chaos on the railways. Residents are forced to leave the city on their own, heading towards Scandinavian countries in an attempt to escape the impending catastrophe. Moscow is in complete chaos. The streets are filled with abandoned cars and public utilities have stopped working. Many residents have fled to the metro in the hope of hiding from the epidemic, but the virus has penetrated there too. Police report that thousands of bodies with characteristic bites have been recorded at 7 stations. More than 12,000 infected people have been destroyed. Troops have been brought into the city, but there is a shortage of protective equipment. There are catastrophically few respirators. Read this news, Lev Nikolaevich could not help but despair. Cities were paralyzed, roads were clogged with cars. Railroad traffic was practically stopped. Airplanes carried out only urgent flights on orders from the army or government. Thousands of people died every day throughout the country. An unknown virus was spreading at a terrifying speed, like a fast-moving hurricane. There was no vaccine, and its creation was not yet possible. The best specialists in medicine and science either turned into cannibals or became their victims. New outbreaks of infection emerged every day. Cities sank deeper into disorder and chaos. Robberies and violence began. Martial law was declared throughout the country, but this had almost no effect on the situation. The virus spread mercilessly among the military and security forces. There was a catastrophic shortage of soldiers, and the number of people simply decreased. Medical institutions were overcrowded with the infected and wounded. Doctors died one after another or fled wherever their eyes looked. Factories, plants, and power plants stopped. Trade practically ceased. An acute shortage of food, water, and medicine was felt everywhere. In many settlements, The bodies of the dead lay right on the streets, and there was no one to clean them up. Due to the high temperature, outbreaks of cholera, typhus, dysentery, and plague could begin in the coming days. But the main threat remained the incurable virus, against which the last resources were thrown. Lev Nikolaevich initiated an emergency meeting. All the ministers, military personnel, and leading scientists of the country who survived gathered in the conference room. Each of the participants wore a respirator. The deputy head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs reported on the situation in the cities that suffered the most from the infection. Scientists and doctors noted that they had not yet managed to create a stable drug against the virus. Doctors reported that they were experiencing an acute shortage of drugs, dealers were unable to deliver them, and regular power outages were disrupting scientific research and experiments. Lev Nikolaevich reported that there had been an accident at a nuclear power plant in Magadan, and now there was no one to eliminate the consequences, and it was also impossible to evacuate the population. The city, together with the district, was effectively lost. There were 30 more similar nuclear power plants in the country, and the situation was similar at all of them. They had to be shut down without delay. The commander of the headquarters interjected that then the electricity would be completely lost. The minister responded that old diesel power plants should be put into operation. Several hydroelectric power plants are still operating, but they are catastrophically understaffed. The threat of man-made disasters is becoming simply frightening. The president ordered the nuclear power plants to be shut down and turned on a huge touchscreen with a map of cities marked with red dots. He outlined a plan to protect citizens. Everyone who is alive must be transported to specially designated regions. Evacuation centers must be set up across the country. Since there are not enough people, resources must be concentrated in one place.
Soldiers should be pulled back from the border because they will be needed here. Otherwise, there will be nothing to save. The gray-haired general sharply objected that it was impossible to leave the borders completely unguarded, since China could suddenly attack. China is losing 10 million people a day. We need to block the roads leading to Khabarovsk and Vladivostok. Even if someone crosses the border, they will have to wander through the taiga. Send all the soldiers to the cities and control the border from the air with the help of robots. I only need healthy people. The entire country must be concentrated in 20 key centers: Vladivostok, Khabarovsk, Irkutsk, Chita, Novosibirsk, Krasnoyarsk, Tomsk, Omsk, Yekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk, Kazan, Rostov-on-Don, Nizhny Novgorod, Krasnodar, Astrakhan, Yaroslavl, Perm, St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kaliningrad. The president pointed to the green marks on the map of the country. Give all residents the order to move to these cities. Send all available resources there. We cannot stretch the front line across the entire territory. These are our strongholds, and if we find a cure, they will become the centers of development in the future. And if it doesn't work out? The president looked at the gray-haired general. It was clear that he was not afraid for himself, but he was worried about his children and grandchildren, whom he wanted to protect. This is the second part of our meeting, the president replied. Is the first question clear? The commanders of the headquarters nodded unanimously. Dear scientists, I won't keep you. Get to work. All resources will be at your disposal. Everything we can provide. Now, all hope is on you. Some stood up and left the room. Lev Nikolaevich continued, now about Plan B. Alexander, tell us. The first mate stood up and walked over to the interactive map, next to which the president had been standing just a few minutes ago. Here are our closed state facilities in case of war or a large-scale disaster. Several marks appeared on the screen. Moscow, St. Petersburg, the Chernomorsky region, the Urals, Siberia, Altai, the Far East.
Each base is equipped with a water collection and condensation system, autonomous ventilation, food supplies, medicines, and other resources necessary for a long stay without communication with the outside world. A permanent staff of specialists is responsible for their functioning. We have done everything possible to prevent the virus from getting in there. However, you can only get inside by taking a test immediately before entering the center. At the slightest suspicion of the risk of infection, a person will be denied entry, the assistant said.
It doesn't matter what position a person holds, gentlemen, even if it's the president, Lev Nikolaevich added. That's right. According to our calculations, if the dynamics of the epidemic's development do not change, the evacuation of key government officials and their families will be carried out within 7 to 10 days. By that time, control over the country will be completely lost, except that there will simply be nothing to control, he added. What is happening in other countries? What are their actions? The general asked. Their situation also leaves much to be desired, Chernov said, taking a sheet of paper from the table and beginning to read. In the United States, 12 million people have died since the beginning of the epidemic, and over 1 million are infected every day. Contacts have been lost with the governments of most South American countries. In Europe, the epidemic is raging like a wildfire. Every day, the armed forces are shooting thousands of infected people. But this is not successful. Africa and the Middle East are plunged into chaos. The heads of the largest states in these regions are already dead. The situation in China is similar. Death, disease, and unrest are everywhere. We must be prepared for the worst and maintain discipline. Each of you will receive clear instructions if the salvation plan is launched. The number of people that can be taken with you will be strictly limited. Details will be provided later. I have finished, Mr. President. As you see, gentlemen, the situation resembles wartime. Only our enemy is not external, but internal, invisible, and unfortunately, so far, insurmountable. Therefore, we all need to work and pray. A miracle is very important now, Lev Nikolaevich concluded. The military and officials left in a depressed state. Many had already lost their relatives and were awaiting their fate. Even the most steadfast fighters were losing hope. Only a few of the president's entourage continued to sincerely believe in a bright future and fight for it. At the very beginning of the epidemic, the president's wife was infected. At the time, he was on a business trip and did not have time to see how it all happened. The wife passed the virus on to her daughter, and the son, fortunately, escaped infection. Lev Nikolaevich ordered that his wife and daughter be isolated in specially equipped chambers in the laboratory of the medical center located in the Kremlin. Doctors constantly administered numerous vaccines and drugs to them, but there was no improvement. Sometimes the president would go into the laboratory and stand for a long time at the protective glass, looking at his loved ones. These people no longer resembled those he knew and loved, but his heart still reached out to them. Now, after the end of the meeting, he was going to visit them briefly. But Alexander reported urgent information that required an immediate solution. The president, the advisor, and the chief of the military staff remained in the office alone. Lev Nikolaevich, according to our information, the huge number of infected people are moving from the Moscow region to the capital. There are practically no healthy people left there. According to preliminary estimates, the number of cannibals exceeds 2 million. Our satellites show that these creatures are deliberately heading to the capital. Perhaps they sense that there is still life here, and for them this is a source of food, Chernov said. The president peered closely at the map of the country on the screen. The epidemic areas were highlighted in red, and their area was inexorably increasing with each passing day. I understand the scale of the danger. "What do you propose, Alexander?" he asked. "We need to use nuclear weapons to stop their advance," the chief of staff concluded. A tense silence reigned in the office. "Nuclear weapons," he finally clarified. "Yes," Chernov confirmed. "We can barely cope with those who are already in Moscow. Every day there are more of them, and our ranks are thinning. No one is capable of blocking all the entrances to the capital and stopping this wave. If several million more individuals from the Moscow region break through here, we will not be able to resist." The advisor said the last words quietly, almost without strength. "But by using nuclear weapons, we ourselves will doom Moscow." The soldier nervously tapped his fingers on the table and calmly explained. "We plan to use low-power charges. The damage will cover only 1 kilometer. The radioactive contamination zone is about 3 kilometers. The creatures move in groups. 5 or 6 such charges should stop them, at least most of them." "Are you proposing to launch a missile strike on your own country?" The interlocutors remained silent. Their silence spoke for itself. "But there are still living people in this zone." Lev Nikolaevich approached the map and began to walk slowly, folding his hands behind his back. "Yes, but there are few of them. We have to make sacrifices," Alexander answered coldly. "We need to warn them. According to your calculations, how long will it take for the infected to reach the capital?" "In about 2 or 3 days, but we need to meet them on the approaches so as not to receive a dose of radiation ourselves," the chief of staff warned. "Urgently print leaflets and drop them from a helicopter over the cities and highways of the Moscow region. Transmit the message through all available media. 1 day is allotted for the task. In 40 hours, I am ordering a strike on the cannibals at the approaches to Moscow," and the president's words were interrupted by an alarm signal. "What the hell?" the chief of staff said with difficulty. Alexander picked up the radio. "Security, can you hear me? Why the alarm? Report the situation." In response, a quiet rustle was heard over the radio, and then a voice reported. "There is an emergency in the laboratory. The door is locked. Communication with the research staff is interrupted. Under no circumstances are you to interfere until I arrive," the president said coldly and hurried out of the office. His chief of staff and assistant followed him. The men descended into a specially equipped underground bunker located 2 floors below. In this room, a small group of scientists worked, trying to create a cure. Lev Nikolaevich, Alexander, and the chief of staff approached the laboratory door. It was locked, and 10 armed fighters stood at the entrance. "What happened?" asked the president. "The automatic emergency notification system worked. The door to the laboratory was blocked. We are awaiting your instructions," the officer answered, looking at the chief of staff. "Lev Nikolaevich, before opening the door, we must review the recordings from the surveillance cameras," Chernov intervened. A few minutes later, the men were carefully studying the video recording from the scene. At the very beginning, everything was happening as usual. The scientists were continuing their research, and the infected were locked in the cells. Suddenly, there was complete darkness. A minute later, the cameras turned on again, and the president and his assistants saw how the infected were devouring the defenseless researchers. One of the doctors tried to get out, but the doors were already blocked. Lev Nikolaevich recognized his wife and daughter among the cannibals, who were gnawing the hands of one of the virologists, the same one who had participated in the meeting less than an hour ago, and to whom the president had promised to provide all the necessary resources to create a vaccine. "This is the end. Our last chance to develop a cure has perished along with this laboratory," Lev Nikolaevich said bitterly and turned away from the screen. "Call the technical staff. We need to figure out why the chambers with the infected were open," Alexander ordered, addressing the soldier. A few minutes later, the soldier returned with 2 bunker life support system specialists. "What happened? How did the infected get free? Why was the entrance door to the lab blocked?" the president asked, addressing those who entered. One of the research assistants came up to us and said that you had ordered that the lab be provided with a constant power supply. They had a very important experiment planned. I told him that I could do it in about an hour, but he insisted that I fix the problem as soon as possible. In the end, we had to turn off the power in the lab to connect it to the power system of our miniature reactor. The chief of staff noted with surprise that power outages had happened in the past, as there had been interruptions, but everything had always been under control. The engineer sighed and explained that previous outages had been caused by problems with the city's power grid, and that the infected chambers had originally been powered directly from the reactor with backup power. Alexander was even more surprised when he heard that the electric locks on the chambers had worked at that very moment, and he could not understand the reason. The senior engineer, exchanging glances with his colleagues, hesitantly explained that in order to fully synchronize and provide the laboratory with uninterruptible voltage, it had to be disconnected from all power sources, including the reactor, for a short period. Another engineer added that this was a temporary wiring scheme and the team was put on a very urgent basis. If they had had a full day to prepare, such failures could have been avoided. It turns out that you turned off the power to the laboratory along with the cameras, which is why the infected got out. When the power was restored, the security system recorded that the cameras with the infected were open and blocked the exit to isolate the room. As a result, the scientists were locked face-to-face with the cannibals, and everyone died. Chernov thought out loud, trying to reconstruct the events. "We were just doing our jobs," the senior engineer muttered. "Duties?
Because of you, the entire scientific team died!"
The chief of staff flared up. "We were ordered to do it, so we did it. It's not our fault that there wasn't a single guard in the lab." The second technician snapped. "What?" "Stop it. It doesn't matter anymore." Lev Nikolaevich intervened, interrupting the height of the quarrel. "It's all over." The president realized that along with the scientists, the last hope of saving his wife and daughter had disappeared. Now they and the other test subjects were considered useless, which meant they had to be eliminated before anyone was seriously hurt. "I will need a special suit and a weapon," Lev Nikolaevich addressed Alexander, and then the general. "It's too risky," the advisor shook his head. "This is an order, not a request." A few minutes later, the special forces stood with the president at the door, leading to the laboratory. Everyone else had left the wing. Before entering, the platoon commander gave his final orders.
"Everyone has received orders. Fire is open, on target,"
he said, turning his gaze to the president.
"Except for 2 objects. On my signal. 3, 2, 1.
The soldiers broke down the door and rushed inside. Shots rang out. Lev Nikolaevich seemed to be watching the scene in slow motion, as bullets pierced the bodies of the cannibals, smashing their heads, and they immediately fell motionless. His gaze was focused on 2 people, primarily on his daughter. She was rushing straight to the soldier, unafraid, with fury and insolence. The soldier assessed the danger and pushed her hard in the chest, knocking her to the floor. Then he pressed his foot on her neck so that she could not get up, continuing to shoot from the spot. 2 more soldiers grabbed the thin creature that had once been Lev Nikolaevich's wife. The virus had transformed her beyond recognition. Dirty rags instead of hair stuck out of her head. Her skin was covered in cracks. The wounds did not heal, slowly rotting. The soldiers pressed the woman to the floor, holding her so that she was spinning wildly, unsuccessfully trying to bite someone. Lev Nikolaevich approached his wife and dropped to one knee. Looking at her face, disfigured by illness, made him remember their first date, their first kiss, their wedding, the birth of their children, all the joys and sorrows they had experienced together. Carefully stroking his wife's head, he said goodbye and shot her in the back of the head. Having finished with his wife, the president approached his daughter. The soldier continued to hold the girl with his foot. Lev Nikolaevich covered her eyes with his palm and shot her in the forehead. It took a little more than a minute to clear the lab.
It was this short,
and fatal minute, which had happened a little earlier, that deprived the president of his last hopes of saving his loved ones. While his wife and daughter were nearby, although infected but still alive, it seemed that hope was not yet lost. After all, there were still people who were trying to create a vaccine. But now there was not a single one of these groups left. Lev Nikolaevich left the lab with one thought. We have lost. There are no other options left. Chapter 62. Action Plan. A few days after the friends had settled into the laboratory, the situation in Novosibirsk became critical. The city was in total disarray. The number of infected people exceeded the number of healthy residents. The authorities sent troops to clear the streets, but the infection continued to spread without stopping. The death toll exceeded tens of thousands. There were not enough people to bury the dead. The bodies were simply dumped in piles, doused with fuel, and set on fire. The city was filled with the suffocating smell of burning human flesh. However, many corpses were left lying in the streets in the hot sunlight. The bodies quickly swelled and decomposed, emitting a disgusting smell that attracted crows and other scavengers. The disease affected all levels of society, from the homeless to entrepreneurs and government officials. At first, people tried to escape the virus by leaving the city. But when it became clear that the infection was spreading around the world, even the most resilient people panicked. Churches rang their bells, but soon there was no one to pray and call people to action. Every day, fires broke out in the city that no one put out, and people died, left without medical help. Going out alone was extremely dangerous. Death lurked at every step, in the form of zombies, or brutal criminals and looters. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the research center, a small group felt relatively protected. Lena had fully recovered, and daily blood tests showed that the girl's body had not only gotten rid of the Novaya Zvezda, but had also managed to overcome diabetes thanks to it. Dodge's immune system had also managed to defeat the virus without the use of a vaccine, which became the subject of detailed research by Masha and Andrei. The scientists continued to work on creating their own antivirus formula, but they lacked the resources and the brilliant mind of Albert Borisovich. During another experiment, the lights suddenly went out, and the room plunged into darkness. Well, there won't be a movie. The electricity went out, Andrei muttered, saying this and dropping his hands. Maybe a machine gun went off somewhere? Ivan suggested. No. There's not a single light in the area, Katya answered, peering through the window at the dark and gloomy silhouette of the city.
Well, such an outcome was entirely expected, although I didn't think it would happen so soon. Kuznetsov sighed, getting up from the table. Darkness is a true ally of the young. The optimistic Max perked up. Maybe it's time to have dinner then. Guys, we have almost no food or water left, just one bottle, Katya noted, quickly looking over the remaining meager supply. Overall, I'm not too hungry, Lena shrugged. And I, on the contrary, want to eat, but it's better to save the food until the morning. Breakfast is more important, Vorobyov suggested. Since there were no other options, the friends decided to go to bed early to distract themselves from hunger. But as they lay in the darkness, they continued to toss and turn and whisper. What if the lights aren't turned on tomorrow? Katya asked quietly. Electricity is just the beginning. If the infection is not stopped, then there will be no light, no water, no heat for a long time. Andrei answered, I haven't lived without the internet for a long time. And if there is no internet at all... Lena sighed sadly. There's no point in sitting in the lab without electricity and food, said Masha, leaning against her husband. At least the walkers won't get to us here. Owl remembered the attack in the store and noticed. Okay, let's go to sleep. We'll think of something in the morning. Ivan grumbled and rolled over onto his side. Everyone fell silent, lost in their own thoughts. Only Dodge walked around the offices, upset by the lack of dinner.
But soon he too lay down at Max's feet and began to breathe quietly. Early in the morning, people were awakened by the loud roar of a motor coming from the street. Ivan was the first to wake up. Rubbing his eyes, he went to the window. The sound was getting louder, but the source of the noise was not yet visible. Max came up to Ivan, yawning, and quietly muttered, "Is that a sports bike?"
Now all the curious people in the city will come running to see.
At that moment, a motorcycle appeared from the window of the third floor of the laboratory, from where there was a good view of the street. Andrei, Masha, and the others quickly approached the window. The whole company began to watch what was happening with interest. The motorcycle roared for about 100 meters, but several infected suddenly appeared at the crossroads in front of it. The driver tried to go around them, turned the steering wheel sharply, but lost control and crashed into a lamppost. The motorcyclist fell onto the asphalt, rolling over himself. He lay motionless for a few seconds, then raised his head and tried to get up. His helmet saved him from fatal injuries, but his leg was broken, and he was unable to get up. He began to crawl away, but the zombies quickly surrounded him. Lying on his back, he desperately fought back with his arms and his healthy leg, although his helmet and protective suit protected him. The bloodthirsty monsters did not stop striking, stunning the victim with many powerful claps.
"Poor fellow. It would have been better if he had died right away,"
said Andrei, watching the stranger's desperate struggle for life.
"Perhaps we can help him?"
Max asked, looking at Ivan.
"It's too late. We won't be able to break through,"
the astronaut said, pointing at the zombies that were coming out of all the surrounding streets and tightly surrounding the wounded man. The motorcyclist was rapidly losing strength at this point, and eventually one of the infected tore off her helmet. Long chestnut hair flowed down the unfortunate woman's shoulders, and her last pitiful cry reached her friends.
"Poor thing, it's a girl. How terrible."
Katya turned away, unable to bear to look any further. Zombies from each side attacked the victim's body and began to tear her to pieces. A few minutes later, it was all over. The friends walked away from the window in a depressed state. They had just seen for themselves that the city had become even more dangerous during the night. "What are we having for breakfast?" Ivan asked dejectedly. "Here's what's left." Katya put out the rest of the food. "Well, not much. It's time to go out for food today," Kuznetsov muttered, biting his lip. "Then what's the point of coming back here? Especially since there's no light anymore." The cosmonaut clicked the switch. "And the water will be turned off sooner or later," Masha added. Andrei was silent, cutting through a slice of cereal with a thin layer of pâté, which Katya had carefully spread for him. "I think that in that supermarket where we met, all the food was already stolen. There was a little left to begin with. We need to find another place," said Max, opening the last pack of salted peanuts. "Finding food, I think, is not the biggest difficulty. It will be much more difficult to carry it back. After all, everyone saw what was happening on the street. Cannibals on every corner." Ivan finished his portion and, shaking off his hands, went to the window. "That's right," Lena sighed heavily. Max scratched the back of his head, ruffled his hair, and suggested, "Or maybe we should go to Mega Mall. There's a big supermarket there, and lots of shops where we can try to find something useful." "Great, but we won't go by car, we'll go on foot, and better at night. Even a car won't help during the day. The streets are clogged. The infected will surround us in a couple of seconds." Ivan agreed. "We agreed. We'll wait until the evening. Maybe they'll turn on the electricity. We still weren't able to finish the vaccine." Andrei threw the empty tin can into the trash with displeasure. "The vaccine is good, of course, but every day there are fewer and fewer people it can help, and more people who dream of eating us." Vorobyov turned a cold scalpel in his hands. "We need to find normal weapons, comfortable clothes, shoes, and all sorts of things for survival. By the way,
There's a hunting store in Mega Mall, Max perked up, and there are also a lot of clothing stores there, Lena added modestly. After a brief discussion, the friends unanimously decided to go to the mall at night. They mapped out a rough route with detours in case the streets were overcrowded with infected. As the evening wore on, hunger grew stronger and time seemed to slow down. The dinner they never had passed, followed by hours, and the sun slowly began to sink below the horizon. Andre watched as one of the infected sniffed stubbornly at his lifeless comrades, who had been thrown out of the window. The scientist spat down at the zombie, but it paid no attention and continued licking the remains of the brain off the asphalt.
Ugh, it's better to die than to become such a pervert,
Max muttered with disgust, sitting on the windowsill and followed Andre's example.
You shouldn't talk about death. You'll jinx it.
Lena sternly warned her brother.
By the way, can these zombies die naturally? That is, from old age?
Owl asked Andre, ignoring his sister.
I haven't seen anyone die like that yet, but I think it's a matter of time.
The scientist shrugged.
And how much exactly?
It's not clear exactly. Maybe a week or a month, or maybe more. Depends on how this creature feeds.
So, if we hold out for at least a month or two, these creatures will die themselves and we will remain, right?
The teenager clarified enthusiastically.
There's a chance,
Kuznetsov chuckled. He moved away from the window and decided to walk down the corridor with Dodge. When they reached the smoking room, Andrei felt an irresistible urge to smoke. Several years ago, he had tried to quit smoking, but he had never lasted longer than a week. Now he was going for a record. The bad habit tormented him more than hunger, especially when there was nothing to do. Each of the comrades suddenly realized that the things they had become accustomed to before now had a special meaning. Only by losing something does a person begin to truly value it. But now, every morning, they had to part with something new and learn to live without it over and over again. Chapter 63. Under the Moonlight. In Novosibirsk, which seemed forgotten and abandoned by fate, dusk was falling. Others were preparing to leave the lab and were waiting for it to become completely dark outside. Finally, when the night had completely enveloped the city, Ivan made sure that there were no infected nearby, stood on the windowsill, and moved to the fire escape. Together with Max, they were the first to go down. Then it was Dodge's turn, who was carefully lowered to the ground with the help of a corset made of tourniquets. Andre was the last to leave the room. In his farewell moment, he carefully looked around the lab. Kuznetsov was not sure whether he would ever meet this place again, which had become his second home. He remembered all the discoveries, the joyful and difficult days, the feelings of triumph and disappointment, the pleasant conversations with Yosya, the flirtation with Masha, and the professor's instructions. With these thoughts in mind, the scientist exhaled with deep sadness and climbed out the window. The group moved in short dashes along a pre-planned route, hiding behind dumpsters, abandoned cars, and stopped buses when necessary. Max, the fastest and most agile, would occasionally go on reconnaissance missions to check if there were any infected around the corner of the next building. Vorobyov walked ahead, and Kuznetsov, holding Dodge on a short leash, brought up the rear. Ivan tried to lead his friends through the darkest corners, avoiding illuminated areas. They moved carefully, swearing an oath, trying to appear small and inconspicuous. The guys agreed to fight only when it was absolutely necessary. Several times, the infected passed by, slowly dragging their feet like dreamers. Several hours passed, and they were still less than halfway to the shopping center. After a short rest, the team moved forward again. They walked along the wall of a long house, where they were covered from the street by thickly growing lilac bushes, which gave them a feeling of relative safety. Ahead, the outline of an arch leading into the yard began to appear. Ivan turned around and quietly said, "We can cut it." Everyone nodded silently in agreement. The company moved forward a few meters, when suddenly, a group of zombies appeared on the way. The cannibals had not yet noticed the people, but were walking straight towards them. They had to decide urgently whether to retreat or speed up and run into the yard first, risking a run-in with the infected. Igor Tikhonov, having estimated the distance to the arch, quietly ordered, "Move." The friends broke into a run and disappeared into the gap between the houses. In the darkness, Natasha accidentally kicked a glass bottle, which smashed against the wall with a clang. The infected heard the noise and sensed prey. Baring their rotten mouths, the zombies rushed in pursuit of the people. The group hurriedly tried to pass through the through yard and exit through the second gate. But suddenly, everyone stopped dead in their tracks. The saving opening between the houses was closed by heavy iron gates with a small wicket, through which only one person could pass. Dark figures of the infected were visible behind the gates. It was impossible to pass by them unnoticed, and fighting in such a limited space seemed suicidal. While the friends stood there in confusion, cannibals appeared in the yard, pursuing them. The people found themselves trapped. They were surrounded by cold gray houses with blocked entrances, and both exits were occupied by the infected. The company took up a circular defense on the playground, where the opponents could not attack them with the whole crowd. Ivan took the pistol off safety and aimed at the head of the nearest cannibal, but Roman stopped him. "Look," the young man pointed to the slightly open door of one of the entrances. Igor Tikhonov looked closely, quickly comprehending the situation. The narrow and gloomy entrance could be either a saving refuge for them, or a trap if there were other infected inside. Ivan thought, not daring to take a step. At that moment, Sergei, barking furiously, yanked the leash with such force that it slipped out of Andrei's hands. The dog jumped up and sank his teeth into the throat of the short, stooped cannibal, but soon the zombies ran up and grabbed the dog by the hind legs. The boxer turned his head, snapped his teeth, and bit off several of his opponent's fingers. However, someone's strong hands had already squeezed Dodge's throat. The dog whined and looked hoarsely at the people, but they, forgetting about him, rushed to the entrance. Lena was the first to run to the door, but she came closer and squealed. "Be quiet," Max hissed. But then, he noticed the reason for his sister's fright. A leg moved from inside, and it was the one preventing the door from locking. Igor Tikhonov grabbed the iron handle, holding the pistol at the ready. Stepping over the body, he disappeared into the darkness of the entrance, quickly followed by the others. Andrei was the last one, when he suddenly felt someone grab him by the clothes from behind. The man suddenly tore forward. There was a cracking sound of tearing fabric, and the attacker's nails left red scratches on the scientist's back. "Stretch out your leg," Katya screamed, seeing the infected's hands sticking through the crack in the door. Max and Ivan grabbed the dead body by the shoulders and pulled it towards themselves. The leg penetrated the entrance. Andrei hit the zombie's hands with a baton several times and slammed the door. Dodge's loud barking could still be heard outside, but soon everything went quiet. "Damn, I couldn't hold him back," the scientist said quietly, lowering his head. "It's not your fault. But he distracted the cannibals and saved us all," Katya tried to console him.
"We didn't even try to help him," Max muttered sullenly. Andrei was silent. He felt very sorry for the dog. Kuznetsov held the door from the inside and listened to the noise from the street. The rumble of cannibals could be heard outside, and deathly silence reigned in the entrance. There were too many of them. If we had slowed down even a minute longer, The zombies outside the gate would have entered the yard and blocked our way to the entrance. Ivan tried to explain to the teenager. What about the gun? Max couldn't calm down, remembering Dodge. Ow, I would have had time to shoot only the clip, but I wouldn't have been able to reload. I repeat, there are too many of them there. Vorobyov turned on the flashlight and illuminated the entrance to the stairwell. The body of a gray-haired man lay on the floor. In some places he had been gnawed so badly that his face was unrecognizable, but his eyes remained open, and there was a surprised and puzzled look in them.
We were lucky that this man held the door with his foot, the cosmonaut said, changing the subject. Let's be quiet, Masha whispered. Those who had lunch here yesterday might still be nearby. The girl glanced at the lifeless body, then turned her gaze into the darkness between the railings of the stairs leading up. There is no alternative to going back. Let's try to climb onto the roof, Andrei suggested. The company began to slowly climb the concrete steps, mentally counting the flight of each flight of stairs. It was an old 5-story panel house built in the middle of the last century. In places, the crumbling plaster resembled rotting ulcers, like infected wounds. It seemed that the building itself was suffering, as if along with the sick living. The doorways of some apartments were open, and the friends walked past them with special caution, afraid of an unexpected meeting with the inhabitants. Finally, they reached the 5th floor, where they saw a staircase that led to the roof. Ivan illuminated the hatch with a flashlight, but it was locked with a heavy lock. Okay, I'll have to shoot. Cover your ears. The sharp sound of a shot, which echoed through the entrance, responded with a blinding echo. This noise woke up all the living and dead in the area. So having sobered up after a slight concussion, Vorobyov quickly tore off the shot-through lock and opened the hatch. The company climbed up and saw a bright full moon above them, light enough to illuminate everything around as if it were daytime. How gorgeous, Katya said with admiration, shivering from the cool night air. Yeah, this kind of lighting isn't doing us any good right now, Max hoarsely remarked. The friends looked down at the yard, where several infected were still wandering around the entrance, waiting for prey to escape their clutches. The rest were moving slowly and senselessly around the yard, or standing motionless, as if numb. Suddenly, a fight broke out among the zombie crowd. The unsuccessful chase enraged the cannibals and increased their desire to eat. A huge cannibal in a dirty denim jumpsuit hit his fragile brother in the face with all his might. He lost his footing and, falling, hit his head on an iron fence pipe. Blood appeared on the back of the infected's head, after which the rest of the zombies began to slowly surround the wounded and weak individual. Falling and trying to get up, the infected received another powerful blow and found himself pinned to the ground. Then, the cannibal standing nearby rushed to tear apart the helpless cannibal. He groaned hoarsely, fought back with all his might with his arms and legs. But the huge cannibal in overalls grabbed his head and pressed his fingers hard on his eyes. The wounded man purred pitifully, and his body began to shake in death throes. Squeezing out his eyes, the cannibal sniffed his fingers and slowly licked them. The remaining zombies began to eat the fresh corpse, wanting to satisfy their hunger, but the deceased was too exhausted, so the brothers quickly lost interest in their victim. The cannibals scattered in different directions. Most of them fell into a state similar to deep sleep. However, the huge cannibal was in no hurry to leave the body. He leaned over the dead man and began to listen to the disfigured face. An unfamiliar but attractive smell emanated from the empty, bloody eye sockets. The cannibal stuck his index finger into the still warm hole in the skull and slowly deepened it. The zombie felt his finger hit something soft and elastic. He pressed harder, then pulled out his finger. A piece of brain stuck to the nail and began to suck on it. The cannibal immediately liked the new food. The big guy carefully studied the dead man's head, which for him was like a secret storage of delicacies. After sitting like that for a minute, the infected squeezed the corpse's skull with his strong hands and hit the back of his head hard on the ground. There was a dull sound and a weak crunch. The zombie enthusiastically banged his head on the asphalt, trying to crack it like a nut. Finally,
The bones could not withstand, and cracked. Then the cannibal broke the skull and pulled out the brain with his hands. Having finished his meal, the infected got up and went to the arch. Now he dreamed of only one thing: to catch and eat the fresh brain of a healthy person. The friends watched the scene from above in silence.
When the zombie began to eat the brain, Max whispered in disgust, "Damn, they're even uglier than I imagined." "Well, be glad that you weren't his dinner today," Ivan replied and added, "It's time to move on. We need to get to the shopping center before dawn. Otherwise, we'll have to hang out here on the roof until the next night. Ideally, there should be a fire escape somewhere on that side," Masha said. The friends approached the opposite edge of the building and stopped. "What kind of impressions haven't I had today?" Lena said quietly. "That's true," Katya supported her. There were hundreds of bodies lying on the ground below. The friends had never seen so many dead at once. Among the dead, about 10 people in military uniform could be seen. "What a massacre there was here," Kuznetsov said with difficulty. "There don't seem to be any Kanovs. We need to go down." The cosmonaut approached the ladder and began to carefully descend. Once on the ground, he began to carefully examine the soldiers' bodies in search of weapons. Max and Andrei joined him, but all they found were unloaded machine guns and several army knives. "At least something," Vorobyov said with relief, examining the shiny blade. "It looks like there was a cleanup here. I saw something similar when I was driving behind Dodge," the scientist said thoughtfully. "Yes, and there were too many infected when the guys ran out of ammunition," Ivan added. "Maybe we should get out of here? It's a bit uneasy here," Katya said quietly. The group moved along a narrow alley that led them to an old, overgrown park. Seeing that it was already beginning to get light, the people broke into a light run. Suddenly, Lena, who had fallen behind a little, shouted in fear, "On the right!" Ivan slowed down, turned his head, and noticed that 5 strong infected were running towards them. "This way!" Vorobyov turned off the path and jumped over the low bushes. The friends picked up speed and were able to break away from their pursuers. However, soon everyone except Ivan and Max quickly got tired. In order not to break away from the others, the guys had to slow down. "I can't take it anymore," Lena said, breathing heavily and slowing to a walk. Max grumbled at his sister. "You shouldn't have skipped gym." Katya, frowning, snapped back. "You should try running in heels yourself." Masha sighed heavily, holding her right side with her hand. "I really want sneakers now." Andrei wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked sternly into the darkness between the trees, where the barely discernible silhouettes of the infected were moving with almost human speed. "If we run that far, there will be sneakers," he promised. Andrei squeezed the knife in his hand and said anxiously, "You can't run far from these guys." Ivan handed the gun to a boy named Sova and watched him hide with Natasha and Lena behind the trees, adding that they would have time to rest. Then they would have to run as fast as they could. Max frowned and quietly objected that he didn't want to hide. "You're not hiding. You're protecting the girls. Faster!" Vorobyov commanded. As soon as the boys and girls managed to disappear from sight, the infected rushed at the guys. A middle-aged man with a sturdy build jumped at Andrei like a mad dog. Kuznetsov dodged the collision, parried with a rubber truncheon, and the enemy fell, severely stunned. But the scientist did not let him get up, instantly plunging a knife into the back of his head. Ivan found himself in a more difficult situation. 3 of them attacked him. He sharply shot to the right, met face to face with the last attacker, struck with a truncheon, and quickly rolled away. The nose of one of the zombies turned into a pathetic, bloody lump, which only provoked him. The virus in the body caused a reaction, as a result of which the body temperature of the infected person increased sharply, due to which he became faster, stronger, and more aggressive. Ivan did not expect such a sudden attack and was unable to dodge the blow to the temple. He felt as if the ground had collapsed from under his feet. Staggering, the man dropped his club and fell to the ground. The second zombie rushed to finish him off, but the cosmonaut managed to put his hand with the knife forward, and the attacker ran into the blade with his stomach. Under the weight of the monster, Ivan fell on his back, but the wounded cannibal was still trying to bite. Not letting him get closer, Vorobyov grabbed his neck with his left free hand, pulled the blade out of his stomach, and immediately plunged the knife into his ear. The infected man's whole body shuddered and instantly weakened, pressing the man to the ground. The zombie with the damaged nose tried to bite his legs, but received a strong kick to the chin and flew to the side. Having torn himself away from under the corpse, Vorobyov raised himself up, but barely had time to stand up when he felt a blow to his back. The infected woman, letting out a nasty squeal, pounced from behind and dug her nails into his head. Ivan grabbed her by the hair, threw her sharply over himself, hit her in the teeth with his knee, and slashed her throat with a knife. The third cannibal with a disfigured face had just recovered and, staggering, stepped toward the cosmonaut. Not letting him approach, Vorobyov threw a knife straight into the attacker's eye. The zombie fell on his back, as if mown down. Two more cannibals pushed Andrei aside. The scientist fought back with a club and tried to keep his opponents at a distance. Ivan pulled the knife out of the dead man's head and hurried to help his friend. Sneaking up from behind, he plunged the blade between the shoulder blades of one of the cannibals. Andrei dealt with the second one on his own, knocking him down and beating him to death with a club. The noise of the battle attracted the attention of other cannibals who were wandering nearby, and soon new silhouettes appeared on the horizon. It was time to retreat. The boys hurried to the trees where their comrades were hiding. "Have you had a rest? Let's go," Vorobyov commanded. Everyone ran through the park, trying to stay together. After a while, they came out into an open area. It was a parking lot near the shopping center, where they intended to go. "That's it, I'm quitting smoking," Andrei croaked, stopping. The friends looked around. The infected were slowly moving around the building in small groups. They had not yet noticed people, and were moving around the parking lot without a specific goal.
A little less than half of the area was occupied by cars that would not wait for their owners. The friends took cover behind a large black electric Jeep and began to discuss their next steps. "The doors are closed. How do we get inside?" Masha carefully stuck her light head out from behind the bumper, carefully examining the area. After counting the infected nearby, Ivan suggested, "We can go straight through the entrance. There are enough bullets to shoot those at the entrance, break down the door, and then we can get inside." "What next? Will they follow us through this door? Besides, I doubt it's easy to break it down," Andrei said with distrust. "It's strange that she's still intact," Katya was surprised. "You have to go through the service entrance. It's much easier to open. It's on the side where they accept goods at the supermarket. I worked as a pizza delivery guy in a similar center in the summer, only in a different part of the city," Max quickly explained.
"So we need to go around the building?" the cosmonaut asked.
Exactly. While we're going around, someone will probably follow us.
Andrei looked at the parking lot. It was getting light, and the pursuers were becoming more active.
That's why the tail has to go after me.
Ivan said quietly.
I run better than anyone. They won't catch me. The plan is this. I distract their attention, run in one direction, and in a few minutes, when they run after me, you go around the store, find the service entrance, pick the lock and hide waiting for me.
"Are you crazy?" No, I'm against it. Let's think about another option. Masha grabbed her husband's hand.
I run fast. There is enough room to maneuver. Who agrees with this plan? Masha remained silent. The others approved of Ivan's idea, since they had no alternative options to get inside. There should be a strong gate on the rear facade for unloading trucks, and a small door next to it for security and maintenance personnel.
Even if the lock is broken, it will be easy to close from the inside, or block it with improvised means, Max explained, drawing a schematic plan of the shopping center with the location of all the entrances on a dusty car door. Great. When I'm out of sight, run after me. The main thing is to find the door quickly, Vorobyov said, kissing Masha and carefully making his way forward between the cars, trying to remain unnoticed as long as possible. In the open area, he broke into a light run, heading for the doors of the center. Several cannibals noticed him and ran in pursuit. The cosmonaut skillfully maintained a safe distance, not trying to break away too much. Hey creatures, haven't had your fill of porridge? Catch up, Vorobyov shouted loudly so that all the infected in the parking lot could hear. 2 infected came out to meet him. One had an injured leg, which was why he moved slowly and awkwardly. The second was a child with a deep laceration on his cheek. Ivan easily dealt with both of them and continued running. A tail of 10 cannibals was already stretching behind him. The cosmonaut approached the corner of the building and was afraid of only one thing: to see a crowd of zombies around the corner and fall into a trap. He picked up speed to get away from his pursuers, turned the corner, and noticed a nearly empty parking lot. At the end of it was a long row of garbage containers. The wind was driving light cardboard boxes and paper bags along the asphalt. Near the fence stood a damaged car with flat tires. Behind him stood a high concrete wall, behind which towered the unfinished frame of another shopping center. Despite the gloom of the landscape, this place pleased Igor Tikhonov with the fact that there was not a single cannibal nearby. Ivan, without slowing down, quickly examined the large gates and noticed several entrance doors nearby, as Maxim had expected. Igor looked back. The pursuers stubbornly continued the chase. 3 zombies were quicker than the rest and ran ahead. The rest lagged behind by about 15 meters. The man made a sharp dash, slightly increasing the distance from those catching up. According to his calculations, by the time he went around the building, his comrades would reach the service entrance. However, it was impossible to run too quickly, since Ivan understood that if the guys were delayed and did not immediately open the door, then he would find himself in a very uncomfortable position with a crowd of infected. Turning the corner again, Vorobyov spotted 5 cannibals. Realizing that his opponents were stronger, the man suddenly darted to the side and went around them before they could block his path. Returning to the main entrance, Ivan did not find his friends among the parked cars and slowed down a bit to give them some extra time. The cosmonaut lured the zombies closer, letting them come almost right up to him, after which he picked up speed again, weaving among the cars. He even found it interesting to tease the cannibals. At the very moment of his next dash, shots rang out. When Ivan broke away from the group and disappeared around the corner, Kuznetsov led the group forward. They were in no danger, as expected. All the infected hanging around the parking lot had rushed to the bait. Having reached the backyard without much difficulty, the friends saw 3 doors. They decided to open the middle one first. Max shot the lock, opened the door, and found a small, closed room with 2 cannibals. The young man slammed the door shut and pressed it with his shoulder. "This is the guard's room. You shouldn't go in here." Andrei stood at the door in the middle instead of the teenager and pointed to the left one. "Let's go there." Max fired, but the door did not budge. A second shot yielded no result. "Damn!
cursed Owl and pulled the trigger again. On the third try, the lock gave way, and the door opened a little. The young man carefully opened it and looked inside. In the semi-darkness, he could barely make out the stairs leading up. At that moment, the infected began to knock sharply on the door that Andre was holding, trying to break out. "Everyone inside! I'll hold them off until Ivan returns," Kuznetsov shouted loudly, preparing to make every effort. The cosmonaut didn't keep us waiting. Suddenly appearing from around the corner, he glanced over his shoulder and grinned. When the cannibals came out into the parking lot, the boys had already disappeared into the passage.
Max was closing the door behind them with a bolt and said with a satisfied expression,
"Phew, we did it." Ivan, taking a deep breath after his run, praised, "Well done, Al, for not forgetting the back door." Andre, looking closely into the dark stairwell, warned, "It's too early to rejoice. It's unknown what or who is inside. It's better to behave quietly." Katya, whispering, asked, "How do we get to the stores from there?" The teenager hesitantly explained that there were utility rooms in this part of the building, and to get to the sales areas, they would have to go up to the second floor. Ivan added that it would be wiser to find a store with weapons, then it would be calmer, and carefully went up the stairs, followed by the others. On the landing, the company was met by a locked door. Max pointed his gun at the lock, but Andre held his hand and suggested trying to open the door more quietly.
Taking a step back, Kuznetsov kicked the door with his foot. It shook, but did not give in.
After several strong blows, the door gave in only on the fifth attempt. Ivan remarked ironically, "Quieter, you say?" Andre, rubbing his bruised leg, replied, "At least we saved a bullet." After walking down a long corridor, the group found themselves on the second floor of a shopping mall. There were many shops selling clothes, shoes, and toys around, and a large electronics supermarket was located in front. The friends were a little nervous as they looked around the long, empty mega mall, which used to be always teeming with visitors. "Well, it's not so bad. We need to go around the building and clear it of cannas if we come across any," Vorobyev said enthusiastically. "And make sure all the exits are locked," Masha added. "There's an escalator over there. Let's go down and check the doors," Max suggested, and headed toward the stationary escalator.
Using it as a staircase, they found themselves on the first floor.
The boys were carefully examining every corner with their guns and clubs at the ready, and the girls were walking behind, looking at the windows and discussing outfits. They were talking animatedly, as if this was a regular shopping trip and not a search for temporary shelter. None of the friends had any idea what dangers lay ahead, but for now, they were grateful for the roof over their heads and for having survived the previous night without losing a single person. Chapter 64. At the Megamall. Every step on the tiled floor of the mall echoed loudly under the high ceiling. The clicking of the girls' heels was especially loud, which slightly worried Andre. Ivan walked confidently ahead with a rubber truncheon in his hand, and an army knife, and Max's father's pistol stuck out of his belt, giving him a threatening look. Suddenly, 4 cannibals came out of the pavilion with decorations to meet the people. At the head of them, an infected man walked slowly, who, judging by his uniform, was guarding the shopping center. Behind him were 3 women. There were bite marks on their hands and faces. One of them had ears, nose, and cheeks that looked like they had been gnawed off. Her lips were completely missing, but despite the loss of blood, she did not die, but turned into a zombie. "Let's get to it," Ivan said, taking out his knife and turning to Andre. "My guard and that scary girl of yours are the 2. The others won't do." A scuffle broke out, and 5 minutes later it was all over. The cannibals lay on the floor with their throats cut in a pool of their own pale blood. Andre wiped the blade on the clothes of one of the dead and asked, "Shall we clean up after?" Ivan nodded, and the group continued moving. The entrance doors to the first floor were locked. The automatic sliding ones were disabled. The others were locked. Ivan approached the glass, which was tinted on the outside, so the cannibals could not see the people inside the building. The friends noticed a man on a bicycle turn off the road into the parking lot. At the same time, a large crowd of infected who had recently been chasing Ivan jumped out from around the corner of the building. The zombies immediately rushed at the new man. He turned around and did not notice a glass bottle lying on the ground, but hit it with his front wheel. The cyclist flew over the handlebars and fell right onto the asphalt. When he got up, he squeezed his hand and, limping, hurried forward. An expression of terrible pain froze on the stranger's face. Blood slowly trickled from an open fracture on his arm. The cannibals almost caught up with the wounded man when two more cyclists rode up to the parking lot. One stopped and took his machine gun off his shoulder. The other pulled out a revolver. Shots rang out, and the wounded man fell face down on the asphalt. The guys were not known for their marksmanship, so it took a lot of time and ammunition to eliminate all the cannibals. After the opponents were defeated, the men approached their wounded friend. He stood up and walked over to his bicycle lying on the ground. Seeing a shard of glass sticking out of a flat tire, the guy desperately turned his leg and kicked the tire hard. At this time, the shots attracted new bloodthirsty creatures to the parking lot. They appeared near the shopping center one by one, or in small groups from all the nearby streets. The man with the machine gun fired a long burst at the approaching ones, but it only worked for a short time. The cyclists exchanged glances, said something to their wounded comrade, and quickly rode away. He screamed pleadingly after them, but the men did not turn around, and soon disappeared from sight. The wounded man tried to catch up with them, but because of his broken arm, every step caused him unbearable pain. The zombies quickly surrounded the unfortunate man, and, excited by the smell of blood, began to tear him apart. The man had to suffer for several minutes. He was literally torn apart alive. Then, he stopped twitching and screaming, and the monsters continued to greedily tear the meat from the bones. Watching as acquaintances condemned a man to a horrible death made friends at a shopping mall realize how important their unity was. "We would have been eaten almost the same way in the store if it weren't for you," Lena said in a trembling voice. "We need to stick together. It's impossible to survive alone now," Ivan replied. "We should be afraid not only of zombies, but also of living people," Andrei said thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Masha wrinkled her eyebrows. "There are no laws, no police. Anarchy reigns everywhere. Murder has become the norm. We kill zombies so as not to become their victims. But people also need food. And soon there will be no food at all, because no one produces it. Then people will start fighting each other for food, water, medicine, weapons." And he looked at his colleague. "Women. We need to get more weapons and get the hell out of here. Into the taiga, where no one roams. Build a house there and start a subsistence farm," Ivan muttered gloomily. The friends stand thoughtfully, looking intently at the street, where the zombie orgy continues. War is war, but lunch is on schedule. Especially since it's been a long time since we had one. "Let's go to the supermarket." Katya broke the silence. Everyone agreed to her proposal without objection, and went to the hypermarket together. Even on the way to the store, people clearly smelled the smell of rotting food. Meat, chicken, fish, and dairy products, from the batteries of non-working refrigerators, emitted an unbearable aroma. "Ugh, is there anything edible here? The smell is making my head spin," Katya said, pinching her nose. "Yes, it smells unpleasant," Lena added. Ivan pulled his t-shirt over his face. The others winced but endured. Max grabbed the cart at the entrance and led the group forward. "Don't scatter. We're looking for water, canned goods, and cereals. Chocolate,
cookies and sausage might still be okay, Vorobyov warned, taking the pistol off safety. Are you going to cook porridge? There's no electricity here, Kuznetsov noted with a grin, throwing a pack of cigarettes into the cart. It looks like you haven't been on a hike, my inquisitive friend. This shopping center is full of everything you could need to start a fire, the cosmonaut answered calmly, without looking back. There are probably some kettles and gas burners in the tourist department, Max added. The customers had gone deeper into the supermarket, busy selecting goods, when suddenly voices were heard. 3 people had made the move. The first was a man of about 60 years old, with a thick, already graying beard, possessing a strong build, a broad, straight back, impressive shoulders, and a good-natured, friendly expression on his face. His movements seemed a little awkward, but there was a sense of strength and confidence in them. Next to him were 2 young men of about 20 years old, both thin and tall. One had a ponytail at the back of his head, an earring glittered in his ear, and a tattoo of tongues of flame adorned his neck. The second had a short haircut, a massive silver chain with a heavy medallion hung around his neck. Approaching the checkout, he began pushing packages of chewing gum and mints into the spacious pockets of his wide trousers. Oh, the smell is even stronger today. Maybe I should at least throw away the fish? Said the one with the flame on his neck. I don't feel like messing around. I come, take what I need, and go back. The guy with the medallion replied.
The old man was silent, pushing a cart in front of him, carefully selecting products. Igor, hiding behind the shelves with chocolate, carefully watched the strangers. The man with the beard had a shotgun hanging on his shoulder, the one with the earring had a small axe in his hands, and the third had a pistol handle sticking out from his belt. Ivan and Andrei exchanged glances. The scientist hesitantly bit his lower lip and twirled the club in his hands. They are better equipped than we are, but I can start a firefight from here before they notice us. Vorobyov whispered. No need. Let's try to come to an agreement. There's enough food for everyone. Masha confidently stated. Kuznetsov silently nodded in confirmation of the girl's words. Ivan came out of the shelter, held a pistol in front of him and called loudly. Hey! Who are you? Andrei, standing next to him, added in a hoarse voice. Where did you come from? 3 of them suddenly flinched. The gray-haired man took the gun off his shoulder. The rocker raised the axe threateningly but pointlessly, and the rapper clumsily tried to get the weapon out of his belt. Wait a minute, muttered Grandpa. We are not going to run away. I asked a question. Vorobyov answered sharply. We live here. And how did you get here? I haven't seen any new people for 3 days, the short-haired man shouted, finally pulling out his pistol. Andrei, playing with the knife, calmly said, Now we have it. Put the weapon away, otherwise we can hurt each other here. Seeing that they could talk to strangers, the trio relaxed a little and came out of their stupor. Are you connected to Yakut? The old man asked, squinting. What? Ivan didn't understand. Okay. How many of you people are you okay? The bearded man continued asking questions. There are 6 of us. We are all healthy, Andrei answered. And how are you? The men hesitated, and instead of answering, the gray-haired man asked again. Are you going to stay here or what? Stay? Do you live here? Vorobyov lowered the pistol but did not remove his finger from the trigger. Well, yeah, until it all blows over, the guy with the tattoo and earrings said uncertainly. Do you think it will pass? I wouldn't count on it, although you've chosen a good place. There's enough food. There's water. You can live, Kuznetsov noted, looking from one stranger to the other. If you wish, join us. We are glad to have decent people. The food reserves are large. There are still plenty of provisions in the warehouses, the elderly man suggested almost amiably. Okay, let's get acquainted. Ivan stepped forward, shifted the pistol to his left hand, and extended his right. Chapter 65. Shopping without queues. After shaking hands with the guys and the old man, Ivan and Andrei called their friends.
When everyone had gotten acquainted and had collected enough food, they headed to the place where the residents of the shopping center lived. A bearded man named Mikhalich walked ahead, holding 2 large bags of food. Behind him, with bottles of water, walked a guy with a tattoo who introduced himself as Kostya. His friend's name was Lenya. All 3 were security guards at this huge shopping center, and Mikhalich was the shift supervisor. The friends walked behind their new acquaintances, happily eating chocolate bars and washing them down with lemonade. Having satisfied his hunger, Andrei quickened his pace, caught up with the old man and asked, "Tell me, are there any infected people among you? And where are they now really? We tried all the medicines that were in the pharmacy. There was one doctor among us, but he died the day before yesterday. Well, when he died, we of course helped him. But what should we do with the rest, if they start to get furious?"
Are there many like that? At first there were about 30 of us, mostly those who worked here, some with families. This center became almost a second home for many. Now there are only 11 left. We keep the sick separately, voluntarily, and at the same time by force.
You don't kill them right away, do you?
How can we do it right away? They are still alive. If we suddenly see that a person has gone completely wild, no longer understands anything, has essentially ceased to be a human being, then we decide, God forgive us. But not everyone goes down this path. Some get sick and then recover. I was bitten and torn apart by hands, but I am safe and sound. I am still on my own. Andrei looked at the old man with interest but said nothing. Mikhalich, coughing slightly, continued in a quiet voice. Today my granddaughter started to shiver. Her temperature jumped. Her forehead is hot.
She was sent to me for the holidays. The children themselves are in Moscow, building their careers.
The people went up to the 2nd floor and approached a large furniture store, where other residents of the shopping center were located. "We have guests. We met some nice guys downstairs. Meet them," said the gray-haired man, stepping over the threshold. When the friends entered the salon, their gaze immediately fell on the other visitors of the large shopping center. A couple of about 40 years old was lying on a spacious bed. Next to them, their 12-year-old daughter was quietly leafing through a magazine. The man's name was Vasily, the woman's name was Ludmila, and the girl's name was Anya. The man was short and plump, holding a handkerchief in his hands, with which he often wiped his forehead and neck from sweat. His wife, on the contrary, seemed tall and very thin. Slightly bowing her head, she was tensely and quietly whispering something in her husband's ear.
The daughter, whose appearance was more similar to her mother, was silently looking through the pages of a furniture catalog with a detached expression on her face.
Besides their family, there were 2 other young attractive girls in the salon. One of them was Christina, a dark-haired beauty with the height and appearance of a model, who worked as a saleswoman in a jewelry store on the floor above. Now the most luxurious jewelry from the salon's assortment shone on her fingers, ears, and neck. The second girl's name was Natasha. She was a petite blonde with a pleasant smile and a sweet appearance. In the far corner of the store, a large, gloomy man was lounging in a chair. His name was Sergei, and he worked as a cook in one of the cafes in the food court of this shopping center. Everyone who found themselves in the furniture store was clearly scared and wary of the strangers. Ivan, Andrei, Masha, Katya, Maxim, and Lena introduced themselves and greeted each other warmly, then took several sofas in the back of the room. "We'll finally be able to rest on comfortable furniture," Ivan said with relief, stretching out to his full length. "I don't think we should stay here for long," Andrei said quietly to his friend. "We need to take a weapon and decide where to go next." "At least it's safe here." Masha plopped down on an expensive leather sofa, the price of which was comparable to her annual income. "Is it safe?" Lena sat on the edge of the bed.
And those walkers we met downstairs on the first floor? Yes, you need to be on guard. And it's not just about the infected. Andre nodded meaningfully towards the store's inhabitants. I understand, Vorobiev agreed. The night was difficult. We need to rest and regain our strength. Rest? I'm fine for now. Kuznetsov hugged Katya and quietly added, if anything happens, wake me up.
We'll take turns being on duty so that someone is always on guard.
Okay.
Ivan yawned and rolled over onto his side. When the friends had settled down comfortably and fallen asleep, Andre approached Mikhalich and sat down next to him. Today we met 4 infected people near the supermarket. Really? They must have gotten out of the utility rooms. Have you already cleared the building? They killed about 10 and blocked the street doors of the shopping center. But they didn't cover the entire area. It's more or less quiet here. But during the day there's always someone on guard at the entrance to the salon. And at night we lower the blinds. Of course, it's better not to walk around the building without a weapon. Anything can happen. If you need to, the toilet is nearby. When you go out, turn right. The old man pointed with his hand in the direction. Suddenly, a shot rang out, followed by several more pops. Kuznetsov looked around warily.
It's probably Yakut and his gang having some fun, Mikhalich explained. Who is Yakut? I don't understand, Andre asked, listening to new shots. When it all started, and we barricaded ourselves in the building, he lived among everyone. But a couple of days later, one guy got sick, and Yakut killed him without thinking. I tried to explain to him that this was not right, but he decided to impose his rules, started threatening me. In the end, there were more of us, and Yakut, along with 2 of his henchmen, went to the 3rd floor. They are probably shooting at the cannibals below from the roof now. This way they will only attract more cannibals. It is better to save the cartridges for the need. The scientist shook his head. You won't convince him otherwise. I think he's even happy with what's happening. This is a natural environment for him, when one man is a wolf to another. Yakut is a former prisoner. He was either in prison for robbery or for something more serious. Now he considers himself a great authority and is trying to impose the prison rules. Be careful if you meet him. There is only one grocery store here, and this is a common area, and the floors are divided, so we don't often cross paths with him. I see. Thanks for the warning. Is there anyone else in the mall? I don't think so. Although who knows? You weren't here yesterday, and today you appeared, the gray-haired man said with a smile. By the way, where did you come from, and how did you get here? From the neighboring area. We spent the whole night getting there. They shot out the lock on the door near the unloading gate, but then they closed the passage. The infected from the street can't get in, Kuznetsov explained. So you walked half the city with just one pistol. Mikhalich thoughtfully ran his hand over his beard. Yes, their vision is worse at night, Andre answered easily, without going into details. And we were a little lucky. Of course, well done. You didn't get caught. I've seen these creatures eat people, dogs, and even cats alive. Although the meat of cats is simply terrible. The old man winced.
Yes, they have a real appetite, the scientist sighed, thinking about poor Dodge. How did all this start? Where are the authorities? Why is no one doing anything? Andre remained silent, not wanting to respond to Mikhalich's words, which were more rhetorical. This is God's punishment, Lyudmila intervened. Punishment for our sins. We will soon stop living like this, and so the judgment has come. This is the apocalypse,
and the day will come. The woman solemnly crossed herself with her bony hand, looking at Andrei with wide-open eyes. Kuznetsov felt an unpleasant feeling and turned away, afraid that he would hear some kind of curse in response.
So how many infected do you have?
The scientist quickly switched from the topic of the apocalypse to a more mundane question. 2. My granddaughter and another young guy, they are not far from here, near 3 stores. We tied them up there. Mikhalich's voice trembled. It seemed like the old man was about to burst into tears. Let them get better, Andrei said hopefully. Casting a quick glance at the woman who was quietly praying, rocking from side to side, her husband lay next to her, his expression sullen, his back turned away from his wife. Kuznetsov returned to the company and lay down on the bed next to Katya. After a sleepless night, the friends were fast asleep, and Andrei felt his eyelids starting to stick together. He tried his best to maintain his attention and carefully followed what was happening in the store. 30 minutes later, a plump man, snorting, picked up the bags of groceries and walked to the back of the room, where several kitchens stood.
On one of the tables lay a large gas burner and kitchen utensils. Sergei poured clean water into a saucepan, put it on the fire, then opened a bag of pasta and a couple of cans of stew. The last thing Andrei remembered was the cook dropping the noodles into the boiling water.
Guys, lunch is ready, let's go!
Andrei woke up suddenly, opened his eyes and saw Kostya in front of him. He didn't even notice how he fell asleep, and immediately began to look around in search of his friends. Ivan had already gotten up and taken his place at the table. Masha, Katya, Lena, and Max, yawning, rose from their sofas. The plump man turned out to be a talented cook. After eating, the friends thanked Sergei for the delicious dinner. In response, he only indifferently drawled, "Uh-huh." "We'll go for a walk around the floor and see what's here," said cosmonaut Mikhalich. "Go ahead. I told Andrei a little about what's where." The gray-haired man nodded, taking a sip of hot tea from a mug. A few minutes later, a group of 6 people left the furniture store and slowly moved along the shop windows located on the 2nd floor. Kuznetsov never parted with the small suitcase in which the vaccine was stored, and now always carried it with him. "Not everyone here is welcoming us," Katya noted, after they had moved away to a safe distance. "Especially the fat man and that strange married couple," Masha supported. "Survival requires sacrifice. For them we are just extra mouths to feed," Ivan muttered gloomily, using his fingernail to extract a piece of stew stuck between his teeth. The group approached a fork where several shopping arcades intersected. "Does anyone remember where the gun shop is?" Andrei asked, stopping. "It seems to be to the right," Max shrugged. "Okay, let's go to the right," the cosmonaut said cheerfully, clapping Max on the shoulder and turning to Andrei.
"What exactly did the old man tell you?" "His granddaughter is infected, and some other guy. I suggest we stop by to see them on the way back." "He didn't mention anything about the vaccine?" Masha asked suspiciously. "No, nothing like that. By the way, there are 3 more people living on the 3rd floor. Someone said that they are quite dangerous. Their leader is an ex-convict," added Andrei. The company stopped at the entrance to a sportswear and shoe store, opposite which was a department with weapons and tourist goods. "It's just in time that we came here," Ivan noted with a grin. "Well, boys to the right, girls to the left?" Katya said coquettishly. "We won't let you go left alone. We need to check if there's anyone inside," the scientist said, lightly patting his companion on the buttock. This joke amused the company, and everyone began to look around the sports store in a great mood. Having made sure that there were no strangers, the guys gave the girls the freedom to choose comfortable things. And they themselves went to get weapons. The entrance to the department was closed, but in one of the glass display cases there was a large hole, through which the guys carefully got inside. The room was dimly lit, and Andrei took out a flashlight. Its beam, slowly swinging from side to side,
illuminated the space between the counters and dark corners. Fishing rods, backpacks, and fishing gear lay on the floor. And a deflated rubber boat was visible in the corner. Torn boxes of cartridges stood on the rack with ammunition. It was obvious that the last visitors were behaving wildly, not caring about order and cleanliness. After making sure they were alone, the boys began looking for what they needed. First, they found headlamps and grabbed a lot of batteries. Then they went to the shelves with weapons, where they admired the shiny steel barrels and skillfully carved butts.
You can go bear hunting with this. Although the barrel is too long, it would be inconvenient to use in the city, said Ivan, aiming the large gun. You can saw off the barrel. It will make a great sawed-off shotgun. Max replied, looking at the collection of throwing knives. Yes, it's perfect for close combat. A shotgun would also come in handy, and one rifle should be left for hunting game, Andre added, choosing a weapon for himself. We could use some metal saws. I think there was a hardware store on the 3rd floor, the cosmonaut asked, putting the cartridges in his backpack. Exactly. But Mikhalich warned me not to get involved with those who live there. What can they do to us? We are armed to the teeth. Their health is far from being a gift. Vorobyov grinned. Okay, let's finish here first. Wow, look what I found. Andre took a powerful crossbow from the display case.
I don't think it's very convenient. It's so bulky and problematic to carry around. Vorobyov shook his head skeptically. You're right, the scientist agreed, returning the crossbow to its place with some regret. Max took a traumatic pistol from the shelf and took it off safety. I like this one. It's compact and light. Great. Take it, and more bullets, Ivan replied, looking at the knives on display. Certainly. Meanwhile, Igor Tikhonov had chosen a backpack for himself and was leisurely walking around the store, looking for useful things. He wanted to take everything at once, but he had to soberly assess his capabilities. It was decided to first carefully place the items he liked on one of the counters, so that he could later distribute them among the backpacks. In 30 minutes, he had collected an impressive small warehouse of knives, camping utensils, pots, compasses, first aid kits, hunting matches, water purification tablets, ropes, packs of dry fuel, raincoats, fishing gear, sleeping bags, rugs, gas burners, and cylinders for them. At the heart of all this luggage was a spacious tent for 6 people. Such a set seemed like real wealth in a world where civilization was gradually fading away. Oh, that's a nice thing, worth taking, Ivan remarked, taking a box with a pocket saw from the bottom shelf. Igor, attaching a camping axe to his backpack, said approvingly, better take 2, in reserve. At that moment, Max pulled a small cylindrical device out of the package, separated it into 2 parts, and struck them against each other. A bright spark flared in the semi-darkness, and tiny lights flew in all directions. Wow, cool! Everyone exclaimed. Ferrocerium fire starter. Igor read the name on the torn package. Impressive. We'll take it.
Ivan then put a night vision monocular to his eye and squinted. What is it for? Max asked. Mini X-ray. I can see you without clothes, the cosmonaut answered seriously, without looking up from the device. Oh, right, the teenager said in surprise. Just kidding. It's like a telescope to see in the dark. Andre climbed behind the counter and took a couple of boxes with radios off the hooks. Here they are, instead of mobile phones. It says that in open areas, the connection lasts up to 15 kilometers, he said. Excellent. Now we need to distribute all this stuff, Vorobyov said, lifting his backpack. Andre looked at his worn-out jeans and dirty shoes. Yes. And let's go to the girls. They need to change their clothes, he added. 20 minutes later,
the guys returned to the sports store, where the girls were just choosing sneakers. Already? So quickly? Masha asked in surprise, admiring herself in front of the mirror. Yes, here are some handbags for you, the husband replied, putting his half-filled backpack on the floor. Katya lifted one bag and frowned. If you put any other food in there, you won't be able to run fast with this. Now we have plenty of weapons, and we'll have to run away from each gang of cans less, Andrei smiled, waving his shotgun. When everyone had changed and collected spare sets of clothes, it was decided to split up. The girls and Max went back to the furniture store, and Ivan and Andrei set off on a tour of the second floor before going up to the hardware store. I feel a bit uneasy here. It seems more or less safe, but there is no peace, Vorobyov admitted, looking into the shop windows in search of something he needed. Well, yes, Mikhalich seems like a normal person. The young people also look calm, but this woman and her husband are clearly strange, real fanatics.
You have to be careful with her. She might decide to burn us all alive, supposedly to save our souls from the end of the world. Kuznetsov said the last words slowly, like a priest during a service. Or this cook will shit poison for dinner so as not to waste money on stew, the cosmonaut chuckled. Let's rest for a couple of days, get some sleep, and then choose where to go next. I wanted to say that too. Ivan stopped, noticing a large sign for an electronics store ahead. Maybe we should take a look? Why? Without electricity, it's just junk. The scientist shrugged. Well, you never know. When the boys entered the store, they did not find anything useful and were about to leave when suddenly Vorobyov saw a small radio on the shelf. This might work. There must be a battery here. The astronaut pressed the power button. A green indicator lit up on the panel, and a faint hissing sound came from the speakers. There's a signal. Switch radio waves. Maybe they're transmitting something. Andrei put the shotgun on the display case and began to take cigarettes out of his pocket. No stations were received on the FM band, but a smooth male voice appeared on the VHF. And keep your cool. Do not leave your home. Avoid contact with infected people. Stock up on food, water, and medicine. Remember, infected people pose a serious threat and behave aggressively. Do not have physical contact with them. The announcer's monotonous voice repeated the same phrases, but there was nothing useful in them. There were no evacuation plans, no shelter locations, no aid stations. Only dry, official formulations sounded in the recording, creating an oppressive atmosphere for the survivors. Chapter 66. New Acquaintances, New Enemies. After leaving the electronics store, the boys looked around the second floor but didn't meet anyone, so they went up to the third. It was much lighter here, thanks to the glass dome in the center of the roof. Shots were heard from above from time to time. The mysterious trio was still playing, shooting at the cannibals. Traces of the bandits' activity were visible everywhere. Broken bottles, trash, cartridges, and glass fragments from destroyed display cases lay on the floor. At the entrance to the hardware store, they found the body of a man in a sales consultant's uniform. Stepping over the body, the guys began searching for the necessary tool. Oh, I remember how I was making something with my grandfather at the dacha. Sometimes a birdhouse, sometimes a fish tank, Ivan said, looking at the new, shiny tools. Here are the metal saws, Andrei answered, interrupting his friend's memories. Let's not waste time. The men set to work, and a metallic screeching sound was heard in the shop. In about 20 minutes, the job was done. Having shortened the barrels, the boys did not linger and moved towards the stairs. However, barely halfway up, they encountered the inhabitants of the third floor, a short, stocky man with a muscular body and a sleeveless t-shirt walked in front. His legs were short and thick, and his long arms were furry,
like a monkey's. Blue prison tattoos adorned his right shoulder and fingers. His small, thick neck practically merged with his shoulders, giving the impression that his head was sticking out of them. On his Asian face, narrow eyes sparkled slyly and narrowed angrily at the sight of strangers. This was a prisoner nicknamed Yakut, whose appearance frightened even a crowd of cannibals. Next to him stood two, a tall, broad-shouldered man nicknamed CZ, and a thin, red-haired man with a clouded gaze, whom his friends called Kara. Oops, what kind of people are they without security? Where are you from, little birds? Yakut asked with an arrogant but cautious look, noticing that they were carrying weapons. Don't get cocky, uncle, Vorobyov answered coldly, pointing the barrel of the sawed-off shotgun at the three.
Why are you talking like that? This is our territory,
Kara croaked, clutching his carbine tightly. Then go to your bunk. Don't get in the way, Ivan barked. Andrei was silent, feeling the nervous trembling in his knees intensify. He desperately tried to avoid this meeting, but unfortunately, it happened.
Yakut! What the hell, I can't understand? Put them out!
The red-haired man rushed at his opponents, but immediately received a blow to the jaw from the cosmonaut with a rifle butt. Blood flowed from Kara's face, and he spat out a couple of knocked-out teeth on the floor. The opponents aimed their guns at each other, but no one was in a hurry to shoot.
The important point was that Yakut and his comrades had used up all their bullets on the roof and were going to get a new batch, while Ivan and Andrei had unloaded their guns while shortening the barrels and had forgotten to put the bullets back in their haste. Therefore, both sides were forced to just bluff, demonstrating their combat readiness. Leaving the unclear situation, Yakut decided not to take any risks. Are you from Mikhalich? We seem to have already divided the center. We are on our own. Mikhalich has nothing to do with it. We have no claim on your floor. Ivan noticed doubt in Yakut's eyes, but remained calm. Meanwhile, the red-haired man, having recovered from the blow, began to heat up the atmosphere again. Yakut, these are the homeless. Look what they are doing. No problem, Kara, you started it, the prisoner said through clenched teeth. Realizing that Yakut wouldn't cover him, the red-haired man retreated a few steps, quietly cursing under his breath. Okay.
Let's hush it up. Come over to our place for some shafirok in the evening. Yakut stepped aside, clearing the way. Sizzy also stepped back, and Andrei and Ivan, not letting the bandits out of their sight, moved forward and quickly went down the stairs. Returning to his hideout, Kara angrily kicked the empty bottle, which smashed against the wall with a crash. Yakut, I don't understand. Are we just going to retreat now? Some strangers are walking around here freely, as if it were their own territory. They pressed me, and we let them go, as if we were weak-willed. Kara did not calm down, getting excited and waving his arms. You also immediately grabbed the weapon, like a stupid hero. We'll deal with them when the right moment comes. Mikhalich will also need to be taken out. They eat a lot. We won't have enough food for long. What about the women? There are 2 young ones and 1 married one, quite nice.
There's definitely enough for the 3 of us. The red-haired man grinned with a predatory smile. Oh, Kara, women will ruin you. Okay, let's think about the girls. Take some more mushrooms, and then we'll go make some more noise on the roof.
The more we shoot at these beasts, the more of them come here. You can shoot without aiming. You'll still hit them, muttered C, coughing loudly into his large fist. They'll die anyway. The main thing is that our horses stay alive. Are you sick or something? Yakut looked at his friend with suspicion. No, Foreman, I just choked, the big guy replied, feeling the first signs of a chill, but not wanting to admit it. Meanwhile, Ivan and Andrei returned to the furniture store. Mikhalich entertained the young people with stories from his life. Katya braided Christina's hair, Sergei slept, and Lena talked with the daughter of the spouses, who still kept to themselves. A friendly and calm atmosphere reigned in the space. Lenya and Kostya, noticing the sawn-off shotguns in the men's hands, quietly exchanged a few words. Vorobyov threw his backpack into the corner of the room and sat down next to Masha. Andrei lay down to rest and began to listen attentively to the even conversation of those around him. A few minutes later, Mikhalich, with difficulty rising from his seat and taking a deep breath, said, "Oh, I'll go check on the infirmary." Masha looked at Andrei, who nodded in response. The scientists went out into the corridor and quickly caught up with the old man. "We, sort of feel about medicine. Would you mind if we examined patients?" Kuznetsov asked. "Let's go." "Of course." Mikhalich readily agreed and quickened his pace. The group quickly headed toward the clothing store where the two were quarantined. A girl about the same age as Lena was sitting on the couch, with her legs tucked under her. Her chestnut hair was neatly braided into two pigtails. In the back of the store, a young guy was lying on the floor, attached to the leg of the cash register. Masha and Andrei entered and greeted the girl. She looked at the strangers with fear and moved away. "Yulenka, don't be afraid. These are good guys. They are doctors and will help you," the grandfather said tenderly. Yulia nodded, turned away, and began to cough. "Let me touch." Masha put her hand to the girl's hot forehead. "The temperature is high." "There is still time," Kuznetsov said thoughtfully and looked at Mikhalich. "And what about the second one?" "We put him here earlier. Now he is probably very weak since he does not get up." The scientist approached the young man, who was lying on the floor and shaking all over. The virus was spreading rapidly inside his body and had already penetrated the DNA structure. Kuznetsov noticed the pinkish foam coming from his mouth, sunken eyes, a nose that had become pointed like a corpse, with a grayish tint to the skin, and shook his head in disbelief. Andrei took Masha by the elbow and said, "Come on, colleague, let's discuss the situation and you stay with your granddaughter." They went into the corridor. "The boy can't be helped anymore. It's too late, but I think we can save the girl. What do you think? She's still a child. If there's a chance, we should try." "Okay, I'll get the medicine, and you talk to Mikhalich." Kuznetsov headed towards the furniture store, and Masha waved at the old man to come out. "The girl is infected. Has she had a rabies shot?" Vorobyova asked. I don't remember. Although no, most likely not. I would have noticed," the old man answered, scratching his beard, not understanding what rabies had to do with the situation. Masha listened carefully and explained. "If we don't do anything now, tomorrow the disease will no longer respond to treatment. She will turn into one of those cannibals walking down the street." "Well, we have one drug. It can help, but we can't guarantee the result."
"If there is even the slightest chance to save Yulenka, I will be infinitely grateful."
Mikhalich's voice trembled. "We will do everything possible." A few minutes later, Andrei returned with Ivan. The cosmonaut asked the old man to take his granddaughter to the nearest store. "You take care of the treatment, and I will spare this man from suffering, and spare us from unnecessary problems before he becomes a threat." Mikhalich nodded confidently, and, together with his granddaughter and the scientists, went to the neighboring boutique. At this time, Vorobyov took out a knife, approached the infected man, and plunged the blade straight into his heart. The man screamed in pain and jerked sharply. His body was seized by death throes a moment later. He stopped and stopped breathing. Andrei took the vaccine out of the case and loaded the syringe gun. Approaching the girl, he winked at her and said, "Don't be afraid, it's like a mosquito bite, completely painless." She nodded and smiled modestly. Andrei put the syringe to Yulia's shoulder. She closed her eyes and turned away. There was a click, and the girl winced from the unpleasant feeling. Now all that's left to do is wait, Andrei said, carefully putting everything back into the suitcase. Masha sat down next to Yulia on the sofa and stroked her head. Everything will be fine. Eat a little and rest, it will soon get easier. The old man asked cautiously. Can't we bring her to us yet? Andrei answered. No, we need a break for the vaccine to start working. Tomorrow morning would be better. Returning to the furniture store, everyone started preparing dinner. After they had eaten, they went to their places. While resting, the cosmonaut thought about his comrades on the Martian expedition. He did not know who had managed to survive that terrible meat grinder, which was becoming more and more brutal with each passing day. Vorobyov recalled how he, Igor Tikhonov, and Captain Timur Smirnov had made an oath to meet in a year, on the day of Roman's disappearance from Mars, to honor his memory. But Ivan understood that now this oath would most likely not be fulfilled. Chapter 67. Death in the Islands. In Japan, the emperor and government agencies declared a red state of emergency. Armored vehicles and robots, controlled remotely by operators, moved through the city streets. They non-stop destroyed all infected people, who were tracked from the air by drones. All healthy residents protected by respirators, hid in the subway or on ships that were drifting near the islands. From the very beginning of the infection, several unusual attacks appeared on the morning news. And by evening, their number had already reached hundreds. Then the epidemic, like a typhoon, swept across the islands at breakneck speed. Horror engulfed the entire country, from small fishing villages to huge megalopolises. But there was no escape. The majority of the population was abandoned to their fate. And only in a couple of large cities did the government arrange for people to be evacuated by subway. Igor Tikhonov, who had recently been a space hero for his country, hung his head and sat on a sandbag in the Tokyo subway, among many other frightened people. A large camp had been set up at the station, patrolled by volunteers and armed soldiers. Fires burned in metal barrels in the tunnel, illuminating the vaults around which people huddled tightly to warm themselves. Shots were heard from time to time, and infected appeared in the subway, either coming out of the tunnels or trying to break through from the street. Despite all the security measures, there was no sense of protection. The zombies had mauled several sleeping people the night before, and many were bitten until the cannibals were destroyed. There was no one to bury the corpses, and the already stuffy subway was filled with the terrible smell of decomposing human flesh. Igor heard a voice and looked up. A man in uniform stood above him, asking for help moving the box closer to the metro entrance. The cosmonaut nodded in agreement, and seeing the army inscriptions on the box, realized that it contained cartridges. As soon as they carried the box to the right place, the soldiers quickly removed the lid and began reloading the clips. In the distance, where the dim street light was shining, some silhouettes appeared. One of the soldiers shouted through a megaphone to stop them and raise their hands, but the figures only quickened their pace. The searchlights illuminated the brutal faces of the cannibals, and the soldiers immediately opened fire to kill. Having made sure that the danger had passed and his help was no longer needed, Igor Tikhonov returned to the camp. With nothing to do, he began to slowly wander between the narrow rows of mattresses, pillows, blankets, tents, and backpacks, everything that people lived and slept on in the dungeon. He approached one of the trains where women with children and elderly people lived. The second train was converted into a hospital. Part of the cars were occupied by the wounded and sick, and a separate area was given to the seriously injured, those who had almost no chance of survival. Those infected with the Novaya Zvezda were also placed here, tied to the handrails and carefully guarded. However, such patients were not killed immediately, but only when the cannibals began to attack people. Then they were shot right in the forehead. The infected were shot in front of the others, and everyone understood that the next time the sentence could affect him too. The camp residents nicknamed the place the Death Car. Igor Tikhonov smelled the aroma of boiled rice. Bowls of thin gruel were being handed out in the field kitchen. He took his place at the end of a long line, feeling fear and hunger squeeze his insides. Having received his portion and having had some food, the man felt weak. He wanted to rest and get a good night's sleep. He lay down on his mat, huddled against the cold, and closed his eyes. Igor was awakened by a push in the side. An unfamiliar girl was saying something to him, but he could not make out the words because of the respirator. He felt dizzy, sat up, and covered his face with his hands.
The woman stood next to him and insistently repeated,
"Please, come with me to the ambulance car. You are sick. They will give you medicine." Igor looked more closely and noticed a red bandage on the girl's shoulder. Realizing that there was a nurse in front of him, he shook his head. "No, I'm fine. I don't want to go there. I'm healthy. I'm just cold." The girl touched his forehead and took his hand. "You have a fever. Let's go. If it's a cold or the flu, the medicine will help." And if this doesn't happen? Igor Tikhonov asked himself, but he was afraid to say the words out loud. As a doctor, he remembered the symptoms that all those who fell ill had. Chills, high temperature, fever. Then foam would start to appear at the mouth. And then, people would seem to lose their minds and rush at those around them, trying to bite. Very few of those who were sent to quarantine came out alive. So Igor was afraid that if he got into the death car, there would be no turning back.
He stubbornly remained in his place, ignoring the requests of the nurse, who from time to time glanced in the direction of the armed orderlies. A sudden cry of despair attracted the attention of everyone around. A mother was hugging her sick son tightly, while soldiers were trying to take him away to isolate the child. The woman stubbornly refused to give up the boy, screaming and scratching the soldiers. A man stood nearby and also begged them not to take his son. The parents could not believe that their child was dangerous.
One of the soldiers, losing his patience, pushed the woman sharply, and she fell, hitting her head. The man hit the soldier in the face. A fight broke out. A shot rang out, and he fell with a cut stomach.
The witnesses of the incident began to loudly curse the soldiers. Suddenly, panic arose. The soldiers retreated, afraid to face the frightened and angry crowd. The voices of the people became louder and louder. Murderers.
"Why did you drive us here? This metro will become our grave.
In such cramped and stuffy conditions, we will get infected faster. Give me a weapon. I will defend myself." Some people managed to take their things and head along the rails, deciding to survive on their own. Chaos reigned in the underground passage. People grabbed weapons and food. Soldiers opened fire on civilians. A number of fighters, leaving their positions, sided with the rebels. The harmonious Japanese society was collapsing right before our eyes. At that moment, bursts of machine gun fire rang out. The front checkpoint repelled a new zombie attack at the entrance to the subway. The nurse left the cosmonaut for a while and began to help the wounded. Igor looked around and thought to himself, "Yes, this is a really big grave. It's better to take a risk on the street than to slowly die in this dungeon." He made up his mind. Igor stood up and walked into the tunnel. No one called out to him. The man turned on the flashlight on his phone and walked carefully, listening to every sound. About 300 meters away, he saw a motionless human body on the rails. Igor stopped and felt the knife on his belt, a gift from his father, the only thing he could count on. Coming closer, he directed the flashlight at the face of the person lying there. On the ground lay the corpse of an infected person with a broken head. The cosmonaut mentally rejoiced that someone had already met him earlier and continued moving. 20 minutes later, Igor Tikhonov noticed a flickering light in the distance. One of the lanterns with an autonomous power supply was burning on the next platform. When Igor approached the empty, deserted platform and climbed onto it, he heard some noises in the distance. He shone the flashlight and saw a cannibal dragging a woman's body by the leg. Alarmed by the sudden appearance of a man, the infected turned around, released the victim from his hands, and took a step towards Igor. The cosmonaut did not enter into a fight and rushed to the motionless escalator. Having climbed up, he looked back and saw that the cannibal had stopped and returned to the victim's body. A few minutes later, Igor went outside. It was already deep night in Tokyo. The city seemed unusually gloomy to him. Black high-rises, without a single lit window, towered like stone cliffs, and the once bright and lively outdoor advertising was drowning in gray, blurry silhouettes. Igor carefully looked out from his shelter and counted about 20 cannibal figures in the vicinity. Taking advantage of the twilight, he slowly made his way along the street toward his house. He stopped from time to time to suppress a treacherous cough that was getting stronger and stronger. Igor felt a heaviness in his lungs, covered his mouth with his hand. There was a sharp pain in his throat, his chest bent, and the cough became almost soundless. Having caught his breath, the cosmonaut walked on, feeling the cold penetrate his body. Turning right at the crossroads, the man noticed the backs of two infected a few meters ahead. Igor Tikhonov crept up from behind and abruptly drew a knife across the throat of one of them. The second zombie turned around at the same moment, and the blade slashed across his face, leaving a deep wound. The bloody cut further distorted the cannibal's already terrifying face, but this only awakened his rage. Igor stepped back, dodging the attacks, and then thrust the knife hard into the enemy's chest. He fell to the asphalt with a wheeze and quickly fell silent. Igor pulled out his blade when he heard approaching footsteps. The noise of the struggle woke up the infected nearby, and the man was forced to change his route. The cosmonaut rushed back, trying to hide from pursuit through narrow alleys. A sudden shot broke the silence. The man noticed an outline that resembled a motorcycle and fell to the ground. Igor Tikhonov realized that the liquidator robot had discovered him and mistakenly considered him an infected. The city had long been under a curfew, prohibiting people from going outside, so the equipment was destroying everything that moved. Machine gun fire rang out above Igor. Then the sound of breaking glass was heard. The Japanese man understood that he couldn't move, so he continued to lie motionless on the cold asphalt. Suddenly, the robot turned its body in the direction of the new noise. The cosmonaut carefully turned its head and saw that his pursuers had come out of the alley. The zombies were moving toward the sound, unaware of the danger. The liquidator opened fire on them with a machine gun, and Igor decided that this was his chance. He needed to run to the next intersection as quickly as possible, while the robot was busy destroying monsters. The man jumped up and ran as fast as he could. The cannibals were an easy target for the machine. It quickly cut through the crowd, turned towards the fleeing man, and fired another burst. Igor had almost reached the alley when he felt a sharp pain in his leg. The bullet had grazed the skin and touched the muscle. The man disappeared around the corner of the building. Realizing that he could not escape the robot now, the liquidator followed the fleeting target and found himself in an alley. He carefully scanned the area, but the sensors found nothing. Then the motorcycle slowly and silently moved forward, looking for the wounded man. Igor Tikhonov, showing no signs of life, lay under the car and watched as the robot drove past. He was in no hurry to leave his shelter and only got up 10 minutes later. Sitting down on the curb, the cosmonaut examined the wound, tore off the sleeve of his own shirt and bandaged it. After coughing a few times, he continued on his way, hoping to get home in time to recover and gain strength. Igor walked several blocks, feeling the pain in his leg getting worse with every step. He was afraid he wouldn't make it home before morning, so he gathered the last of his body's resources and trudged on, overcoming both the pain and fatigue. To shorten the distance, the man turned off the main street and began to make his way through a residential area. The cough was becoming more and more painful. His chest was constricted, and breathing became difficult. After passing through a narrow passage between the houses, Igor found himself on the next street. He rarely visited this area and stopped to figure out his location. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of hoarse breathing nearby. The cosmonaut turned around and saw an infected man in the darkness, followed by several more.
He hurried to quicken his pace, trying to get away from the zombies or hide in the available alleys. But unfortunately, there was no shelter around. Igor Tikhonov slowed down, noticing several hundred infected ahead, completely occupying the street, stretching for tens of meters. He stopped, looked back, and realized that he was trapped. Igor gripped the knife tightly, firmly deciding that he was not going to give up his life so easily. He cleared his throat loudly and took a deep breath. Having assessed the number of enemies ahead, the descendant of the samurai let out a battle cry and rushed back. The man understood that his chances of surviving in this crowd were small, but there was no other way out. About 15 cannibals were quickly approaching. Igor Tikhonov plunged a knife into the eye of the first infected, then pulled out the blade and slit the throat of the second. He pushed the third one with his shoulder, knocking him down onto the asphalt. One of the zombies suddenly attacked from behind and tried to strangle the man, but the cosmonaut managed to dodge and stabbed his opponent in the stomach. However, this wound did not stop the cannibal, who literally sank his teeth into the man's neck. Igor struck him in the stomach with his elbow, turned around and punched the attacker in the jaw. This confused the aggressor for a while, but the ring of infected was closing in tighter and tighter. The Japanese man noticed a huge crowd of zombies approaching and rushed into a daring attack. He tried to go around several cannibals from the side to break through their ranks, but the injury to his leg slowed him down. A tall woman with disheveled hair and a dried-up laceration on her face stood in Igor's way. Realizing that every second counted, he threw the knife. The blade went deep into her throat, blood flowed from her mouth, and the infected woman, waving her arms, fell on her back.
The man saw free space ahead and sharply accelerated, but suddenly his breath caught, and his vision darkened. A moment of hesitation, and two cannibals blocked the escape route. The infected knocked Igor to the ground. Igor Tikhonov felt a searing pain that engulfed his entire body at once. The cannibal's teeth tore at his face, neck, arms, stomach, and legs. The man screamed with all his might, tears of suffering streaming down his face, but he could not even move under the weight of the beasts. Before losing consciousness due to pain shock, Igor heard a loud wail of sirens and noticed an approaching drone in the sky. Flying over the horrific scene, the drone fired several missiles at living targets, and a barrage of fire destroyed the infected, not allowing them to feast on the already lifeless body of Igor Tikhonov. Chapter 68. Vacation in Mexico. An old, rusty pickup truck sped along a dry, muddy road. Timur Smirnov, captain of the first Martian expedition, was shivering in the back, his back pressed against the cabin. His brother Andy was sitting behind the wheel, and his wife and son were sitting in the passenger seat next to him. Timur wiped the sweat from his forehead with a rag and stretched out his bandaged, injured leg. It was swelteringly hot. The epidemic had caught their family on vacation in Mexico, and instead of enjoying cocktails on the beach, they had to fight for survival by any means necessary. The car in which Timur Smirnov and his family were riding was at the end of a column of 7 cars. They were moving along the highway through the deserted desert. There was not a soul around for many miles. Not fearing attacks by cannibals, the astronaut put his rifle aside and lowered his face under the shade of his hat. The Americans miraculously managed to escape from Veracruz, where a real nightmare reigned. The epidemic quickly engulfed all of Mexico in just a few days. A river of blood flowed through all the city streets, and huge piles of human bodies rotted under the scorching sun. The people who were escaping from this hell were in a hurry to return to America. They were in a hurry to get to the border, where they hoped to receive long-awaited help. There was no connection, but Timur was convinced that the president and the authorities were keeping the situation under control at home and would definitely protect them there. There were at least 100 kilometers left to the border when the engine of the minibus in which the wounded were located suddenly started to boil. The column stopped. Timur limped out of the pickup and approached the driver of the ailing van. "Can we fix it?" "We can try, but the process will take several hours," he replied. "We can't stand it for that long in this scorching sun. There are no shady shelters. The border is not that far away. We need to get out of this damned Mexico as soon as possible." "Let's distribute the wounded among other cars and leave your broken car here." "Okay," said the driver, slamming the hood and opening the door of the minibus. The temperature in the sun exceeded 40 degrees. The cars heated up like frying pans on a hot fire. Taking advantage of the break in the journey, people got out of the cars to stretch their tired legs. A young woman who had lost her father and brother approached Timur. She was returning home with her wounded mother and asked, "Could you share some water? We have no more left." Timur looked at her with sympathy and answered that he probably had some more. He took a bottle of soda from under the seat and handed it to her. "Here, even though it's warm, it's better than nothing." The woman thanked him and promised to give her mother a drink and return the bottle, to which he said to keep it for himself. Timur's eyes found his wife, Letty, and he went up to her. He noticed the pale and exhausted expression on her face and kissed her on the cheek. Letty responded with a sad smile and squeezed his thumb with her small hand. Timur hugged his wife and said, "Hold on, it's not long now." Then he looked at his son Joy, a 7-year-old blonde boy who was drawing funny faces in the sand. It seemed that the child was enduring this whole ordeal easier than the others. At this time, Timur's brother, Kevin, was helping the victims get out of the minibus. Several people were already unable to move and were barely breathing. In the morning, the group had to say goodbye to 2 of the dead. They were buried right in the sand by the side of the road. The rest were suffering from the heat and injuries. "There are several people in very serious condition. I'm not sure if we can take them any further," Kevin said, returning to the pickup. "If we maintain this rhythm for a couple more hours, we will find ourselves at the border." The astronaut touched the wound on his leg and winced in pain. "I don't know if I can hold out for a few hours," Letty whispered softly. She was about to say something else, but instead a dry cough pierced her. "You will definitely cope. You have no other choice." Her husband tried to support her and sprinkled his wife's face with water. "Just a couple of hours and we will be safe." "What makes you so sure that everything is fine in the States?" The epidemic could have reached Texas, California, Florida, and the northern regions. Kevin looked at his bleeding wrist, which was injured by a bite. It could be just a localized outbreak in the Veracruz area. Maybe there was an accident at a pharmaceutical plant, and something dangerous got into the atmosphere. Yes, and suddenly everyone started devouring each other, as if on command. "Did you see how the man in the next room bit his wife to death on the balcony? And what was happening in the city when we left? We all saw it, Kevin. The main thing is that we managed to get out. Neither you nor I can explain this terrible situation. We need to concentrate on the main thing, getting to the border." At that moment, an elderly woman with trembling hands approached them from behind and said bitterly, "What happened to my husband? We buried him somewhere in the desert, in the unknown." Kevin turned and waved his hands in irritation. "Excuse me, What did you suggest? Taking him with us? In such intense heat, he would start to smell bad in just 3 hours. We marked his burial place, so it won't be difficult to find the grave. The woman turned away and began to cry. The heat was getting stronger, creating a tense atmosphere among the survivors. People were at their limit and tried to stay on their feet with all their might. We need to move on.
Everyone get into the cars, Timur announced, and climbed into the back of the pickup truck, where the wounded man from the minibus was already sitting. He was an elderly man who had miraculously been saved from the enraged crowd of cannibals. He was bleeding profusely and could barely speak.
How are you? Hold on, you're doing great.
Timur supported the old man. Meanwhile, the pain in Tikhonov's leg was only getting worse. The cosmonaut tore his pants leg and carefully examined the bite site, which was very swollen and red. The bite had occurred the previous evening, but at first the man did not pay attention to it. Only when a high temperature appeared and the itching became unbearable, Igor realized that the wound had become infected. However, he remained calm, confident that the doctors at the border would quickly provide the necessary assistance. The vehicles set off, Kevin driving ahead, leading the column.
A light breeze touching the body brought some relief, and Timur Smirnov dozed off, hoping to regain some strength. When he woke up, he was surprised to notice that the pickup had stopped. While he was sleeping, the caravan had turned off the abandoned road onto the main highway. But almost at the border, it got stuck in a long traffic jam of vehicles trying to leave Mexico. The checkpoint was barely visible, and Timur could barely make out soldiers with machine guns and several military trucks. Timur looked at the rifle lying nearby in the back of the truck and regretted not getting rid of it sooner. It was with this weapon that he had saved his family, shooting several infected attackers. Now, the gun could become evidence, and the explanations he did not want to give would be inevitable. But the legal side of the matter did not concern him much at the moment, given the gravity of the circumstances in which these deaths had occurred.
Having climbed out of the back,
Timur looked into the cabin and said, "I'll go talk to the guys at the border. Explain the situation." Kevin nodded silently in response, and Letty, holding the dozing Natasha in her arms, wished him luck. The astronaut headed for the post, limping heavily on the leg bitten by the infected. Approaching the car in front, he noticed that there was no driver or passengers. The next car was also empty. Only in the third car did he see people, an elderly married couple who were sitting in their old Ford and praying with their eyes closed. "Hello, can you tell me what happened? Why is there such a traffic jam?" Timur Smirnov asked politely. "They say the border is closed. There is an epidemic in the country, and a quarantine has been introduced. No one is allowed in from Mexico. Soldiers are handing out water and food, ordering people to wait until doctors examine everyone," the elderly man answered.
"You said there's an epidemic in the United States, too?" the astronaut managed to squeeze out, feeling an anxious shiver run down his spine.
"Yes, from Texas to Alaska, and in Canada, and in England, too. It's some kind of terrible disease," whispered the grandmother in the passenger seat. "I see. Thank you," Timur said, staggering, and moved further along the long row of motionless cars. Suddenly, the man felt a sharp nausea. After taking a few steps, he stopped and dropped to his knees. He vomited on the side of the road. Having come to his senses a little, Smirnov stood up, feeling his whole body covered in a feverish heat. Pulling himself together, he walked the last meters, but at the very border, he was stopped by a soldier in a respirator. "Sir, go back to your car and wait your turn," the officer's stern voice sounded. "We need help," the astronaut said with a tremor in his voice. "My wife and son are very weak.
"There are several of us, and some of us are seriously wounded."
"Everything is in order," the military man repeated dryly. I am Colonel Timur Smirnov of the Space Forces. Take me to the commander, the man muttered through his teeth. The officer straightened up, saluted, and reported, "You will be examined immediately, Colonel. I will pass it on to the medical workers. Don't go anywhere. I have orders not to let anyone in without the doctor's consent." The soldier radioed that a medical team was urgently needed. "What's going on here?" Timur Smirnov asked wearily. "A high threat level has been declared in the country. All services are operating in a high alert mode." "Is this a terrorist attack?" "They don't explain anything to us, sir. They ordered the border closed. Texas is under quarantine." At that moment, 2 men in masks and white coats with machine guns ran up to them. Timur noticed traces of fresh blood on the clothes of one of them.
Inspect the colonel's car and provide assistance, the military man ordered.
The Smirnov family was taken to a mobile medical center in the border area. Timur seemed to be half asleep, barely recognizing the doctors and answering indistinctly. He was tormented by dizziness, and his temperature was rapidly rising. He did not understand how he ended up in the ward. When he came to, the man felt a bitter taste in his mouth and quietly said, "Water. Give me water." Footsteps were heard in the room, and soon a light silhouette appeared above him. The medical worker wordlessly handed him a glass of water. Timur tried to move his right hand and suddenly realized that it was handcuffed to the headboard of the bed. "What the hell?" The astronaut croaked quietly and took the glass with his free left hand. Consciousness was gradually returning to him. The man took a sip and looked around the room. He was in a large, dark ward with several rows of beds with patients. Opposite him lay Joy, and next to her son was Natasha. He did not notice Kevin in the room. Igor Tikhonov realized that he was firmly chained by his arm and leg and could not get up. Timur Smirnov finished his water and handed the empty glass to the orderly. "What's going on? I'm Colonel Timur Smirnov of the U.S. Space Force. Release me and my family immediately." "Sorry, Colonel," a muffled voice sounded through the respirator. "But the same rules apply to everyone." "What rules? What am I accused of?" The orderly shrugged his shoulders and answered indifferently, "Nothing." "Then why are you doing this?" The astronaut exploded in rage. "You have no right." The man in the white coat raised his finger to the respirator, and Timur caught a quiet shh. "We have. This is the president's order. Don't make noise, Colonel. You must conserve your strength. You are in the red group, and I cannot let you go. We have a strict quarantine." The orderly turned away and left the room.
Timur watched him helplessly when he heard his son's voice. "Dad, how are you? Why are we handcuffed?"
"It's okay, Joy. Everything will be fine," Timur said meaninglessly, unable to find the words. "My mother and I were given some kind of injection. I called my mother, but she didn't answer." "Don't worry, son. It's medicine. It's necessary. They'll cure us and let us go. We're safe here. We just need to sleep." Timur's eyes were closing heavily after a sleepless night and a terrible day. He was completely exhausted. Before falling asleep, the astronaut noticed the orderlies leaning over one of the couches by the wall. A large, dark-skinned man was lying on it, screaming and trying to break free from his chains. One of the doctors gave him an injection, and after a few moments, the man calmed down. After making sure that the patient was unconscious, the medics unfastened him, loaded him onto a gurney, and wheeled him out of the ward. The orderlies did the same with the other violent patients. A few minutes later, new people took their places. Timur had almost closed his eyes when he suddenly heard several shots. Someone was shooting from a pistol, slowly and rhythmically, as if at targets. "Oh my God, what's going on here? Natasha, Natasha, why is she silent? Where is Roman? I just need to rest. Everything will be fine in the morning." With these thoughts, Timur fell asleep.
Almost a day had passed since he was bitten. The Novaya Zvezda virus was actively multiplying inside, using hemoglobin cells and amino acids. The astronaut's brain was being rebuilt. Many of its parts had already stopped functioning, and after a few hours he could only support basic processes. The virus had penetrated the DNA, captured consciousness, and subjugated the body to its will. Igor Tikhonov woke up in the middle of the night with a strong feeling of hunger.
His eyes could barely make out anything in the darkness, but his sense of smell suddenly became more acute. He took several breaths of the warm night air and tried to move. The handcuffs jingled as the man tried to free himself, but he could not get up. Sergei growled and frantically tossed about on the bed, not realizing what he was doing. Suddenly he caught a subtle, irritating smell that provoked a sharp attack of hunger in him. To the right, on the neighboring bunk, lay a man with a deep wound in his stomach. The bandages were soaked in blood and gave off an unbearably enticing aroma. The astronaut felt a nagging pain throughout his body, but it seemed trivial compared to the torment caused by hunger. Sergei breathed hoarsely and quickly. Suddenly, a child's voice was heard in the ward. "Daddy, Daddy, I'm scared. Mommy was taken somewhere. Can you hear me?" The sound of human speech attracted Igor, but he no longer understood the meaning of the words his son was saying. "Daddy, those people are here again." The astronaut noticed dark silhouettes and bared his teeth. One of the orderlies pressed the patient to the bed. The second immediately gave him an injection. Sergei did not feel anything, but his body seemed to stop obeying him. He could not raise his arm or move his leg. He only breathed hoarsely, looking angrily at the silent figures. They lifted him, laid him on a gurney, and wheeled him out of the ward. No one paid attention, except for the frightened boy, who was crying and shaking with fear. The colonel was taken out of the medical department and driven along a dusty road towards a large excavator. The orderly stopped near a deep pit, which was almost filled to the brim with the bodies of dead people. Two soldiers with weapons stood nearby, smoking and looking at the starry sky. "What? Another one?" came the tired voice of the military man.
"Yes, and a couple more are on the way," the orderly replied, and pushed Timur Smirnov's body off the stretcher. "Oh, that's the same colonel I let through the line," the officer said regretfully. "He was with his family. How are they doing?" The orderly shrugged indifferently and headed back to the ward. The soldier took out his pistol and took the safety off. "It's a pity, of course. Forgive me, Colonel, but there is an order." Smith raised his head with difficulty, and the last thing he saw was a flash of fire. The soldiers dumped his body in a pit that became a mass grave for the infected, shot at the border. Almost full. Another 10 corpses, and it's time to start burying. They'll dig a new one in the morning. I can't get used to this horror. It's already the 3rd day here, like in a horror movie. One of the soldiers finished his cigarette and threw the butt into the pit. The cigarette butt fell on Timur's back and began to slowly smolder. Smirnov lay next to Natasha, whose body had been thrown into the pit about an hour ago. Her heart had failed during the night, and the doctors had not had time to do anything, nor had they tried particularly hard. The woman's face was calm, with a slightly thoughtful and slightly sad expression. Her husband's hand lay on Natasha's shoulder, as if he were gently hugging her in her sleep. It seemed that they had finally found peace after a long and exhausting journey home. Timur had kept the promise he had made to his beloved upon returning from the Martian expedition. He had sworn never to leave her for long, and now nothing could separate them. They lay quietly under the starry Texas sky, and the distant shrill howl of a coyote seemed to warn the survivors that the real test was yet to come. In the furniture store on the 2nd floor of the shopping center, a quiet, even breathing sound could be heard. Night had fallen, and after dinner, everyone had already settled down to rest. Before going to bed, Mikhalich looked in on his granddaughter and shared some comforting news with Andrei and Masha. The girl, was feeling better. Ivan was already asleep, having agreed to change Max in a few hours. The teenager lay motionless, but carefully watched what was happening in the store. Lenya and Kostya were on duty at the entrance to the salon. Christina and Natasha were nearby. The young people had been attracted to each other for a long time, but it had not yet developed into anything serious. The company was talking animatedly, remembering the times when there was no epidemic. Kostya shared a funny story from his first days as a security guard in a large shopping center. The girls listened with pleasure and laughed merrily, and their voices echoed throughout the second floor. At that moment, Kara was coming down the stairs. Hearing familiar laughter, he stopped, listened to the conversations, and, after standing for a while, felt that his irritation with these people had only increased. Kara was a little over 30 years old, 7 of which he spent in prison. He received his first term for a robbery on the street when he stabbed a passerby in the back. The wound was not fatal, so the sentence was only 3 years. After his release, Kara became addicted to drugs, did not have a stable job, and constantly needed money. After committing an armed attack, he was sent to a correctional facility for 8 years. But by a lucky coincidence, he was released under an amnesty and served only 4 years. While his peers were studying at universities and building careers, Kara was going through the harsh school of life behind barbed wire and learned the rules of survival among prisoners well. He turned into a real scoundrel who at any moment exchanged the law for concepts and concepts for personal gain. This criminal was distinguished by cunning, envy, and weakness of spirit. He served the powerful of this world and at the first opportunity humiliated the weak in order to somehow strengthen his own vanity. Hiding in a huge shopping center, Kara felt attracted to Natasha, but even when they were in the same group, the girl showed complete indifference and even some disdain for him. After Kara moved to the 3rd floor after Yakut, Natasha always threw cold and contemptuous glances at the red-haired bandit during random meetings. However, this only fueled his passion. He hated the guys she communicated with and dreamed of getting rid of them as soon as possible. Kara repeatedly tried to convince Yakut to eliminate the men from the 2nd floor, but the leader was more cunning and understood that an open conflict could end in failure. With the new group settling in the furniture store, the situation for Yakut's gang became even more tense. The leader understood that sooner or later there would be a clash, and he was thinking about how to deal with his neighbors more rationally. The experienced prisoner had developed a plan and was going to implement it in the near future, but the appearance of Ivan and Andrei brought chaos to his calculations. This forced Yakut to slow down to watch the newcomers. This greatly angered Kara, who dreamed of shooting everyone except the young girls in order to have fun with them in the last days of his life. He was sure of the imminent fiasco of his opponents, and felt irritated because time was running out, and he did not have time to take advantage of the situation. Now, alcohol and hunting were the only sources of pleasure for him. Kara spent days and nights in a row, getting drunk and shooting at zombies from the roof. There was so much alcohol in the supermarket warehouse that one could get drunk to his heart's content. The prisoner chose the most expensive types of whiskey and brandy, and in the mornings he treated his hangover with a couple of cans of beer to come to his senses. Lately, Yakut had been trying to deprive him of this weakness, trying to maintain discipline in his squad, but this only completely unsettled Kara. He understood that there was nothing left to lose. If not today, then tomorrow, everyone would be engulfed by disaster. The remaining survivors would either be eaten or sooner or later infected. As a child, Kara was a ruthless bully. One day a stray dog bit him on the leg in the yard. In response, he grabbed a stick, broke the animal's paws, and dealt fatal blows. The dog turned out to be rabid,
so the boy was sent to the hospital for treatment. Thus, he developed immunity to the new star, although the man himself did not even suspect this and burned through his life as if every day was his last. Hearing the conversation between the guys, Kara went down to the first floor and went to the supermarket. He limped slightly and occasionally spat bloody saliva on the floor. A few minutes ago, Yakuta had given him a good thrashing in the side. Having finished the last bottle, he decided to get a new one, but the main man in the gang stopped him. Enough drinking. It's time to think about business. You haven't sobered up for a week. Your hands are shaking. How are you going to shoot? Yakut asked. I'm fine. Let go. Kara pushed Yakuta away. Then the leader hit him sharply in the ear, then in the stomach, and started kicking him. Who did you dare raise your hand against, you scoundrel? I'll break you over my knee, skinny. Red, lying on the floor, covered his face with his hands, unable to even resist.
When Yakut's rage subsided a little, he threw Igor Tikhon into the corridor and told him to go somewhere far away to find a new shelter. Walking to the supermarket, the bandit was overcome with anger. He was afraid and at the same time hated Yakut, but was absolutely powerless. Now he was alone. He couldn't go up to the third floor. No one was waiting for him on the second. The man went to the store to buy alcohol and try to think about his next steps. Yakut didn't allow Igor to take the weapon, warning that if he showed up on the floor, he would shoot off his legs and throw him out the window, even alive. As he passed the main entrance, the redhead noticed many infected behind the door. One of the cannibals was staring straight at him, and the man slowed down, stopping. "What are you staring at me for?" he croaked, looking at the zombie.
It occurred to the redhead that the glass on the street side was mirrored, so the infected person could not see what was happening inside, but simply looked at his own reflection.
You clumsy freak. You want to eat me? Forget about it.
He raised his arm bent at the elbow and continued walking. Lighting his way with a dim flashlight, he made his way into the warehouse. Finding a bottle of whiskey, Igor took a few sips and sat down on a box of canned goods. The alcohol burned his insides, but gave him courage.
You're a goat, Yakut. You're sitting in your hole like a rat, and I'll give you some real fun. I'll give them all some fun.
The bandit stood up and began to rummage around the warehouse, throwing everything that came to hand. Finally, he noticed an old Soviet shovel in the corner. After turning it over in his hands, Igor Tikhonov decided that this thing would suit him. Taking a bottle of whiskey with him, he headed for the main entrance of the shopping center.
Igor's thinking was almost as primitive as a zombie's, so he couldn't think of anything better than to open the door and lure the infected inside. He was going to create chaos, so he could take advantage of the situation and catch Natasha while the men fought the monsters. He stuck the shovel between the doors and pushed down on the handle with all his might. The doors moved slightly. He pushed the shovel deeper and pushed again. The mechanism holding the doors broke, and the doors came apart. Several cannibals standing nearby heard the noise and moved towards the passage. Igor hit the one closest to him in the teeth with the shovel, pushed another in the stomach, leaned out into the street and shouted, "Hey, you, come on!" He tried to make sure that the people inside the building did not hear him. Seeing that the crowd of zombies was moving towards the entrance, Igor quickly climbed the stairs to the second floor and calmly walked along the corridor. Approaching the furniture store, he noticed Natasha at the entrance, who was sitting on Lena's lap. The young man, noticing Igor, jumped up and pulled out a gun. What do you want here? We had a deal.
Your people were the first to break the agreement today. The red-haired man, trying to speak louder to attract the attention of the cannibals below, continued. That's why I also decided to take a walk around your floor and, especially, wanted to see you. Beauty. The bandit winked at Natasha and bared his yellow teeth, which had noticeably diminished after meeting Ivan.
Get out of here!
Lenya pointed the gun straight at his opponent's chest.
Fuck you, idiot! You don't dare shoot! You don't have the guts, brat!
Kara, looking over his shoulder at the stairs, spat at Lenya's feet and quickly headed for the gun shop. What's going on here? asked Mikhalich, waking up from the noise.
That red-haired idiot wanted to visit us, answered Lenya, watching Kara walk away. He's drunk. If he comes near again, I'll blow his brains out. That's not the best solution. The old man rose to his feet and approached Lenya. But he broke the agreement. Yes, that's true, said Mikhalich, scratching his stubble. But that's no reason to kill him. You need to be on your guard and not give in to provocations. Lenya was silent, frowning, at a loss for words. The old man looked at Natasha, who was standing behind the guy and pressing herself against his shoulder. Let me keep watch, and you go and rest. The youth disappeared into the gloom of the salon, and Mikhalich remained alone at the entrance. At this time, Kara made his way into the hunting store and frantically examined the shelves, trying to find a suitable weapon. Finally, the light of the flashlight slid over the necessary display case, and the bandit began to prepare for battle. Kara understood that a serious conflict would soon begin, so he needed to act with lightning speed. He loaded 2 traumatic pistols, put the hunting rifle aside, took a couple of magazines with cartridges, and prepared to attack. The cannibals appeared quickly, attracted by the voices and conversations on the second floor. At first, they did not know how to go up and scattered around the first floor. But when the zombies found the stairs, the main part of the group moved up. The infected, one after another, climbed the steps, not yet seeing people but already smelling the scent of living prey. Mikhalich heard a rustling in the corridor and noticed barely distinguishable shadows that looked like people. He decided that Yakut and his 2 accomplices had planned something together with Kara and had also gone down. The man took the gun off his shoulder and calmly asked, "Hey, where are you heading, gentlemen?" But there was no answer, and the shadows were approaching. From the sound of footsteps, he realized that there were too many unexpected guests, even for Yakut's gang. Mikhalich shouted, "Lenya! Kostya! Everyone rise! Alarm! Bring the lanterns here!" Max was the first to respond to what was happening. Keeping his eyes open, he stood guard over the peace of his comrades. The boy ran up to the elderly man and directed the beam of the flashlight along the corridor. What they saw literally made their hair jump up. A crowd of greedy cannibals was coming towards them. The light of the flashlight blinded the zombies for a moment, forcing them to stop. The man nicknamed Mikhalich raised his gun and pulled the trigger. As if on command, the infected rushed to attack them. Andrei and Ivan jumped out of the salon. Lenya and Kostya hurried after them. They opened heavy fire and fought off the first wave of attackers, but the shots attracted the attention of those who remained outside, who were wandering around the entrance to the shopping center. Soon new silhouettes appeared from the darkness in the corridor. Andrei said that the weapon needed to be reloaded, and rushed to the bag with ammunition. Mikhalich and Kostya, having completely emptied their clips, quickly followed the scientist. Ivan and Lenya stayed where they were to continue shooting back, and Max used a flashlight to illuminate the targets. Vorobyov was in no hurry. He tried to let the infected get closer, to be sure to hit them with a sawed-off shotgun. Lenya shot quickly, but his hands were shaking from fear, so the bullets rarely hit the target. Ivan turned to the entrance to the salon and shouted loudly, "We need more light!" A plump cook appeared at the door, holding a powerful flashlight in one hand and a shotgun in the other. The targets became more visible. The bullets pierced the decaying bodies of the cannibals with a penetrating whistle. One of the infected, with wounds on his arm and stomach, stubbornly walked forward towards the people. Ivan took a step and fired a shot right into the attacker's head. The infected's face instantly turned into a sieve, and blood with small pieces of flesh and skin flew in all directions. The people began to push the enemies back to the landing. A real shower of iron and rubber bullets poured down on the walking zombies, which reduced their ranks. Kara, hiding around the corner, watched the bloody fight and saw that his plan was beginning to fall apart. The criminal realized that very soon the men would kill everyone on the second floor, then clear out the first and lock the door. Red decided to intervene.
He shot at the fighters' backs. Because of the loud clang of gunshots, no one heard him hide behind and start shooting. Kara aimed at Lenya's head. The rubber bullet hit him in the back of the head, and the guy collapsed, losing consciousness. The bandit grinned with a satisfied smile and continued shooting from his hiding place.
Several bullets hit the fat man in the leg, back, and neck. As he fell, he passed out and fell on a lantern, which immediately went out. And the corridor was again plunged into darkness. Max, who was in a furniture store, was loading his pistol, and now there was no one to light the battlefield. In the darkness, Kara's bullet accidentally fired, hit Ivan in the shoulder. Vorobyov screamed and dropped the shotgun. Realizing that he could no longer hold a weapon and defend himself, the cosmonaut took Lenya with his good hand, lifted him onto his shoulder, and headed into the furniture store. The zombies, now meeting no resistance, quickly advanced across the floor.
Ivan shouted, dragging the unconscious Lenya into the store.
"Help the cook!" Natasha whispered in despair. "What's wrong with him?" Vorobyov breathed heavily and replied, "While we were fighting back, someone shot us in the back." Kuznetsov ran out of the store and, waving to Max, said, "Shine the light for me." The teenager aimed the beam of the flashlight in the direction from which Kara had shot, but the red-haired man was no longer in the corridor. Andrei tried to lift the cook, but he didn't have enough strength as the fat man was too heavy. Then, the scientist grabbed Sergei by the legs and dragged him into the salon. But the infected, noticing the light, rushed towards the people with redoubled speed. 2 cannibals grabbed the arms and neck of the wounded man, and 3 pounced on Andrei. The scientist hit one of them in the chest with the butt of his rifle, but the other 2 knocked him down.
A few more seconds, and Kuznetsov would have remained cut off from the shelter. But then Max appeared and came to the rescue.
The guy hit one cannibal in the back of the head with the flashlight, kicked the second between the legs and pushed him aside. Andrei stood up and glanced at the cook. He was already being torn apart by hungry zombies. The fat man regained consciousness and screamed wildly, trying to break free from the tenacious grip. He screamed, pushed away a couple of infected, but immediately received a sharp blow from a fist between the shoulder blades. The man's vision darkened. He fell to his knees and saw a huge, ferocious cannibal in front of him. The zombie swung and hit the cook in the face. Blood gushed from Sergei's mouth, and he collapsed like a wounded bull, no longer able to resist the predators. The infected pounced on him from all sides. Now he had become an exquisite dinner for them.
At that moment, Kostya appeared at the entrance to the store with a pistol. But seeing a crowd of cannibals nearby, the guy was overcome with fear and rushed back.
"Hide! They're already here!"
A burst of female screams echoed throughout the room. Natasha jumped out of the salon and headed for the weapons department. Andrei and Max were unable to restrain her. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, they managed to take cover. Yakut and Gray were watching what was happening from above. The bandits did not see the whole picture of the battle, but they understood the scale of the threat hanging over them. Before the zombies reached the 3rd floor, the men managed to collect their things and weapons and move to the roof of the shopping center. Meanwhile, Natasha was moving further and further away from the furniture store. As dusk fell, she shortened her pace and, sobbing, carefully moved blindly. The girl regretted her momentary weakness, because of which she was now alone. But going back seemed even more terrible. Slowly moving forward, she pressed herself against the wall and tried to catch her breath. Suddenly a sharp light hit her eyes, and a moment later a rough hand grabbed Natasha by the hair and threw her to the floor. The bullet charge hit the girl, turned off the flashlight, and the kidnapper, throwing the girl over his shoulder, disappeared inside the weapons department. Chapter 70. Trapped. A group of people were hiding in the depths of the furniture store. In the chaos, they forgot to close the blinds at the entrance, and several infected had already managed to sneak inside,
disappearing into the darkness of the store. A couple stood by the far wall, overcome with fear, but their daughter was not there. No one even noticed how the girl quickly hid in the drawer of the sofa. Kostya was lying under the bed and trying to overcome the trembling.
Ivan hid behind a large armchair and sat Lenya, who was still unconscious, on the floor next to him. Masha, Katya, and Lena hid a little further. Andrei, Max, and Mikhalich were located at the opposite wall of the store behind the kitchen furniture. Christina, hunched over, sat under the table in the middle of the salon, left alone. She was closest to the exit. People tried not to make a sound, and the recent roar of gunshots was replaced by deathly silence. Meanwhile, in the corridor, a brutal fight was raging between the cannibals for the remains of the cook. Those who did not get meat were content to lick the blood from the floor, while others dispersed across the floors in search of new prey. The lantern that Sergei had crushed with his body had now moved aside and was illuminating part of the hall on the second floor. Its light dispelled the darkness in the store a little, so the people hiding in the depths of the salon could see what was happening outside. Ivan put the sawed-off shotgun aside, took out a knife, and carefully moved toward Andrei. Having quickly reached the other wall of the cabin, the cosmonaut looked back and quietly spoke. "Well, what are our thoughts? What are we going to do?" Mikhalich, looking through the glass at the illuminated section of the corridor, where a large group of cannibals had gathered, carefully answered. "We need to lower the blinds, that way they won't be able to find us quickly. Then we should hurry before they get the fat guy," the scientist added. Ivan carefully estimated the distance to the door and began to peer into the dark outlines of the infected, wandering around the entrance to the store. "I'll try to get to the exit quietly and close the door, and you cover me," Vorobyov said quietly. The men nodded silently in agreement, and the cosmonaut headed for the door. After moving a few steps, he crouched, then lay down and began to crawl, not letting go of the knife. A silhouette appeared opposite. Ivan froze. To his right, a young girl walked quietly, her gait unsteady, as if in a dream. She was wearing light blue skinny jeans and a white t-shirt. If it weren't for her severe slouch, her exhausted appearance would be hard to distinguish from an ordinary person. The girl walked in the darkness at random, trying to catch the scent of the people who had disappeared, breathing in the air deeply with her nose. Vorobyov hid behind the back of the office sofa right in front of the infected woman. The woman took a few steps, bumped into the seat, lost her balance, and fell forward, leaning over the sofa. Her head landed right in front of the cosmonaut's face. Vorobyov suddenly shuddered and pressed himself against the back. The zombie opened her mouth, revealing yellowed teeth and inflamed, rotting gums. A moment later, Ivan thrust the knife sharply into her neck. Blood splashed onto the cosmonaut and ran down his chest. He winced, wiped his eyes with his sleeve, and continued to crawl forward slowly. He was only a few steps from the front door, but his way was blocked by 3 cannibals. The cosmonaut glanced back. Through the dim light, he could barely make out the blurred silhouettes of Andrei, Mikhalich, and Max, who were carefully watching his every move. "Well, if anything happens, they'll cover for me," Ivan mentally encouraged himself and rushed to the doorway. With all his might, he plunged the knife up to the hilt into the stomach of the nearest cannibal and sharply pushed him aside. Having kicked the second one in the stomach, Vorobyov threw him into the corridor. Without wasting a second, he jumped up and grabbed the metal blinds. Under his weight, they fell with a loud crash, blocking the entrance to the furniture store. A shot rang out, and the third infected, who was literally a step away from Ivan, fell to the floor with a bullet in his head. Mikhalich breathed a sigh of relief and put away the gun, from the barrel of which a thin smoke was rising. Inside the salon, there was an immediate bustle. The married couple began calling for their daughter. Christina crawled out from under the table, and Kostya crawled out from hiding. Ivan finished off the wounded cannibal, making sure that there were no more threats inside. The zombies in the hall began to knock on the display cases, noticing the noise and movement in the store. Go deeper, into the darkness. Let's not irritate them and attract their attention once again, Andrei said, staring intently at the figures of the cannibals looming outside. Everyone gathered around Lenya's body. Masha examined him and checked his pulse. His heart is beating evenly. His breathing is also. He should come to soon. Mikhalich pulled out a drawer of one of the nightstands and began to rummage through it. We had some pharmaceuticals in our arsenal. Just a second, I'll find some ammonia. They brought a glass bottle to Lenya's face, but the boy did not react to the strong smell. Andrei lifted the wounded man's eyelid and shone a flashlight into his eye. It looks like he has a serious head injury, possibly even a coma. An oppressive silence fell. Everyone considered the crowd of infected that continued to knock on the display cases and wondered what to do next. Vorobyov was the first to break the silence. We have very little time to think. As day comes, the cannibals will become even more active, and we will no longer be able to get out of here. Are you suggesting that we leave right now? Masha asked quietly. If we don't want to lose all daylight hours, then yes, the cosmonaut confirmed. What about him? Max looked at Lenya's serene face, as if he was sleeping. We can't just leave the guy like that. Mikhalich shook his head decisively. Lyudmila, hugging her daughter and crossing herself every time she looked at the zombie, quietly muttered,
We're not going anywhere from here. Just kill these bastards and that's it.
Yes, you have a lot of weapons. Why didn't you shoot them all then?
The husband supported.
Why were you hiding here when we were fighting back?
Andrei couldn't resist.
Even in the darkness, it was clear that Vasily had turned pale and was beginning to stutter. Mikhalich interrupted the conversation, not allowing the conflict to flare up. Now is not the time for quarrels. We need to make a common decision. We have a seriously injured person and no clear plan. Let's think. Offer options. Everyone fell silent again, trying to figure out what was the best thing to do. Igor Tikhonov sat in his chair, thoughtfully scratching his beard. His thoughts were completely occupied with his granddaughter, who was left alone in the dark store and did not know what was happening. If all the doors downstairs are closed, then the aliens couldn't have gotten in from the street themselves, especially in such numbers. Ivan began to reason. That means someone lured them in on purpose. That someone shot at our backs, wounded Lenya, me, and Sergei, not letting us fight off the cannibals' attack. About 10 minutes before this creature appeared, Lenya almost had a quarrel with Kara. He walked past our salon, although we shared floors. Is that the red one on top? Andrei asked. Yes. We already managed to meet him. Vorobyov sighed, remembering how he hit the bandit in the teeth with the butt of his rifle. It's not that easy to deal with the infected, Kuznetsov said coldly, looking towards Vasily and his wife. It's not known how many of them are in the shopping center. Maybe 100, maybe 1,000. The more we shoot, the more of them come running here. We have enough ammunition to break through their lines and leave the building. Tomorrow there will be even more cannons, and at night our chances of leaving will be significantly less. Ivan looked at Masha and looked at his friends. So, we need to leave today, Kostya said, quietly. Igor Tikhonov raised his head and looked at the guy in surprise. And Leonka? He's your friend, Christina whispered. Kostya shrugged his shoulders and answered briefly. It is unknown whether he will ever regain consciousness. After all, people can remain in a coma for years. Christina stood up, looked at the young man with disdain, but did not say anything. Let's wait at least an hour. There's still enough time before dawn. At the same time, let's pack our things and think about the best way to get out of here, Katya suggested. I'm for it, Andrei nodded. I agree, Ivan added. Everyone started getting ready. The 6 backpacks the boys had bought at the hunting store were fully stocked with clothes, ammunition, camping gear, and provisions.
Masha carefully put all the medications stored in the nightstand into a separate bag and put it in Andrei's backpack. Kuznetsov secretly put the ampules of antivirus and the syringe pistol from his case into the same backpack to free his hands. After the gathering was over, the participants discussed the plan of action again. It consisted of eliminating the infected at the entrance to the salon and going down the stairs located in the opposite wing of the mega mall. Along the way, they had to pick up Mikhalich's granddaughter from the store, where Yulia remained locked during her treatment. If we follow logic, if the cannibals went up the stairs on the right, that means they got in through the main entrance, Kuznetsov reasoned. That means we should go to the exit in the other wing. Not many cannibals should have gotten in there in the dark. Perhaps we'll find Natasha there, Christina said hopefully.
It's quite possible, the scientist replied, looking at his watch. More than an hour has already passed. Masha leaned over Lenya, checked his pulse, and tried to bring him back to consciousness again. But neither words, nor light blows to the cheeks, nor ammonia helped. The girl stood up and shook her head. So we're just going to leave him here? They'll eat him. Alive. Christina looked at Mihalich pleadingly. Ivan picked up the knife and muttered, "This is, of course, not the best option, but maybe it would be better to put him out of his suffering. He won't be able to survive anyway." "I won't do that," the old man replied. "Let's hide it then," said a quiet child's voice. Everyone turned to Anya, who was sitting leaning against her mother's shoulder. "Where exactly?" asked Ludmila, frowning. "On the couch, where I hid during the shooting. There's a lot of space there." "That's not a bad idea," Max agreed.
If he does wake up, we just need to leave a note about what happened. "Yes, and let's put a flashlight, a bottle of water, and some food nearby," Katya encouraged. Kostya took a traumatic pistol from his belt and handed it to Mikhalich. "This is his weapon. If Leonka comes to his senses, it will come in handy." Kostya and Ivan carefully pulled out the niche of the sofa, laid the wounded man there, and put a note in one hand and a flashlight in the other. "At least the cannibals won't get to him," Christina said quietly. "It's time to leave," Andrei said. "The main thing now is to clear the exit. There are a lot of cons gathered here. We won't spare the bullets. They won't take us to the other world with them." The men threw their backpacks over their shoulders and took up their weapons, preparing for battle. Even the infected, noticing the people lined up along the display case, froze for a moment. A thin, transparent partition stood between the opponents, separating them.
Ivan took aim and gave the command. "Fire!"
Chapter 71. One important matter. Rain streamed down the windshield of the Jeep in which Albert Borisovich was returning home. He had to make a long detour around Novosibirsk to get to his cottage along the bypass roads. Under cover of late night, he drove up to the village and noticed the open gates at the entrance. Darkness reigned in the guard's booth. The professor pressed the gas pedal and turned onto the main street. Darkness surrounded everything around. Only the headlights dimly illuminated the road, breaking through the curtain of rain. Khaimovich fought sleepiness, but his eyes lifted themselves. The professor yawned widely and suddenly saw a silhouette of a man flash in front of the car. Albert Borisovich sharply turned the steering wheel to the side, but it was too late. The car caught the stranger with its bumper, and he was thrown to the side of the road.
"It wasn't meant to be," the professor muttered quietly through his teeth.
He didn't stop, calmly continuing to move. For the one who had unleashed a dangerous virus and brought civilization to the brink of survival, the death of one poor man under the wheels was insignificant. Finally,
Igor Tikhonov stopped the car near his country house and parked it so that the car would hide him from the street while the professor opened the gate. Having opened the gate, Albert Borisovich swung open the massive doors, drove the jeep into the yard, and locked all the locks. Despite the drizzling rain, the scientist was in no hurry to enter, but walked around the house, carefully listening to the surrounding sounds. Not finding anything unusual, Igor opened the front door and crossed the threshold. Taking off his shoes, he silently entered the room. Everything around remained the same as on the day of his departure, except for a thin dust covering the surface of the work table. Having illuminated every corner with a flashlight and making sure that there were no uninvited visitors, Albert Borisovich headed down to the laboratory. A little tired, he sank into his favorite chair, feeling a long-awaited sense of security. Finally, his long and exhausting journey was over, and he returned to where it all began. The exhausting flights left the scientist deeply tired. After sitting in silence for a couple of minutes, Igor realized that he did not even have the strength to cook dinner. Throwing off his wet clothes, he went upstairs and collapsed on the bed without undressing. Albert Borisovich slept soundly and woke up closer to evening. It was still dark in the house because the roller shutters protecting the windows did not let in the sun's rays. The professor glanced at his watch, lay there a little longer, recalling the events of the previous evening, and then stretched and got out of bed. The scientist calmly went down to the laboratory and turned on the generator. The hum of the equipment sounded faintly, and the autonomous life support system began to come back to life. Igor Tikhonov pressed the switch, and the lamps on the ceiling immediately lit up. "There's electricity. I'll check the hot water now," he said out loud. Albert Borisovich went up to the house, went into the bathroom, and turned on the tap. The water gradually began to heat up, and he headed for the shower. After he washed and shaved, Khaimovich began preparing breakfast. In advance, he had made a large supply of long-term storage products, with which he could easily live the entire winter. The professor carefully prepared for life outside of civilization. He had enough food, water, medicine, and an autonomous power supply. From the outside, a high fence, window blinds, and steel doors reliably protected the house from the infected, and surveillance cameras placed around the perimeter showed the entire situation around. At breakfast, Albert Borisovich began to talk out loud about his future plans. "I wonder how Andrei is doing. If he's not stupid, he'll definitely survive, because I gave him the vaccine and instructions. I hope he's saved Dodge. I started to miss him. Besides, a little company wouldn't hurt at all." Having finished his lunch, Igor Tikhonov went down to the basement and turned on the monitor. All the cameras were functioning normally. Not a single person was visible in the yard or around the house. The scientist got dressed and went outside. The rain had already stopped, and the professor was happily breathing in the fresh summer air. Water was still dripping from the leaves of the trees, but the sun had already peeked out from behind the clouds and began to pierce with its rays. Albert Borisovich started the car and headed towards Roman's house. The city had changed a lot during the scientist's absence. Fires were burning in the streets. Bodies were lying around. The noise of helicopters could sometimes be heard, and the roads were clogged with abandoned cars and public transport. Here and there, groups of infected people flashed by, while healthy people hid in shelters. Because of the traffic jams, the professor stopped several times and chose other routes, trying to get around the congestion. Finally, the researcher turned into Andrei's yard and parked the car right next to the entrance, in front of which several bloated bodies lay on the asphalt. Igor Tikhonov hid the traumatic pistol in his belt, put the stun gun in his pocket, and, grabbing a machete, got out of the car. He closed the door, but did not turn off the engine. Carefully opening the door, Igor looked into the entrance. It was dark and quiet there. Turning on the flashlight, the professor began to climb the stairs. Having reached the right floor, he knocked on Kuznetsov's door and listened. There was no answer. He pounded his fist vigorously several times, but got no reaction. Igor expected to hear at least the bark of a dog, but it was lifelessly empty. A thought flashed through his mind. Where could the owner and his pet have gone? Should he wait here, or look for them in another way? While he was thinking, his attention was drawn to the creak of an opening door behind him. The professor turned around and saw that the neighboring apartment was slightly open, and a little girl was peeking out from there. The child looked at the stranger with curiosity and asked, "Uncle, are you a doctor?" "What happened?" Igor asked. "Mom and Dad are sick, and I can't get through to the ambulance." Lowering her head, the girl sniffled, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "Let me try to help," said the researcher, taking a step forward, but the child got scared and closed the door. "Well, as you wish, it's your decision." Igor shrugged and went down the stairs. A plaintive child's voice came from the apartment. "Wait." Igor Tikhonov froze, took a deep breath, and turned around. "Well?" he asked briefly. The girl moved further into the corridor, letting the unfamiliar man into the house. The professor heard a strong cough and went to the room from which the sound came. A man and a woman were lying on the bed. Fever was tormenting their bodies. They were delirious and did not react to their surroundings. Igor Tikhonov realized that the infection would end no later than in an hour. "Mom, Dad, don't leave me," the girl whispered softly and gently stroked the woman's head. The infected woman shuddered and inhaled with effort. The child climbed onto the bed, pressed himself against his mother, and held his father's hand. Igor Tikhonov watched this with apprehension, trying not to show his excitement.
"What's your name?"
he asked.
Tanya.
She answered.
"Listen, Tanya. Please leave the room and close the door. I know how to help your parents."
A ray of hope lit up her eyes and a smile appeared on her face.
Really?
She asked.
"Yes, believe me, they will get much better,"
the professor confidently declared. The child kissed his parents on the forehead one by one, carefully got off the bed, and headed into the hallway. Khaimovich closed the door behind him and propped it up with a chair, so that Tanya wouldn't accidentally come in. The scientist carefully examined the patients again. The professor regretted not taking the vaccine from the lab, although he understood that the process was most likely irreversible in this situation. Albert Borisovich swung the machete and powerfully ran it across the woman's neck. Bright red blood gushed from the deep wound, splashing onto the walls and white satin sheets. The body jerked convulsively, and a few seconds later the torment stopped. At that very moment the man came to his senses, saw his bloody wife and the stranger with a raised blade above him. The girl's father tried to say something, but from fear, only incoherent sounds came out of his throat. He desperately shook his head, stretched out his hand forward, but it was too late. With one blow, Khaimovich severed the man's head. After that, the professor carefully wiped the machete on a clean part of the sheet and looked around the room. The previously cozy bedroom of a loving couple now resembled a place of brutal massacre. Albert Borisovich took one last look at the bodies, went out into the corridor, and immediately slammed the door behind him. Tanya ran out of her room and looked at the scientist with big, tear-filled eyes, in which a glimmer of hope still warmed. Khaimovich looked away and quietly asked, "Do you have anyone else close?" The girl thought for a moment and answered, "Grandma. She was, but she passed away in the winter. I don't know anyone else close to me." "And Mom and Dad, did you help them?" He helped. Now they are with their grandmother. The girl screamed sharply and rushed towards her parents' room. The professor managed to grab her hand and stop her. "Stop. You can't go there." No, let me go to my mother. Please. You can't stay here. I can take you to a safe place. Albert Borisovich pulled her away from the door and opened the entrance. The child continued to cry and scream, trying to break free and enter the room. Khaimovich pressed her tightly against the wall, took her by the shoulders, and sat down next to her. Looking Tanya straight in the eyes, he slowly said, "The infection is irreversible. Soon everyone will die. Only I can help you. We need to decide now."
The professor let go of the girl and opened the door to its full height. At that moment, a lock clicked from above, a scream and the sound of footsteps were heard. A plump woman in a bloody yellow robe was descending the stairs, tripped and fell onto the landing. Her infected husband was rushing after her. As she fell, the woman received a blow to the head but did not lose consciousness. Blood slowly flowed down her face from a wound on her forehead in a thin stream. Hearing the steps of her pursuer, she groaned and tried to rise, leaning on her hands and kneeling. At that moment, the cannibal fell on top of her and sank his teeth into her neck. Under the weight of the attacker, the woman collapsed to the floor again. The fight unfolded right at the open door of the apartment where the professor and the girl were. Natasha watched in fear as the infected first stunned his neighbor with a blow from his hand, and then tore off pieces of her face.
Albert Borisovich looked at Natasha and calmly said, "Look, this is what I was talking about. This is an infection. Soon all people will become like this. Your parents are already infected and would have eaten you. If you stay here, you will become infected and start eating people. I alone can save you." The cannibal heard human speech, tore himself away from his wife's body and turned his blood-covered muzzle towards those nearby. Natasha turned pale with horror. The zombie bared his teeth at the sight of new victims. Sergei took a machete from his belt and stepped over the threshold. The infected man rose to his full height and swung his arm to strike. The blade, gleaming with steel with which the scientist had killed the girl's parents, cut the infected man's face.
Albert Borisovich kicked the cannibal's body, making sure he was dead, and turned to the girl. "Well, shall we go?" Natasha glanced apprehensively at her parents' bedroom once more, and then turned her gaze to the professor. "I have nothing more to do here. I'm leaving, with or without you," said Khaimovich, turning away, and calmly began to descend the stairs. The girl panicked and began to breathe heavily, holding back tears. "Wait, I'm with you. I'll just get it now." Tanya rushed into her room, opened a desk drawer, and took an album of drawings. Putting it under her arm, she grabbed a gray plush rabbit from the bed and ran out into the hallway. Stopping, she took an electronic photo frame from the wall to look at her parents' happy faces. After a few seconds of thought, Tanya turned on tiptoe and headed for the bedroom. Opening the door, she saw a bloody bed where the lifeless bodies of her father and mother lay. The woman's hand hung limply from the bed, her fingers lightly touching the floor. The girl swallowed the lump in her throat, closed the door, and left the apartment. Albert Borisovich was waiting for her at the entrance, leaning on the railing. They went outside and walked quickly to the car. The professor opened the door and said, "Get in here." Tanya was silent, sitting in the car and looking away, shaking with sobs, looking at the windows of her apartment. The car left the yard and carefully drove around the cars scattered on the streets. As they moved through the city, Tanya looked out the window, not saying a word. On the way to the shelter, she had to see many terrible scenes. In a dark passage, several men were brutally beating a bloodthirsty man, and on one of the streets a woman jumped from a third-floor balcony in despair, trying to get away from infected family members. What happened to her next, the girl did not find out,
since Timur Smirnov turned into a narrow alley.
Shots, screams, cannibal attacks, the noise of helicopters and many bodies on the streets. This is how Tanya saw her native Novosibirsk for the first time. Her parents forbade her to leave the house for the last 2 weeks, hoping that the concrete walls and iron doors would protect them all. Now the girl saw with her own eyes the cruel and rapidly changing reality. "What is your name?" the child suddenly asked, breaking the professor's silence. You can call me Albert Borisovich, or just Professor, whichever is more convenient for you." "Are you really a real professor?" "Of course. Real in every sense." "Where are we heading?" "To my home. Only there is a chance to survive. It's the only safe place I know in this city." "Why did you take me with you?" The professor spent a long time choosing the words to answer the child's simple, yet complex question. Soon, noticing Tanya, fragments of memories of a short meeting that had happened several years ago stirred in his memory.
During a walk with Dodge in the park, Khaimovich met a woman with her daughter. He immediately recognized his first love from his student years. In their last year, they even discussed marriage. But one evening, the professor confessed that he wanted to devote himself entirely to science, and family and children were not for him. Soon their paths diverged. Many years later, the professor saw his former fiancée again, on a walk with his daughter, who was strikingly similar to her mother. Their eyes met. The woman nodded slightly, took the child by the hand, and went the other way. Looking after them, Albert Borisovich thought sadly that this could have been his family, but fate decreed otherwise. Over time, Khaimovich was left without a family and without significant achievements. Perhaps, if there had been family and friends nearby, ready to support him in difficult moments, the tragedy associated with the epidemic could have been avoided. However, the professor found himself alone, exhausted and offended by everyone around him. Tanya reminded him of that same girl in the park, and deep in Khaimovich's soul, paternal feelings awakened that he had never experienced before. When Igor Tikhonov saw her parents, he immediately understood this girl would become the first victim when the infection spread to everyone. Now he became her only hope for salvation. Perhaps if the scientist had not come to Tanya's apartment but simply left, he would not be tormented by such thoughts now. In the end, the professor managed to answer, "I decided that I needed to do something good in life. For example, save a child, so I did it." "Do you rarely do good deeds?" For someone your age, you ask some tough questions. Why? The professor did not answer right away. In the rearview mirror, Igor Tikhonov noticed a group of cannibals chasing the car. Accelerating and breaking away from their pursuers, he asked, "What were we talking about?" "You said I ask difficult questions. So do you do good things more often or bad things?" "Everything is relative. You don't have to be afraid of me. Now we're going to a shelter where there is medicine, and you won't get infected with the disease that took your parents." Having reached the country laboratory, the professor parked the car on the property and entered the house with the girl. Leaving Tanya in the room, he first went down to the bunker for the antivirus. Returning, he filled the syringe pistol with medicine and said with a friendly smile, "I'll give you an injection. It won't hurt." The girl obediently extended her hand, frowning slightly when there was a click. "Everything is fine now. Are you hungry?" "Yes. I haven't eaten for 2 days." After eating,
Tanya curled up in a huge chair and quickly dozed off. She hugged tightly a gray plush bunny that her dad had won at a shooting gallery when the whole family was walking in an amusement park. Now this toy has become one of the few memories of her former happy childhood. Chapter 72. Lust. Reaching the tourist shop, Kara turned off the flashlight and entered through the torn-up display case. Carefully laying the girl on the cash register counter, he breathed a sigh of relief. The man carefully examined his temporary shelter and was pleased with it. Complete darkness hid them from prying eyes. The red-haired man gently patted Natasha on the cheeks and quietly whispered, "Hey, wake up. Hello." The girl did not answer. Kara put his ear to her chest and heard her quiet breathing. The man felt the warmth coming from Natasha's body and sighed heavily. "Damn, I put her to bed so well. Now she definitely won't come to her senses until the morning," the criminal muttered anxiously. However, after about 20 minutes, Kara caught a faint cough and noticed that the captive had moved slightly. The man's eyes had already gotten used to the darkness a little. He could easily make out a slender silhouette on the counter. The redhead placed the flashlight on the display case and leaned towards the girl's face. "Quiet. If you make a peep, I'll kill you." Natasha opened her eyes but couldn't see anything, but immediately felt the sharp smell of fumes. A hoarse and rough voice came from the darkness. "You're safe here, but the corridor is full of predators. They've already dealt with your friends. I witnessed it. What do you want from me? So that she doesn't pester me with stupid questions and doesn't make noise. Then I'll help us get out of this mess, which you arranged?" The girl began to discern Kara's silhouette nearby and was afraid to get up. Suddenly there was a rustling sound in the corridor. The bandit looked back and went to the broken window. Natasha quietly rose and slid silently off the table. "I don't advise trying to escape," came an angry whisper. The girl froze. Disgust for the bandit gave her strength, and she answered loudly, "Leave me alone or I'll scream." "Fool," he chuckled. "I have enough weapons here to not be afraid of animals, and I can easily leave you to be dealt with. I'd rather die than let anyone touch me, you bastard. Now I'm going to touch you so much." The redhead took a decisive step and grabbed Natasha by the hair, throwing her onto the table. She turned around and deftly hit Kara in the face. Her nails tore the skin on the bandit's cheek, almost hitting his eye. The enraged man responded with a heavy slap, which made the girl's eyes swim. The redhead got excited and could no longer stop. "You didn't want to come to a peaceful agreement, so we'll have to do it differently. No one here is going to take care of you," Kara wheezed, tearing the t-shirt on the blonde's chest. Natasha writhed, screamed, and twitched, trying to break free from his grip. But the bandit pressed his palm over her mouth so hard that she almost choked. The redhead unbuttoned his pants and, leaning all his weight on the girl, brutally entered her. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and her chest trembled from silent sobbing with each of his thrusts. Kara was so absorbed in what was happening that he forgot about caution. The redhead was enjoying his feeling of power, having finally achieved what he had wanted for so long. Natasha stopped resisting, trying to simply wait out this horror. Looking into the void, she noticed several shadows in the corridor that stopped next to the broken glass of the display case. The captive moaned with effort, trying to attract attention. This only provoked the rapist, and he greedily squeezed her breast. Kara's passion was approaching its peak, when suddenly he screamed in wild pain. The redhead jumped away from the girl and tried to push away the cannibal who had grabbed his neck. Natasha, feeling free, rolled over and jumped behind the counter. She noticed that Kara was surrounded by 3 cannibals and, grabbing a flashlight from the table, crept behind the display cases to the exit, quickly breaking out into the corridor. Finding herself opposite a sporting goods store, the girl saw an open door and quickly disappeared inside. Having reached the fitting room, she hid in one of the booths. Natasha sat down on a soft ottoman, clasped her head in her hands, and cried. Several minutes passed in such silence. Finally, she calmed down a little and began to think about her next steps. The girl could not decide what she was more afraid of, her rapist or the cannibals who were now tearing him apart. In any case, Natasha understood that it was extremely dangerous to stay here for long. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a cannonade of gunshots and the sound of breaking glass. Chapter 73. Escape to Nowhere. Several hunting rifles fired simultaneously, shattering the furniture store window into tiny pieces. Several infected fell to the floor, but the rest rushed toward the noise. There were so many cannibals that at first the people could not take a single step forward. However, the men did not spare their bullets and met the enemies with a real barrage of shots, soon clearing a small space for retreat. Igor, Andrei, Mikhalichaya, Max and Kostya were the first to get out into the corridor, continuing to fire at the advancing zombies. Masha, Katya, and Christina walked behind them, lighting the way with flashlights. Lena and Anya hurried out of the store after them. The last to appear, trembling and stumbling with fear, were Lyudmila and Vasily. Igor and Mikhalich, having reloaded their guns, began to quickly move along the corridor towards the store where the old man's granddaughter was. Max and Andrei brought up the rear of the group, reliably covering the rest from the rear. "Faster, faster, don't fall behind," Vorobyov commanded, quickly walking forward. Mikhalich noticed Yulia's silhouette from afar, who pressed herself against the glass, trying to see what was happening in the corridor. The old man took out the keys, but because his hands were shaking, he was not able to open the lock right away. The others took up a circular defense, shooting at everything that moved. Finally, Mikhalich opened the door and hugged his granddaughter tightly. Masha hurried to the girl, quickly examined her and made a sign to Kuznetsov that she was okay. "Run to the stairs, stick together," Igor shouted, firing a shot straight into the face of another infected. There were few cannibals ahead, so the group moved quickly along the floor. Suddenly, Igor Tikhonov noticed a shadow that jumped out of the store and pointed the barrel in its direction. He fired, but the bullet broke the glass just above the silhouette's head, and at that moment, a woman's scream was heard.
Don't shoot, it's me!
Christina aimed the flashlight and saw Natasha's frightened face. The girl hugged her friend tightly and quietly whispered,
I already thought you were killed.
In response, Mikhalich's hoarse voice was heard. "Keep up!" The men reached the stairs leading to the first floor, where a large crowd of cannibals stood in front of them, blocking the way down. Andrei shouted, reloading the sawed-off shotgun,
Shine in their eyes!
The girls illuminated the infected with powerful beams of flashlights, blinding them. The men, without losing a minute, began shooting at the cannibals from above, and slowly descended the stairs. Mikhalich turned to Vasily. "We'll clear the exit, and you make sure no one gets in from the other side," and patted him on the shoulder. Ivan, Andrei, Kostya, and Max were already on the first floor, finishing off the remaining zombies. Mikhalich quickly went down, followed by 4 girls. Vasily stayed to guard his wife Anya, Lena, and Yulia on the second floor near the stairs. His palms were damp with sweat. He was tightly clutching the traumatic pistol, from which he had not yet fired a single shot, preferring to stay behind while the other men shot the attackers. Below, the fierce battle between the living and the infected continued. But thanks to firearms and well-coordinated teamwork, the friends quickly gained the upper hand over the cannibals. Ivan fired a shotgun through a wide window and climbed out of the mall. It was raining heavily outside, and a light breeze was picking up. The sky was covered with thick clouds all the way to the horizon, and an unusual darkness reigned all around. But gentle reflections of the rising sun were already breaking through ahead.
Several soaking wet cannibals were wandering around nearby. Andrei and Max stood next to Ivan, carefully studying the situation. "We can deal with these with knives, we're running out of ammo," suggested Kuznetsov, taking a blade out of its sheath. "Okay, go ahead," nodded Vorobyov. At that moment, Mikulich, standing by the broken window, loudly addressed the others upstairs. "Get down! It's time to leave!" Yulia and Lena were the first to step onto the stairs, at the very bottom of which lay a pile of bodies. To get down, the girls had to move forward, stepping on the backs, stomachs, and heads of the dead cannibals. When Yulia and Lena reached the first floor, everyone except Mikulich had already gone outside.
"Let's hurry up, we need to leave before dawn," shouted old man Vasily, and stepped into the doorway. Ludmila only reached the middle of the stairs and stopped in a daze, unable to take another step. The woman fanatically crossed herself, but this did not help her overcome her horror and stomp onto the mountain of dead bodies. "Darling, be braver. They are no longer dangerous," her husband supported her. "Mom, don't be scared. Look, like this." Anya easily jumped over the cannibal's body blocking the stairs and began to carefully step over the zombie carcasses. Ludmila, following her daughter, took a timid step, overcoming her inner fear and disgust. She pushed the dead man aside with her shoe toe so as not to accidentally step on it and held tightly to the railing with one hand, afraid of losing her balance. When Anya had almost reached the bottom floor, a cold, dry, cracked skin of a bony hand grabbed her ankle and pulled her back sharply. The girl could not hold on and fell right into the motionless mass of the dead. The cannibal who had grabbed the child was wounded and regained consciousness just as the girl stepped on his stomach. He rose abruptly and covered her with his body, trying to pull her into a trap. Ludmila screamed in horror, and immediately behind her she heard a shot. She turned around and saw her husband Vasily, who stretched out his hand and aimed into the dark space. While Anya was going down, Vasily noticed movement in the corridor on the second floor. Looking closer, the man saw two cannibals rapidly approaching him. Finding himself face to face with them, he panicked and began shooting almost blindly. His hand was shaking and the bullets missed. Only when one of the cannibals came very close, Vasily fired the last bullet straight into the head. The zombie collapsed, but the second immediately pounced on the unarmed Vasily. A desperate fight began between them on the floor. Ludmila was completely confused and tossed her head around, not understanding what to do. The zombie sank his teeth even deeper into the child's neck, paying no attention to anything. Ludmila fell on him, squeezed his throat hard with her hands, and began to push to the side. The infected man loosened his grip. The woman pulled harder, tore him away from her daughter, and threw him on his side. Lena ran to the stairs, pulled Anya out, and dragged her away from the dead. Ludmila, struggling with the infected, was only gaining strength with each passing second. The maternal instinct turned the frightened woman into a fierce protector. Letting out a wild scream, she abruptly jerked the cannibal's head towards herself and turned it to the side. There was a crunch, and the cannibal, with a broken neck, froze, his mouth open, covered in children's blood. Mikhailek, Masha, and Max returned to the shopping center. Ludmila, not hiding her tears, ran up to her daughter, over whom Lena was bending. The girl was trying to stop the blood that was gushing from a deep wound on Anya's neck. At that moment, Vasily's quick footsteps were heard on the stairs. The man dealt with the cannibal, hitting him on the head with the handle of his pistol. Despite the long fight, the cannibal did not leave a single scratch on Vasily's body. Masha took off your sweatshirt, wet from the rain, and pressed the bite mark on the child's throat. Lyudmila was sobbing, squeezing Anya's hand, and Vasily, standing a few steps away, did not dare to come closer. Anya's breathing became heavier. A weak cough escaped from her chest. She looked at her mother with fear, but could not say anything. Gradually, the bleeding decreased, and the girl noticeably turned pale, trembled, and sighed quietly. A gurgling sound was heard from her throat, and a thin stream of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Anya's gaze lingered on her mother's sobbing face and dimmed. A tear rolled down Masha's cheek, and she quietly said, "The artery is bitten. It's all too late." Lyudmila collapsed on the floor next to her daughter's lifeless body, began to roll on the ground and scream out terrible moans. Lena closed her eyes, looking at Anya's motionless face, and turned away. No one noticed the painful rustling on the stairs leading to the basement. Suddenly Max, noticing movement from the corner of his eye, pointed the flashlight down and immediately prepared to shoot. A new group of cannibals crawled out of the basement. One shot rang out, then another. Mikhalich grabbed his weapon and fired all the remaining bullets, but this did not scare off the infected for long. "We must leave. We can't stay here any longer," said the old man, looking around. "No, take me away from here. I will die with her," Lyudmila said, sobbing. "Darling, she can't be brought back. Get up," Vasily tried to convince his wife. Masha came to help him.
"What's going on?"
shouted Andrei, who returned after hearing the shots. "I won't leave her here even if they kill her," she replied through tears. "Her spirit is already in heaven. Please, let's go," Vasily begged, and with some effort led his wife to the exit. Everyone ran out into the street and, stomping through puddles, rushed away from the place that yesterday seemed like a safe shelter. Rainwater mixed with crying flowed down Lyudmila's cheeks. She stopped realizing what was happening and simply walked in the general crowd, supported by her husband's arm. The cannibals, appearing from the lower floor, smelled the blood and approached the motionless Anya. The girl held back the zombies from pursuing the running people. The infected bent down around the still warm child's body, began to lick the blood from the floor and bite the still warm corpse. While they were tearing her apart, the mother's soul was torn apart in Lyudmila's chest from deep grief.
Chapter 74. The Night of the Death Screams. Having achieved what he wanted, Kara completely lost his vigilance. While raping Natasha, he forgot about safety, and the cannibals freely burst into the tourist shop, catching the bandit by surprise. Closing his eyes in pleasure and feeling the girl's soft body under him, the red-haired man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. At that moment, strong hands squeezed his head and knocked the man to the floor. For a moment, Kara was overcome with fear, but then it was replaced by rage. From a victim, the bandit instantly turned into a predator. Rolling over onto his back, he pushed the attacker away with his feet and crawled to the wall. In the darkness, the zombies lost sight of him for a while, which gave the red-haired man the opportunity to get up. He stood up, pressing his back against a rack with neatly folded tents and sleeping bags. There was no weapon nearby, and then the man began throwing camping equipment at the cannibals, trying to somehow stop their attack. Kara accidentally noticed the silhouette of a woman running out of the store and immediately recognized Natasha among the bandits. However, at the moment his thoughts were focused on the three cannibals and not on the fleeing acquaintance. Retreating along the wall under the onslaught of cannibals, he was forced to repel the attacks, using everything that came to hand, because the infected were pushing him away from the counters with cold and firearms. In the corner of the room, he noticed knightly armor and various medieval weapons, which now served more as decoration than combat items. The red-haired man took a flail from a hook and jumped to the side, tightly clutching the wooden handle, covered in calfskin, to which a short steel chain with an iron ball on the end was attached. Kara swung the weapon from side to side, creating a terrifying, drawn-out hum when the flail quickly cut through the air. Despite the unconsciousness of the danger and guided by simple instinct, the zombies rushed forward without fear. Having let the enemies get close enough, the bandit abruptly brought the spiked metal ball down on the head of the nearest cannibal. From the powerful blow, the cannibal's skull burst like an overripe head of cabbage. Letting out a battle cry, Kara rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. The flail pierced the chest of the second infected and,
like an axe, smashed the face of the third, leaving no chance for the opponents. Red stood in the center of the store, breathing heavily and lowering his flail. 2 zombies were instantly destroyed, and the third made a weak sound, reminiscent of something between a groan and a growl. Kara felt a sharp burning sensation on his neck and carefully touched the wound.
The bite was deep, blood continuously flowed down the skin, not having time to clot.
"Oh, you bastard! How painfully you bit me! Now it's definitely the end for me,"
muttered the bandit. He approached the infected man, lying face down, and turned him over onto his back. The redhead recognized the attacking cannibal, who had stabbed him from behind. The criminal smiled ominously. "Still alive, dog. Don't rush to die. I'm not done with you yet." A sadistic light flashed in Kara's eyes, and swinging his arm, the man hit the infected man's ribs with a flail. Then, the bandit methodically crushed the joints on his arms and legs, broke the bones, turning the limbs into a bloody mess. A few minutes later, the redhead wiped the sweat from his forehead and listened. Despite the terrible wounds, the zombie continued to breathe. His body was incredibly resilient, and despite the pain, the cannibal's hunger remained stronger.
"Wow, this is just the beginning."
"No, it's time to finish. I need to find my girlfriend and continue what you, bastard, interrupted. Although, perhaps, we still have a couple of minutes. I don't want to give you an easy death." The infected person did not understand the words, could no longer move, but his eyes persistently did not tear themselves away from the person. Kara looked around, scratched the back of his head as if considering the task at hand, then clicked his tongue and calmly walked over to one of the display cases. He pulled a small box off the shelf, carefully opened it, and pulled out a folded pocket handsaw. Returning to the wounded zombie lying on its back, Kara threaded the saw under the back of its head, pulled it taut, and, bracing his foot against the monster's chest, began to slowly and methodically saw off its head. The small steel teeth cut through the skin and into the flesh in one motion. The blade glided almost silently for a few moments until it reached the cervical vertebrae.
When it touched the bone, the saw began to make a dull, slightly purring sound, like a cat happily devouring a fish. The bandit was enjoying the whole process no less, looking straight into the eyes of the cannibal, who was writhing in convulsions. The infected man's mouth opened wide, his tongue lolled out, and a few seconds later the head separated from the body. Having cut the last fibers of skin, Kara threw the saw aside and carefully examined the result of his painstaking work. The monster's head, with its eyes wide open and its mouth slightly open, silently looked at the man, but without breathing. The redhead kicked the cannibal in the temple, and the head flew out into the corridor through the broken glass of the display case. "Goal!" Kara shouted joyfully, and began to run around in place. However, the joy soon turned to alarm when dozens of shots suddenly rang out in the corridor. The attacker ran to the display case with guns and grabbed the first carbine he came across. Having climbed over the counter, he hastily searched for cartridges, which were difficult to see in the darkness. At this time, the sound of gunshots grew louder. Someone was moving rapidly along the corridor, destroying everything in their path. Kara finally found a box with the necessary ammunition, loaded the gun, and, hiding behind the counter, prepared to fight back. But passers-by rushed past the gun shop so quickly that the bandit did not have time to blink. The shots moved away, becoming less frequent and quieter. The red-haired man emerged from behind the counter and peered cautiously into the corridor. Having looked around very carefully and not finding anyone, he slowly headed towards the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. On the way, he repeatedly had to step over the many bodies left by Ivanov, Andrei, and others. But not all the cannibals died immediately. Some were groaning loudly, having received terrible wounds. Nevertheless, they tried to move towards the sounds of human footsteps. Passing by a furniture store, Kara noticed the broken glass of a display case and a crowd of dead people in front of it. Quickly reaching the stairs, the bandit saw two silhouettes of the infected. Deciding to save ammunition, the red-haired man pierced the stomach of the first cannibal with the barrel of his rifle, and then hit him in the jaw with the butt. Having cleared the way, he went upstairs and moved towards the stairs leading to the roof. Kara opened the hatch and felt the first small drops of rain on his face. A fresh wind gave him energy, and he confidently walked to the edge of the roof. After examining the situation below, the red-haired man noticed a group of people running out of the shopping center. "Aha, I was looking for you," the bandit said with a grin.
Having spotted Natasha in the crowd, he raised his rifle and squinted. In the twilight, when the rain and gusty wind made it difficult to aim, the people were moving further and further away from the megamall. Gritting his teeth, Kara pulled the trigger. A shot loudly cut through the morning silence, and immediately after it, a piercing, plaintive cry was heard. Ivan and Andrei, who were running at the head of the group, stopped abruptly and turned around. Vasily was sprawled on the asphalt, cowering in pain and holding his leg tightly. "Damn," Kara croaked in irritation, realizing he had missed. Natasha and the others looked around in fear, but the darkness reliably concealed the shooter, who was hiding on the roof. "Vasya, get up," shouted Mihalich, and tried to help the wounded man get up. "They shot me in the leg. I can't walk," the man groaned, looking sadly at his wife. Lyudmila was silent, looking intently at her husband. Something changed in her gaze, which greatly frightened Vasily. "We need to find shelter, and then we'll examine the wound. Lean on Kostya and Mihalich. Jump on your healthy leg," Andrei said, noticing several cannibals running out of the shopping center. The men tried to lift Vasily up, but when they stepped on the sore spot, he screamed and fell to the ground again. "No, I can't. It hurts too much," he said. "Leave him here. Let those creatures eat him," Lyudmila's cold voice suddenly sounded to everyone. "Because of you, my daughter died. You are to blame for everything. It would have been better if you had died, not her." Vasily began to cry, looking imploringly at his wife, tried to answer something, but could only squeeze out incoherent muttering with plaintive sobs. "I hate you. Let them swallow you alive," Lyudmila continued to curse, her voice turning into the ominous hiss of a snake. "No, for what? It's not my fault. Help me, please. Don't leave me here."
"Pass the backpack, I'll carry it,"
Katya declared decisively. Mihalich and Kostya grabbed Vasily by the arms, and he, gritting his teeth and leaning on his strong leg, hung on their shoulders. "Come on, let's go," Ivan encouraged his friends. At that moment, Kara, sliding along the roof, took a better shooting position. Catching another target in his sights, he held his breath and smoothly squeezed the trigger. Max, who was covering the group from behind, noticed how Natasha in front of him suddenly raised her hands, after which, as if losing her balance, she fell face down on the asphalt. Christina, who was running next to her, screamed in horror and rushed to her. She shook her friend, begging her to get up, and only then noticed how the bloodstain was slowly spreading down the blonde's back on her dress. Max, bending one knee next to her, carefully turned Natasha over and saw her motionless, lifeless face. "She's not breathing," the guy whispered. Masha, feeling the pulse, took a deep breath and closed the girl's eyes. "She died." "Damn you, creature!" Christina screamed into the void in despair. Hearing this, Kara laughed and took aim at Ivan.
"Haven't had your fill yet?"
Kara flinched at the familiar hoarse voice behind him. His hand jerked in surprise, and the bullet flew past, hitting the asphalt just a few steps from Vorobyov.
"Let's run before we all get shot here,"
Andrei shouted, urging his friends to move faster. With tears in their eyes and pain inside, they left Natasha's body to be torn apart by cannibals. Having crossed the parking lot, the group ran along the road and soon disappeared from sight. Kara turned slowly and saw Yakut and Sizzy standing a few steps away, holding guns in their hands.
You shoot in the back, like a rat!
Yakut spat bitterly at the red-haired man at his feet. Anger boiled in Kara's soul. He desperately wanted to hit that impudent, self-confident mug, but he was able to restrain himself and croaked through his teeth. I do what I think is right, and you have no right to judge me. And who are you, a saint? No, I don't pretend to be a saint. But I'm not a rat. I have principles, and people respect me for that.
痛々しい制するすめも感じると。
Yakut answered with disdain, looking from the roof in the direction where the others had fled. People? Where did you see people here? There are only animals left, Kara growled.
金の死がせない。
You just don't understand. You, Kara, were never human, and now the conversation is closed. Kara tried to think of a way out of the situation. There were two armed enemies standing against him. There was nowhere to escape. Yakut continued. Why did you let this beast in here?
落としたら出とれ。客立てどもしも。
You banished me. Now feel what it's like to be homeless. Kara chuckled uncertainly, feeling himself begin to tremble inside. The rain had soaked his clothes, but it wasn't the cold that was making him tremble. He was much more afraid of the chief than he was of the cannibal crowd. Yakut narrowed his eyes, fixing a heavy and motionless gaze on the red-haired man. In Kara's cunning oriental eyes, he read the sentence for himself. Realizing that there was no other option left, he jumped sharply to the side and fired blindly. The bullet hit Sism in the head, and he fell, not having time to respond. Yakut fell on his stomach and began to shoot back, but Kara, somersaulting, immediately hid behind the ledge of the ventilation pipe. The leader rose, looked at his bloody comrade with a broken skull, and angrily shouted, "You're dead, Kara. I was going to kill you quickly, but now there will be no easy death." The redhead was afraid to stick his head out from behind cover, so as not to become a target. At this time, Yakut was approaching step by step and pulling the trigger. Each shot shattered the barrier behind which Kara was hiding. Suddenly, instead of another shot, a quiet click was heard. Judging by the sound, which the redhead clearly heard through the noise of the rain, Yakut's clip was empty. Kara jumped out from behind the damaged pipe with lightning speed, fired his gun, and hit Yakut in the stomach. The leader dropped his weapon and fell to his knees, clutching his wounded hand. "Well, Foreman, your fight is over. Time to rest?" The bandit grinned, waving his rifle. The wounded man coughed with difficulty, spat out bloody foam, and quietly slipped his hand into his belt. Kara took his time, enjoying his power over Yakut. He calmly walked to the edge of the roof and looked down at the infected gathered at the entrance. "Hey, bastards! Fresh prey for you! A very important person, a real masterpiece! Even two!" The red one approached Yakut. "Now I'll throw you alive piece by piece!" The chief jerked and waved his hand. A whistle echoed through the air, and Natasha screamed, clutching her chest. The knife, the old robber's favorite weapon, had done its job, piercing the lung. Kara staggered, stepped back, dropped the gun, and, climbing over the low curb, fell down. At the height of the second floor, he fell on a grocery store sign, but lost his grip and fell. The redhead landed right on top of a crowd of cannibals, which softened the fall a little. Coming to his senses a few seconds later, Kara tried to get up, but felt a sharp pain. Both legs were broken. Seeing the cannibals surrounding him, the bandit regretted that he had not fallen to his death. The man felt the foul breath of the zombies above him. Gathering his last strength, the red-haired man pulled the knife out of his chest and began to desperately wave it, trying to fight off the infected. But there were too many killers. The cannibals pounced on the victim,
pressing Kara to the asphalt.
The zombies tore his clothes and sank their teeth into his body. The red-haired man screamed, cried, and desperately tried to break free, but it was useless. Unfortunately, he did not lose consciousness, and every minute of this mortal torment dragged on endlessly. One of the infected grabbed the man by the face, and after several strong bites, tore off his nose. Then, the cannibal tore a piece of flesh from his cheek and bit off half of his upper lip. Kara was choking on his own blood, but to his horror, he was still breathing and experiencing unbearable pain. The monster that had disfigured the red-haired man's face grabbed the man by the eye. Having torn off his left eyelid, he pulled out the eyeball and swallowed it. Then he repeated this with the other eye. Despite all this, Kara remained alive. He did not have the strength to scream. His voice broke, and he only wheezed helplessly, looking at the cannibals with empty eye sockets.
The bandit cursed everything. His own birth, his fate, his acquaintance with Yakuwat, the day he found himself in the mall, and the moment he let the infected in. The man lost consciousness for a moment, but quickly came to. His body was torn apart. Almost nothing was left of his face, but his body continued to resist. Kara no longer valued his life and hoped that it would end sooner. In the end, the zombie bit through an artery in his neck and blood spurted in all directions. A few more seconds and it was all over. Chapter 75. Surrender. Another morning in the era of infection had arrived. Moscow was filled with the suffocating smell of rotting bodies. When the wind died down, it became impossible to breathe the air. Only the crows filled their stomachs with carrion every day, as if enjoying the event. With a drawn-out cawing, they circled over the city in large flocks, trying to find fresh remains.
To stop the spread of the infected from the Moscow region, the authorities used missile strikes on large groups of cannibals. Tens of thousands of human bodies were torn into tiny pieces in a few seconds. But even this powerful weapon was useless against the smallest particles of the virus. These tiny microorganisms, invisible to the eye, were present in the air and water. Once in the body, the Novaya Zvezda multiplied into hundreds of millions of cells, infecting everything around. It was a real carpet attack, which the virus did not stop for a second. The Russian government had completely lost control of the territory. Communication with most cities had ceased. There were no governors or mayors left to govern their districts. People gathered in small groups and survived on their own. Society was plunged into chaos, and there was no one to restore order. Most of the soldiers and police had already been infected.
Lev Nikolaevich, sitting in his office in the Kremlin, clearly realized that his status as president was now only formal, and any man with a gun wielded more power than the defenseless head of a once great power. Almost everything was lost. In the last few days, he had lost his wife, daughter, and closest associates. His chief advisor, Anatoly Stepanovich, had also become infected and was shot. He was replaced by Alexander Chernov, with whom they decided to leave Moscow and take refuge in a refuge in the Caucasus. Before leaving the capital, Lev Nikolaevich locked himself in his office to conduct final negotiations with foreign countries. The world leaders who remained in their posts could be listed one by one. Most were infected, many died in the uprisings, and those who remained took refuge in bunkers on islands or in the mountains. This time, the virtual conference, organized via an emergency satellite channel, was extremely short.
Lev Nikolaevich held a conversation with a German,
who held the post of Minister of Economy of the country, the Canadian Prime Minister, the head of France, as well as with representatives of the governments of Korea and Scandinavian countries. The authorities of Spain and England never got in touch. None of the interlocutors brought any comforting news. Everywhere, the infection covered more than 95% of the territory and population. All state structures and mechanisms ceased to function. In less than a month, human civilization fell. Having finished the communication session, Lev Nikolaevich said goodbye to his foreign partners and held a final operational meeting in his office. A narrow circle of government and military representatives, under the leadership of the president, discussed the final details of the plan for evacuation and survival in the current conditions.
Unfortunately, friends, today we will have to admit defeat.
Lev Nikolaevich began his farewell speech. The virus is still incurable, but as long as we are alive, we will not retreat. We must wait for the moment, and I hope that with time this misfortune will pass. We are approving the lists of those who will remain in the Moscow shelter and those who will go with me to the southern bunker. Mr. President, the helicopters will be ready in about an hour, Chernov reported. Excellent. You have received all the instructions. The shelters have everything you need. We will remain in touch in case of emergency situations. Lev Nikolaevich indicated with his hand that the meeting was over. Left alone, he rose from his chair and began to walk thoughtfully around the room. His thoughts were entirely focused on his son, who was waiting for him in the southern bunker. This shelter in the mountains near Sochi was to become their new home, perhaps their last refuge. The president tried to banish the disturbing thoughts that prevented her from joyfully awaiting the meeting with her son. An hour later, several helicopters took off and headed for the Black Sea. Igor Tikhonov looked wearily at the receding vaults of the ancient Kremlin, next to which acrid smoke billowed from a huge mound of smoldering human bodies. The helicopters disturbed a large flock of crows, and the black birds saw the people off with loud, indignant croaking. Flying higher and higher, the helicopters carried passengers far beyond the city. The president leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The hum of the blades lulled him, and Igor Tikhonov fell asleep. This was the first time in the last month that he had a bright and kind dream, in which his entire family was having fun on a sunny beach where there was no blood, no death, no corpses. Chapter 76. The Hospital Cospers. Trapped in thick dark clouds, the first rays of the sun barely touched the ground. The morning seemed to be late with the beginning of the day, and the night was in a hurry to pass on its shift. So the city seemed to be frozen in half shadow. The incessant rain continued to drizzle, not giving a moment's rest. Wet, scared, and exhausted people huddled in a small room to warm up a little and rest. A little over an hour had passed since the group had left the shopping center. All this time, the fugitives had not stopped for a second, rushing further and further away from the megamall. The darkness hid their silhouettes from the eyes of the cannibals. But with each passing moment, staying outside was becoming more and more dangerous. In addition, Vasily's wound slowed the whole company down considerably. When the man was completely exhausted, Ivan, Andrei, and Mikhalich, after consulting, decided to look for temporary shelter. Katya suggested hiding in a beauty salon, which was located on the first floor of the nearest building. Vorobyov crept inside, examined the small room, and, having made sure that there were no strangers, called his comrades. Vasily and his injured leg were placed on a small sofa for visitors, and Masha immediately began examining the wound. "The bullet is stuck inside. We'll have to take it out," the blonde said quietly, looking closely at Andrei. "And how are you going to do it? With nail scissors or eyebrow tweezers? There are plenty of those here," Kuznetsov answered with a grin, examining the instruments neatly laid out on the table. "I'm serious. If we don't take the bullet out, The wound will become inflamed. Gangrene will set in, and then at best he'll lose his leg, and at worst— Okay, I get it, Vasily shouted, not letting Masha continue. How do we get it out? We need strong antibiotics, pain relief, and preferably normal surgical instruments. In general, we need a hospital, Ivan summed up, looking out the window at the street.
There's a clinic nearby, probably 3 or 4 kilometers from here, said Mikhalich. Maybe we should go and get everything we need, Max suggested. No, if the hospital is nearby, it's wiser to do everything there. It's unknown what might be needed during the operation. Who among you has done this before? Vasily stammered, turning noticeably pale. It's almost like a splinter, only deeper and bigger. I think we can handle it. Masha tried to encourage the wounded man. The man glanced at his wife, who was sitting with her back to him, looking into the mirror. It seemed that she did not notice anything around her, and was immersed in her own thoughts. She was silent and indifferent. But in the reflection, you could see how her lips moved slightly, as if the woman was quietly whispering something. What do you say? Katya asked, trying to bring her out of her stupor. What? And this one? Do what you want, I don't care, the wife answered indifferently. The friends understood the shock that the mother had experienced, having recently lost her only son. So they decided to leave her alone and began to think about their next steps. It's getting light. Maybe we should wait until the evening? Kostya shrugged. It's dangerous to wait until the evening. The infection is already penetrated inside. We need to remove the bullet as soon as possible. Vorobyeva finished the bandage, objecting to the proposal. At this speed, we'll get to the clinic in at least 40 minutes. We need to set off immediately, before dawn breaks, said Mikhalich, looking at Ivan. The astronaut stood up and threw the backpack over his shoulders. Well, if it's necessary, then it's necessary. Everyone just caught their breath. And the rain has already stopped, Lena noted. I applied a tourniquet. Your leg will lose some sensitivity, but the pain will become weaker. It will be easier to walk. The blonde smiled and gently patted Vasily on the shoulder. Coming out of the beauty salon, people, full of new strength, walked towards their goal. Even Vasily stomped his healthy leg more cheerfully, supporting himself with his hands on Andrei and Kostya's shoulders. Only Ludmila, pale as a shadow, walked indifferently behind. Max and Lena were next to her, watching to make sure the woman didn't fall behind. Mikhalich, showing the way, walked ahead with Ivan. About 15 minutes later, a small group of cannibals caught their eye. Several zombies were greedily devouring the remains of a person, not noticing anything around them. The cannibals carefully gnawed the bones, tearing off bloody pieces of meat and chewing them vigorously. It seemed that at this moment, pleasure was written on the cannibals' faces. The hunger that tormented their insides weakened, and the virus stopped sucking the juices from the bodies of the carriers. The group watched the infected eat, while hiding behind a minibus parked across the road. It won't be possible to get around them. They'll notice anyway, Andrei said quietly. We need to go back to the alley and look for a way around, Vasily suggested. No, we'll lose too much time. The lighter it is, the more active they become and the better they see. We'll fight our way through hand to hand. There aren't many of them yet. Shoot only if it's a last resort, Ivan said decisively and looked at Mikhalich. Cover us with your gun if anything happens. Sova, are you ready? Kostya, Andruka, we'll go in 4. The guys sat the wounded man down on the asphalt and ran forward. The cannibals, engrossed in their meal, noticed the strangers only when they were already 2 steps away. The blows of the rifle butts instantly disabled 2 zombies. Max hit the 3rd one in the back, knocked him to the ground and cut his throat.
Kostya clutched the axe with both hands and raised it above his head. But at the moment of impact, the infected man turned around sharply and the blade, sliding across his skull, only cut off his ear. Confused, Kostya took a step back and the cannibal managed to get up.
But Andrei didn't give him a chance to even move, hitting him on the back of the head with the butt. Having finished off the zombies, the men noticed that 2 of the cannibals were in military uniform and several grenades were hanging on their chests. And these guys, with serious equipment, these grenades will definitely come in handy, Ivan said carefully, unhooking the explosives. We need to carefully put them in the backpacks. Yeah, I wouldn't carry such a thing in my pocket, Andrei noted. Having eliminated the threat, the group moved on to the clinic. However, Vasily's strength began to leave him, and he almost hung on Andrei and Kostya's shoulders.
Masha touched his forehead and frowned.
He has a fever. He's bleeding profusely. We need to hurry.
My shoulder bone can't take it anymore. I can barely drag my legs,
muttered Kostya, wiping the sweat from his face.
Just be patient a little longer. The hospital is very close. Behind that yard.
I'll take over for you, nodded Mikhalich. The old man looked warmly at his granddaughter. How are you? Are you feeling okay?
Yes, everything is fine. I'm just really hungry.
Yulia smiled. Let's get to the hospital and have something to eat there. Katya winked at the girl.
Let's go. It's already dawn and the sky has become clear.
Andrei ran up to the wounded man, and together with Mikhalich, they helped Vasily get up. After passing through the empty courtyard, they came across a road with a 2-story clinic on the other side. The building was finished, with light green panels, and surrounded by a low fence.
Behind the fence was a small park with benches, decorated with 6 tall old birches. The peace of the place was disturbed only by the huge crowd of infected people lying all over the road and blocking the way. Damn it, we're in a mess, Kostya said dejectedly, looking at the crowd. Yes, there are a lot of them here. They can easily surround us, sighed Mikhalich. Ivan squatted down and called to Max. Owl, bring a grenade. Just be careful. Max handed the cosmonaut a lemon and zipped up his backpack. We'll throw them right into the center of the crowd. They'll scatter to the sides, some will be stunned, and we'll have a couple of minutes to break through to the building. Let's go. Do you have a light hand? Andrei asked with a smile. We'll check now, said Vorobyov, and threw a grenade, which hit the cannibal's back and fell at his feet. The explosion was loud, and pieces of asphalt flew in all directions, raising a cloud of dust. Strike! Run! Quickly! Kuznetsov shouted, picking Vasily up on his shoulders. The grenade tore a wide gap in the zombie ranks, and the people quickly ran across the road without encountering any resistance. I won't be able to climb over, Vasily groaned, leaning on the fence, which reached about chest high. Help throw him over, Ivan ordered, noticing that the infected were approaching them from all sides. Vorobyov and Kuznetsov took up positions and, not sparing their bullets, opened fire on the cannibals while the others climbed over the fence. Mikhalich and Kostya supported Vasily, and gritting his teeth in pain, he climbed over the fence. Max tried to hold the man from the other side, but he was too heavy for the teenager, and they both collapsed to the ground. Ivan and Andrei, having used up all the bullets in their clips, climbed over last. The fence briefly held back the cannibals, and the people managed to hide in the building before the most agile and powerful zombies overcame the barrier. It seems I've become too old for such accelerations, muttered Mikhalich, catching his breath.
Let's not relax. It's unknown how many victims there are inside, Ivan said, quickly reloading his gun. We urgently need to put something heavy by the door to block it, Andrei said worriedly, looking around in search of suitable objects. 5 minutes later, the door was firmly locked, but what pleased the group members even more was that during this time, no one from the outside tried to break into the clinic. It looks like the hospital is empty. There are no strays here, Max said, catching his breath.
Yulia sat down on the windowsill and looked at the street. Oh, there are more and more of them. The whole yard is already filled. Get away from the window, Ivan shouted sharply and grabbed the girl's hand tightly. Yulia almost fell from surprise, but the cosmonaut caught her in time with one hand and handed her to her grandfather.
Mikolich, as in the old days, began to reproach his granddaughter. Why did you climb outside? If they break the windows, we'll be finished. In this regard, we were lucky. These are burglar-proof glass. I worked as an installer in one company several years ago. They installed such glass. Kostya tried to calm everyone down. It's impossible to break the real ones? Max asked with a distrustful look. It's possible, but much more difficult than usual, Kostya answered. Ivan carefully peered out from around the corner and began to watch as the crowd of cannibals engulfed the building. It's still better not to show ourselves. As long as they haven't noticed us, they'll behave more calmly. Although they can easily climb over the fence. There are already at least 100 people there. How do we get out of here? Lena whispered, looking out over Ivan's shoulder. First, let's take care of the main thing.
We need to find a surgeon's office. Or a dressing room. Everything we need should be there, said Masha, looking at Vasily, who had turned pale and was exhausted. Meanwhile, the wounded man tried to grab his wife by the hand, but Lyudmila silently moved a few steps to the side. Vasily lowered his gaze and clasped his head in his hands, his face reflecting deep sadness. Ivan, throwing his backpack over his shoulders, calmly said, "Let's organize a search. Stick together," and began to slowly walk down the corridor. The search was short-lived. A minute later, the cosmonaut was breaking down the door of the surgical room. The wounded man was laid on the table. Masha opened his trouser leg and carefully examined the wound. The bone seems to be intact, but without an X-ray you can't say for sure. I hope everything will be okay. Kuznetsov opened the medicine cabinet and suggested, "We need to sterilize the instruments. I'll administer the anesthetic for now." Masha wiped the scalpel and tweezers with alcohol, crossed herself, and approached the patient. Andrei administered local anesthesia and carefully removed the dried blood around the wound. We'll wait 15 minutes for the anesthetic to take effect. There are plenty of assistants here. I'll be examining the entire hospital for now, Vorobyov said, and left the office. "I'm with you." Max followed him. "Come on, Al." When the anesthesia began to work, Masha made a neat cut and tried to extract the bullet with tweezers. But blood began to flow from the wound.
I can't see the wound. The blood is pouring all over it. I need to stop the bleeding. I need to put the tourniquet back on, and for now, blot it with a sterile bandage.
Andrei tightly applied the bandage just above the knee. Masha felt the tweezers touch something dense. Just a little more. A few seconds later, the girl pulled a small piece of metal out of Vasily's leg. "Congratulations, colleague. The work was excellent," Andrei praised Vorobyov. "The wound needs to be stitched up. There are threads and a needle lying somewhere nearby. I'll have a look now." Masha put in a few neat stitches and tightly bandaged the leg. Vasily lay there the whole time, turned away, watching his wife. She sat on the couch, still looking ahead indifferently. "Here's a souvenir for you, soldier." Kuznetsov put the bullet into the wounded man's hand. "Thank you," Vasily whispered with difficulty, moving his dry lips.
You need to rest. It's better to sleep, said Masha, taking off her blood-stained gloves.
The door opened and Ivan and Max entered the office. "We have two pieces of news. One is good, the other, unfortunately, is bad," the cosmonaut began. "So?" Katya's voice sounded. There is no one in the hospital except us. I suppose that's the good news. What's the bad news? Andrei decided to clarify. Food is also scarce here, and there are a lot of walkers around the building. We only found a couple of bottles of water, Max answered, showing off a modest replenishment of supplies. Well, at least there's water. Without it, it's harder than without food, Mikhalich muttered approvingly. After the operation, Vasily quickly fell asleep. The others continued to talk, discussing how to get out of the clinic and what to do next. Meanwhile, there were more and more cannibals outside the walls of the building.
Chapter 77.
Alone. A little less than a day had passed since Kara had opened the door to the cannibals in the shopping mall. Dozens of infected wandered around the huge mall in vain, trying to find food. When the sun, having completed its daily journey, began to sink toward the horizon, Lenya, left in the furniture store, finally opened his eyes. In the first moments, the man felt a painful throbbing in his head and a strong hunger. He tried to move and get up, but hit his head on something hard. He was overcome by feelings similar to those experienced by people who woke up in a coffin, buried alive. Consciousness gradually returned, and individual fragments of his last memories floated up in his head. Lenya felt something heavy and cold on his stomach. Then he felt a small piece of paper in his left hand, and under the fingers of his right hand, he found a hard, cylindrical object. Squeezing it, he realized that it was a flashlight. A bright light filled his cramped shelter, and the man quickly closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes slightly, unfolded the note, and read. You were inside a sofa in a furniture store. There may be cannibals around. We left them all. You were in a coma and we did not know if you could survive. We hid you and left a gun, a knife, a flashlight, water, food, and this note. We are leaving here and will look for a new shelter. Be careful. Love, Christina. Igor Tikhonov removed the gun from his stomach and rolled over onto his side with difficulty. He stretched his stiff muscles a bit, then carefully pressed his shoulder to open the sofa. It was much darker outside, so the man illuminated the space in front of him with a flashlight. Not seeing anything suspicious, he crawled out of hiding. Getting on all fours, Igor suddenly heard a rustle behind him and instantly jumped up in fear.
A few meters in front of him stood two infected, who, having noticed the prey, immediately rushed at Igor. Still not having recovered from the injury, the guy was confused, not understanding what to do. Waking up alone, without the support of friends, in an abandoned, gloomy building with cannibals nearby, he felt fear and depression. However, the survival instinct kicked in before common sense. Jumping to the side, Igor jumped over the neighboring sofa, knocked over the coffee table behind him, and hid behind the back of the wide bed. The zombies moved slowly, constantly bumping into and tripping over all the obstacles, rumbling around the room. This gave Igor a few precious seconds to think and regain his composure. Quickly pulling a pistol from his belt, he fired without thinking. Several loud shots stopped the cannibals. They hit on the floor and lay unconscious. However, the rubber bullets from the traumatic weapon only temporarily stunned the infected.
But the sounds of the shots attracted all the infected who were on the second floor. Seeing the dark figures at the entrance, the young man immediately regretted using his weapon. Trapped, he tensely searches for a way out of the situation.
Maybe hide in the sofa? No. If they find out I'm there, there will be no return. The only way to escape, where to hide? In the closet? Also not an option. Too little ammo. Damn, there are so many of these monsters. The walls can't be broken down. Where to go?
Looking around desperately for salvation, he noticed a dark recess in the distance at the end of the salon. It was a freight elevator, which was sometimes used to lift new exhibits for the exhibition. The man rushed to it, but the iron doors were tightly closed. Igor Tikhonov tried to push them apart with his hands, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the cannibals had already approached approximately the middle of the room, but the darkness prevented them from seeing their victim,
and they, sniffing and at random, searched for the source of the sound. The young man clenched his jaw, irritably hit his head on the damned elevator, and quietly said to himself, "Damn it, what a fool I am." Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten the knife in the sofa and hurried back. Grabbing the blade, Igor Tikhonov returned to the cabin and carefully pushed the blade between the doors. Pressing on the handle, he felt the doors begin to slide back. After a few moments, a gap wide enough to get inside formed. However, a black shaft opened up in front of him, like a bottomless abyss going down. It was clear to him that one wrong step would be mortally dangerous. He lightly pressed his shoulder against the door, not allowing it to close. Turned on the flashlight and noticed a small depression in the tunnel with brackets attached to the wall. A real device, in the form of a ladder. Already at a distance of several steps, he could distinguish the hoarse breathing of the cannibals who were approaching. Pushing off the floor with force, Igor disappeared into the dark opening. At that moment, the elevator doors slammed shut in front of the commoners' noses. Tightly clutching the technological ladder, he heard a dull bang on the elevator doors from above, as if someone was desperately trying to get inside. The young man carefully descended and looked around. Directly above him, at the level of the third floor, hung a huge, dark structure that was an elevator cabin. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Igor Tikhonov began to open the doors that led to the basement level from the inside. With a strong press on the handle of the knife, he felt a metallic screech, after which the blade cracked and broke. Igor was able to stick his palm into the resulting gap before the doors closed. He cried out in pain, but did not pull away his hand, which was clamped as if in a vice. With willpower, he pushed the doors apart, squeezed sideways, and finally broke out. Igor was well versed in the layout of the shopping center, so he quickly got his bearings, found the service staircase, went up to the first floor, and quietly entered the supermarket warehouse. The cannibals had not yet appeared here, and Igor felt relatively safe, busying himself with opening boxes of provisions. Having replenished his strength with canned goods and cookies, he opened the service exit to the street. Since Igor did not know how much time he had spent unconscious, he had difficulty determining what time it was outside, whether it was early morning or late evening. Hoping that his friends hadn't gone too far or had left some clues for him, he got out of the building and ran across the parking lot. A group of infected appeared behind him, and the guy picked up speed to get away from their pursuers. As he ran, he noticed something lying on the asphalt, and coming closer, realized that these were the remains of a human body. Lenya winced and was about to turn away, but his gaze was drawn to the torn, bloody pieces of fabric next to the corpse. The man immediately recognized these scraps as the dress that Natasha had last worn. A heavy lump in his throat, tears streaming from his eyes, he ran away, not looking where he was going or noticing anything around him. Only after about 20 minutes did he stop, breathing heavily and not recognizing the place he had ended up in. After resting a bit, he continued walking at random, his head down and his pistol tightly clutched in his hand. After a few blocks, the guy came across a large group of cannibals shooting at them. With his last bullets, he rushed to run, without looking back to the left, to the right, and ahead. More and more new flocks of infected appeared, because of which Lanya was forced to constantly loop, change direction, and rush in different directions. He felt that he was surrounded, and if he went a couple more blocks, he would find himself in a trap. Seeing a wide street ahead, he ran along the sidewalk and noticed in the distance a motionless tram, frozen on the rails. He was already being pursued by several dozen cannibals. Lenya was very tired. His strength was leaving him, and there was only one thought in his head: to find a safe shelter. Running up to the tram, He noticed that the doors were locked, but the large glass in front was broken. He leaned his hands on the frame, jumped up, pulled himself up, and threw his leg inside.
Trying to hide in the car faster, Lenya accidentally touched a sharp shard of glass in the frame with his palm. Blood immediately flowed from the deep wound. The guy jumped inside and quickly walked away from the broken window. Sitting down on the floor at the very end of the car, he tore off a piece of his t-shirt and put a bandage on the cut. The tinted glass reliably hid him from prying eyes, but at the same time, he could clearly see everything that was happening outside. About 5 minutes passed when the pack of infected that was chasing him caught up with the tram. The zombies lost sight of their target, but continued to track their victim, carefully catching the smell and listening to the sounds. Lenya could distinguish the faces of the cannibals who were indifferently passing by, but suddenly one of them turned his head towards the broken window and came closer. The guy hid behind a chair and, sitting on the floor, held his breath, peered out from a secluded place. The infected one, having smelled blood, trampled around the carriage for several minutes, unable to get inside. But not having found a person, the cannibal turned back to catch up with his relatives. Meanwhile, it was getting darker outside. The night was covering the city, allowing the few survivors to catch their breath. Igor Tikhonov settled into the back seat of the tram, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. His body was still weak, but his youth helped him quickly regain his strength. In one night, the guy lost almost everything: his friends, Natasha, a safe haven, and a weapon. However, the most important thing was that he was still alive and believed that there was still hope. Ironically, if the tram where Igor hid had continued on its way, the next stop would have been the clinic where his comrades were that same night. Chapter 78. A New Victim. Ivan woke up in the therapist's office and carefully, so as not to disturb Masha, got up from the couch.
The cosmonaut looked at his watch. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning. Vorobyov felt dry mouth. He remembered that in the surgeon's office from the evening there was a small bottle of water left, and went out into the corridor. Having found it, he took a couple of sips, looked at the sleeping people, and quietly closed the door. In the corridor, by the window, Andrei was sitting on a chair and carefully studying the medical manual on first aid in emergency situations. "How's the shift?" Ivan asked quietly. "Everything is calm. Many of the canes also fall asleep at night right on the asphalt, but there are also those who continue to wander or sit motionless, hunched over like this." Andrei showed like a zombie. "That's good. But they are very light sleepers. 2 hours ago, I heard some quiet noise in the street, and they immediately perked up. They came to life, a funny, appropriate word for them," Ivan chuckled. "An interesting book? Useful. I remember what we learned in the first year. Now these skills will be very useful." "Yes. By the way, we have no food. We ate the last of our supplies yesterday, and there's only a sip of water left for each of us. It's bad. We need to find a store urgently." Kuznetsov carefully looked out the window and immediately sat back down. "They've blocked our way tightly." "I agree. There clearly aren't enough bullets for such a mass of people." "We have grenades," Andrei reminded. "We can use them." "Yeah, that's probably the best option. We can stun most of them with grenades and break through to the open, but we need to run really fast or we'll get surrounded. And we still have a wounded man up. We need a car. He won't be able to run. The roads are clogged, and it's also problematic with a car if you come across a huge crowd." The cosmonaut's head shook. "In general, I've noticed that you almost never encounter lone cannibals. Man is still a social creature. Apparently, instincts force them to unite. It is easier to hunt or eat the weakest of their group if there is no other prey. This is already some kind of double cannibalism." Ivan spat on the floor. "Something like that. Hunger is their main motivator. It controls them. Nothing else matters." "Okay, I'll take over from you now. Get some rest. We'll have to spend a lot of energy today," Vorobyov said, patting the scientist on the shoulder. "And leave the book. I'll also review the material."
A few hours later, the entire team woke up. The first thing Masha did was examine the victim. Vasily's leg was slightly swollen and red.
In principle, nothing critical. I need rest, and just in case a course of antibiotics.
Vorobyova said, changing the bandage on the man's leg.
But I don't have time to rest.
Vasily sighed.
I understand that it's difficult for you to deal with me. I'm holding you all up.
Everything is fine. Stop talking like that. We will definitely cure you.
Masha was indignant, looking sternly at the man. Ivan waited for his wife to leave the surgeon's office and motioned for the girl to come to him. How is he?
More or less, but he needs to lie down for at least 5 days without any sudden movements.
Bad. We need to leave here, and quickly. The cans have surrounded the building and sense our presence. They don't want to leave. And there's no food or water.
We need to think of something,
Masha said, folding her arms across her chest and looking intently at her husband. We need to discuss it with the others. Gather everyone in the office. I'll check a few things and then come over. 10 minutes later, the entire team had settled into the operating room. Vasily was lying on his couch. Lyudmila took a place by the wall, at the opposite end of the room. Max, Lena, and Yulia were sitting next to her. The girls quickly found a common language, and together they made fun of the guy because of his long, uncut hair, which stuck out in different directions. Lyudmila looked at them furtively and sighed quietly. Ivan briefly described the situation. There was no food, very little water left. It was too dangerous to go outside because there were many infected around. In a siege, it is important to be well fed, and we will quickly weaken. So we need to leave, he said. He hesitated a little, but everyone listened silently, and Ivan continued. You can't escape quickly with a wounded man. You need a car. He found a spare entrance to the backyard, where the ambulance was parked. That's where they could live. Are there no bars on the second floor either? Kuznetsov asked. The girl shook her head in denial. The scientist said thoughtfully, Okay, we can break the window at the top and then walk along the bars below, so we won't have to break down the door. There are probably supplies of food and water in the canteen. This is a school, the elderly man added. It's not a fact that someone hasn't already settled there, Kostya muttered skeptically. Christina, sitting in the corner, looked at her friend and remarked, Now, you can say this about any shelter, a school, a shopping center, a supermarket. I propose that we hold a vote. Who is in favor of trying their luck at the gymnasium? Asked Andrei, raising his hand first. Yulia, Mikhalich, Katya, Christina, Lena, and Max raised their hands after him. After thinking for a moment, Ivan and Masha joined them. Kostya nodded in agreement. If everyone is going, then I'll go with you. Vasily stirred on the couch and extended his hand, but Lyudmila remained silent, not saying a word. So, you are with us? Lysitsina asked the woman. No, I'm tired of running. It's all pointless, Lyudmila answered indifferently. Andrei looked at her with distrust. What do you mean? The woman did not say a word, once again immersed in her thoughts. Mikhalich said encouragingly, nodding to Ivan, Well, I think we'll manage. Then he added, Let's go look for the car key. The cosmonaut and the old man left the office, and the others began to get ready to leave. Masha and Andrei began to pack the medications they had found in the clinic into their backpacks. Max brought a pair of crutches from the utility room. Vasily thanked the young man and went to the toilet, leaning on them. About 20 minutes later, Mikhalich and Ivan returned. The cosmonaut proudly showed the keys and said, We found them. I checked. The number on the keychain matches the car's number. Christina looked at Lyudmila and asked, It seems we're ready. When are we leaving? Mikhalich approached Vasily's wife and quietly said, It's time to go, Lyuda. We need to move on. The woman looked at him with worried eyes and said, Okay, maybe we'll go. Ivan put the backpack on his back and outlined the plan. We open the emergency exit. Throw in a grenade that will explode. I'll run to start the car. The women with the wounded man get in right away. The rest cover the car from the street. Kostya, nervously fiddling with the earring in his left ear, asked, "Do we have a backup plan?" Ivan answered, "No. If anything happens, we'll improvise. Let's go." The cosmonaut pushed the door, went out into the corridor. A few minutes later, moved the iron bolt and carefully opened the steel door.
Then he took out the 3 remaining grenades, took one for himself, and handed 2 to Andrei. Have a backup plan, a kind of plan B, if things don't go as planned. Kuznetsov nodded and carefully put the grenades in his pockets. Vorobyov pulled the pin, threw the explosive device into the crowd of infected on the street, then quickly slammed the door. A few moments later, there was an explosion, and everyone felt a little dizzy from the thunder.
"Wow, was the car damaged by any chance?"
Max asked, rubbing his ear.
"It shouldn't have been. I threw it the other way. Let's go."
Ivan abruptly opened the door and ran out of the building. He stopped for a second, fired a few accurate shots, and ran to the car. Having climbed into the cabin, the first thing he did was unlock the door to the passenger compartment. Mikhalich pulled the handle towards himself and helped the girls get inside. Vasily was the last to sit down with his wife, tightly clutching his crutches.
Andrei, Kostya, and Mikhalich lined up in a circular defense, shooting back at the infected who began to flock to the site of the explosion. Max remained near the cabin, covering Ivan. The cosmonaut pressed the start button. The panel lit up with lights, but soon went out. Vorobyov pressed the button harder, and the same thing happened again. "What the hell? Start it already!" Ivan hissed angrily, but the engine no longer responded to his desperate attempts. "Well, what's going on?" Andrei shouted, reloading the magazine. "Come on, hurry up." The cosmonaut methodically pressed the start button, but to no avail. Then he opened the hood and jumped out of the cabin. "Vanya, where are you going?" Masha's worried voice rang out as she watched from inside as the cannibals surrounded the car more and more tightly. The cosmonaut lifted the hood and quickly examined the system. Damn, the contacts seem to be fine. Why won't it start? "We need to get back to the hospital immediately. I'm almost out of ammo."
Kostya shouted.
"They're coming from the other side now."
Max shouted, noticing how the cannibals appeared from around the corner of the building. "Throw a grenade. The car won't start," Ivan exclaimed, slamming the hood shut in despair. "They'll soon block our escape route."
Lord, help me,
Katya said quietly, crossing herself. These words seemed to bring Lyudmila back to consciousness. Looking around, the woman was surprised that she had been in the ambulance all this time, next to the others. Suddenly, she jumped out of the car and quickly headed towards Andrei.
"Liuda, where are you going?"
Vasily shouted and hurried after her. The woman confidently but calmly addressed the scientist.
"Give me the grenades, quickly." "What? Are you out of your mind? Get back in the car!"
Kuznetsov answered, dumbfounded, and turned away, aiming at another cannibal.
However, the woman did not step back but deftly stuck her hand into the pocket of his sweatshirt, and with a quick, pinching hand pulled out one grenade. "Are you crazy?" Andrei grabbed Lyudmila by the hand but heard the same calm voice in response. "Give me the second one. Otherwise, I'll pull the pin right here." Kuznetsov froze, perplexed, to look the woman in the eyes. "I will save you. There is no point in me living now, and you live with God. Give me the grenade." Kuznetsov wordlessly handed Lyudmila the second, lemon, and heard the last instructions. "Hide now!" The woman quickly headed towards the barrier, pulling the pin on the go and tightly clutching the grenade. "Stop! Stop! Where are you going?" Vasily's voice rang out from afar.
He threw away his crutches and almost ran out, not feeling any pain in his injured leg.
Katya jumped out of the car, but Andrei immediately stopped her. "Let's hide, quickly behind the car. Lie down."
One of the zombies was already 2 steps away from Lyudmila when suddenly a bullet pierced part of his skull. Mikhalich fired several shots, steadfastly defending the woman. She turned around and smiled at the old man as she said goodbye. At that moment, Vasily caught up with his wife, tearfully begging her to come back, but she only shook her head. "I won't leave you," the man whispered. "Then come with me to Anyutka. She called me last night." "Really? Then let's go," Vasily agreed accommodatingly, stood in front of his wife and waved off the cannibals. They managed to take only a few steps as the zombies knocked them to the ground. Lyudmila held on with all her might, trying to pull as many enemies as possible to her. When she stopped hearing Igor's screams and her strength was completely exhausted, the woman unclenched her hand. The explosion went off almost simultaneously with the second grenade. Fragments of human bodies flew several meters, covering the backyard of the clinic with thick smoke. Several dozen cannibals remained motionless. Ivan, having cleared his throat and feeling how the audibility was gradually returning, staggered into the ambulance. "Catch up, grab your backpacks, and hurry to the exit." Taking advantage of the moment when most of the cannibals were stunned by the explosion, the people broke through the barrier and came out into the open. They ran along the road and stopped at the crossroads, right on the tram tracks, arguing about which way to go next. On the right, the path was smooth and straight. In the distance stood a motionless tram, and on the left, the rails turned west. "We're going that way. The gymnasium is on that side." Yulia pointed to the left, and the whole group obediently followed her. They moved without stopping until they spotted the school building.
Several infected were wandering around nearby, and the men quickly and silently killed them with knives. Ivan climbed up the first floor, grating on the roof for climbing, knocked out the nearest window and got inside. Seeing an empty classroom with neatly arranged desks, the cosmonaut gestured with his hand that everything was fine. Less than 5 minutes later, everyone was inside. The last one to climb in was Mikhalich, gasping for breath. People remained silent, still reeling from what had happened. They had found a new shelter, but the price was high. 2 people had given their lives. No one knew what price the school would now demand for protection. Chapter 79. Rules of the New House. The next morning, Tanya woke up early after the professor brought her to the country lab. She stretched, looked at the ceiling, and sat on the bed. The room was small but neat and with new furniture. Previously, there were cages with animals that Albert Borisovich managed. Then the professor moved all the experienced pets to the basement, and in this room, he created a living room. Tanya got out of bed and, walking barefoot, headed to the kitchen to get a drink of water. From the room across the street came the steady snore of Albert Borisovich. The girl noticed that all the windows of the house were covered from the outside with metal blinds. Approaching the windowsill, she saw a small screen on the side. Tanya touched it and pressed the up button. The blinds quickly rose, revealing a view of a cozy courtyard with green grass. The sun's rays cheerfully made their way through the glass, as if happy that they were finally let into the house. Tanya climbed onto the windowsill and began to carefully examine the area near the cottage. Not far from the porch, she saw a large kennel and immediately guessed that it was a doghouse. The girl often asked her parents to buy her a puppy, but they stubbornly refused. So Tanya hoped that the 4-legged friend would soon appear from the kennel. However, no one came out. "But you can't do that," Albert Borisovich's voice suddenly sounded in the kitchen. Tanya turned around sharply and looked at the professor in fear. What exactly is not allowed? Open windows and doors without my permission, if you want to stay safe. But we are behind the fence. Okay, listen carefully. There are several rules in my house that you must strictly follow. The first is to always obey me. The second is to not open the windows and doors without my consent. They must be closed, always. The third is to be very quiet. The professor thought for a moment. Are these all the rules? At least learn to follow these 3 rules, Igor Tikhonov said with a smile and opened the refrigerator. Okay, the girl touched the screen, and the blinds began to go down.
Let's start breakfast, but first we need to take your blood for analysis.
Another injection? Tanya asked sadly. Very small. Igor Tikhonov took a lancet, made a puncture, and took the sample to the lab. When he returned, he saw Tanya pouring water into a saucepan. Why? He asked in surprise. Let's make some soup. I always helped my mother when she cooked. I know how, the girl answered. Okay, that's commendable. We'll deal with the soup later, but for now let's eat some cereal and juice. During a small breakfast, Tanya kept glancing curiously at the closed window. Finally, she couldn't resist asking, "Where is your dog?" Igor Tikhonov choked a little and coughed. I just saw her house in the yard. She got lost. I just went to look for her yesterday, but instead I met you, the professor chuckled. Are you going to get a new one? I've always dreamed of a dog, the girl said thoughtfully. We'll see. Everything is not easy now. We'll live and see.
Why do you always leave? Tanya kept asking.
I see you're very curious today. Although, perhaps for a child your age, it's natural. Igor Tikhonov said thoughtfully. Okay. Let's go. I'll show you. You can't hide it from me anyway. The professor stood up, opened the secret hatch, and helped the girl down into the bunker. Wow. Does this all belong to you? The child asked delightedly. Yes, but you better not touch anything here, the scientist warned. And is this already the 4th rule? The girl asked with a smile, examining the large, transparent chamber in which Khaimovich kept the first test subject. You could say that this is a continuation of the first. I'll explain what's what. Remember carefully, and don't interrupt. Albert Borisovich turned on the monitor, where images from surveillance cameras appeared. These are our windows. Through them, we see everything that's happening outside. In that part of the bunker is the life support system of the house.
You can't touch anything there. It supplies us with water and electricity, and in winter it also heats the room.
The professor pressed a button on the device and quickly read the data on the screen.
I feel fine. No more injections are needed.
Tanya asked with hope in her voice.
Yes, the blood is clean. There are no viruses. The indicators are normal. It seems that everything really is fine. What do you say? Would you like to get some fresh air? It's quiet outside. I think we can go for a short morning walk around our property.
The girl was happy and nodded. They went up to the house and Albert Borisovich opened the door to the street. School day time.
After entering the school, the entire team spent several minutes silently recovering from the long run, which had left everyone very tired, especially the girls and Mikalich. The old man sat down on the floor, stretched out his legs, and leaned against the wall, lowering his head. Ivan, taking off his backpack, carefully approached the door and listened. Andrei looked with interest at the three-dimensional portraits of Russian and foreign writers hung around the entire perimeter of the classroom. "It looks like we're in the literature room," the scientist said quietly, winking at Yulia. "Your deduction is amazing, Sherlock," Katya smiled, lightly pushing her friend in the shoulder. "It's too early to relax. I need to check the school," Ivan muttered gloomily, taking a sawed-off shotgun from his desk. "It would be great to find a toilet," Christina said tensely.
Yulia stood up and walked to the door. "I know my way around here well. I'll show you the route." But Ivan blocked her path.
"Quiet. Don't rush. Who knows what's hiding behind that door? Hungry cannibals, or a gang of people like Yakut and Kara. Vanya, Yulia, and I will look around here, and you stay in the classroom for now," suggested Mikhalich.
"I'll go too,"
insisted Christina. "And I, frankly speaking, can't stand it," added Kostya. Ivan, looking at the new volunteers, nodded. "Okay, let's take our weapons and search the floor." Vorobyov turned the handle of the lock and slightly opened the door. The cosmonaut carefully stuck the barrel into the opening and lingered for a few moments, but there was complete silence around. No one tried to break into the classroom. No sounds were heard in the corridor. Ivan left the room and nodded to his comrades. Opposite this room where the group was hiding was a wide staircase, flights of which led up and down. On either side of it were large windows, through which the backyard and the school sports stadium were visible. "We are going there," Yulia pointed to the left and looked at Ivan. "Okay, let's go calmly," the cosmonaut replied, and took a step forward. At that moment, the click of the lock was heard behind him. This was Andrei securely closing the door. Ivan, Mikhalich, and Yulia walked ahead, and Kostya and Christina followed a little behind them. The old man and the cosmonaut checked every door on the way, but all the offices were closed. "This is the biology room, then geography, and our homeroom is on the 3rd floor," Yulia said carefree, showing off her school. "What's on the 1st floor?" Ivan asked, pulling on another door. "There are many different rooms, locker rooms, a cafeteria, a large gym, the principal's office, a teacher's room, and in the basement there is a swimming pool," Yulia explained, reaching for the switch. At the same moment, dozens of small bulbs on the ceiling lit up, illuminating the dim corridor. "Really? I thought the whole city was without power," Kostya was surprised. "A school, which is a significant public facility, may well have its own autonomous power supply system," Mikhalich noted in a businesslike manner, scratching his beard. "Convenient, but it would be better to turn off the light. Let's not waste energy and attract unnecessary attention. Let's think about flashlights," Ivan suggested. Clicking the switch, and the room plunged into darkness again. The further they went from the main staircase, the gloomier the atmosphere became. Since all the doors leading to the classrooms were closed, and there were no other windows in the corridor facing the street. "I'll check everything. Wait here," said Vorobyov, opening the toilet door. "You could have said right away that you were in a hurry first," Christina teased with a smile, throwing a playful glance at Ivan. Kostya frowned, but remained silent, quietly clearing his throat into his fist. Less than a minute later, Ivan came out and nodded to his friends. "Guys go left. Girls go right. All is clear." After taking turns inspecting the restroom, the group continued their tour of the building. After passing the 2nd floor and going up to the 3rd, they found no signs of recent human presence. Some classrooms were open, but they were empty, and a layer of dust lay on the desks and windowsills. The silence was unbroken by anything but their own footsteps and voices. "Okay, let's check the 1st floor and return to our own. We need to think about how to solve the issues with water and food," Ivan said, quickly heading down the corridor to the stairs. The school building was built in the shape of the letter P, In the center was the main staircase, and in the right and left wings were spare flights of stairs. The group went down to the first floor and continued to examine the new shelter. After examining the locker rooms and the director's office, the door to which was wide open, the people headed to the gym. Crossing the threshold, Ivan saw a corridor about 7 meters long, on the sides of which were locker rooms for boys and girls. The corridor ended with tightly closed doors, behind which was the gym itself. Vorobyov lingered, carefully examining the room. The door handles were wrapped with ropes, which were additionally secured with a chain and a large lock. On the white surface of the left door in red was the warning, "Stop." The scene of calm and safety that reigned in the school suddenly ended near the gym. Mihalich, who was standing behind Igor Tikhonov, quietly said thoughtfully, "We need to check what's going on in the locker rooms." After making sure that there was no one there, the men stopped at the closed doors. "Do you think there could be infected people in the hall?" Kostya asked, feeling the lock and chain as if trying to assess their reliability.
It looks like that, although it's not a fact that they're still alive. It all depends on how long they've been locked in there. Igor Tikhonov came very close to the door and took a deep breath. "It looks like I can smell decomposition. We need to definitely lock the outside entrance here too."
Then who locked them in? They couldn't have locked the door themselves,
Christina asked, and her words made everyone plunge into dark thoughts about unknown strangers who could be hiding nearby.
"Let's go look further. Be ready with your weapon,"
Ivan said, putting his finger on the trigger, and slowly moved towards the dining room. As the group entered the dining room, they were met by neat rows of tables, covered with immaculate white tablecloths. It seemed as if the bell would ring, and the room would be filled with cheerful children's voices and joyful noise. But there was a deathly silence, and the tables seemed to be waiting for the guests in complete silence. "How beautiful, like in a restaurant. We didn't have anything like this at school," Christina said with a hint of envy. "We don't just have a school. We have a gymnasium," Yulia answered proudly, but immediately added sadly. "Let's move on. We need to take a look in the kitchen," Ivan said, and walked through the dining room, stopping at the door to the cook's quarters. He stood next to the door and looked at Kostya, who nodded, indicating that he was ready to go first. Ivan pulled the handle, and the rocker went inside. But before he had even taken a few steps, he stopped abruptly, staring at the corpse of a man hanging from the ceiling. The dead man, his face blue from suffocation, was dressed in a tracksuit. He had been hung from a noose made from a skipping rope and thrown over a ventilation pipe. "This is Eduard Nikolaevich, our physical education teacher," Yulia's voice whispered. Mikhalich tried to distract his granddaughter from the terrible picture and lead her out of the kitchen. "Let's get out of here. You shouldn't look at this." "Don't worry, Grandpa. Now I'm not afraid of the dead anymore. It looks like he closed the gym and just decided to do so," Kostya noted, poking the dead man with his trusty hatchet. "Maybe, but I have a feeling that there might be more unexpected moments here. Let's take him off already. He's making me nervous." Ivan climbed onto the table and cut the jump rope on which the body of the physical education teacher was hanging. The body collapsed on the floor. The guys carried it to the gym and put it in the locker room. "Let him lie here for now. Then we'll decide what to do with him." Kostya turned the dead man over face down. When the men returned to the kitchen, the old man and the girls had already checked the supplies, and Christina happily declared,
It's even better here than in a regular store. There's frozen meat and several whole chickens in the refrigerators, and also lots of noodles, cereals, 2 boxes of juice, apples, and chocolate.
"What about water?" Ivan approached the stove and touched the touch panel.
There's a small warehouse there. There's a lot of water, but it's in big bottles,
answered Mikhalich. Suddenly, a beep sounded. The hob quickly began to heat up. Vorobyov turned off the stove and said with a satisfied smile,
Great! We'll have a real festive dinner today. Let's call the others and start cooking.
Are there any other rooms? Asked Christina, looking at Yulia.
There is still a swimming pool in the basement. Kostya and I will go down and check. And you go to the others.
Ivan patted Mikalich on the shoulder and headed towards the basement. After leaving the dining room, the group split into two. Yulia led the guys to the stairs leading to the basement, and she, along with her grandfather and Christina, went back to the literature room. Meanwhile, Igor Tikhonov and Roman went down to the basement. Kostya felt for the switch on the wall, but the light didn't come on. Strange, it doesn't work, he muttered quietly. Okay, we'll manage, Ivan said, directing the beam of his flashlight down the narrow corridor. The low ceilings created a gloomy atmosphere, and the place seemed almost like an abandoned dungeon, as if the vaults did not want to accept uninvited guests. Suddenly, a gurgle, gurgle, gurgle sounded from ahead, sending shivers down the men's spines. Even the kitchen, with the unconscious body hanging on the hook, seemed more alive. The noise grew louder and more persistent. After walking a bit, the boys found themselves in a shower, where water was dripping from the tap, splashing onto the tiles.
It's a trifle, but it's so annoying, Kostya said, turning off the water. The shower ended with a door, behind which was a room with a small pool. The light of the flashlight reflected beautifully on the surface of the water. Great, I can take a swim. I'll go check the water, said Roman, and leaned over the edge. Vorobyov shone his light on the wall when he suddenly heard a frightened scream and then a splash of water. The shocked Kostya fell into the pool, but quickly surfaced and grabbed the dividing rope between the lanes. Hey, swimmer, are you okay? Ivan asked, pointing the flashlight at his friend. Damn it, there's something here, the rocker screamed in fear, and, waving his arms, noisily swam to the other side of the pool. Leaning on the edge, Kostya quickly climbed out of the water and stared at the surface in fear, as if a hungry crocodile had suddenly appeared there.
Quiet! Don't shout so much! Vorobyov came closer, carefully examining the water, and noticed a dark silhouette. The woman's body, lying face down in the water, was floating, slightly rocking on the waves. Ivan poked the body with the muzzle of the sawed-off shotgun, and having made sure that the corpse was safe, dragged the drowned woman by the legs. We need to pull her out. Help, quickly! Kostya was shaking, perhaps from the cold or fear, and with squelching steps he approached the edge. Okay, you don't need her anymore. Together they pulled the body out and laid it on the tiles. The woman was wearing a long black skirt and a classic jacket, under which a white blouse with rips was visible. Her body was very swollen. There were no bite marks or wounds, but several dark purple stripes were visible on her neck. It looks like she was strangled and then thrown into the pool, Ivan suggested, looking at Kostya. Just don't do an autopsy, the rocker muttered, pouring water out of his boots. Damn, the water's icy. And I drowned the axe, too. Well then, dive quickly. It definitely won't get any worse. There's no one else dead here. Kostya sighed, and, wincing, climbed into the water. Shine a light here. There should be somewhere. Having sunk under water, the young man soon surfaced, holding his weapon in his hands. At this time, Ivan continued to carefully examine the body he had found. If this one was a physical education teacher, then this one is most likely the principal or deputy principal. Wow, a whole teacher's council has gathered, Roman noted. Should we pull her into the locker room? Okay, and at night we'll try to get rid of the body outside the school. Attempts to lift the corpse turned out to be difficult, since the body had become unusually heavy due to being in the water for a long time. We'll pull her by the leg so as not to strain ourselves. She doesn't care anymore, Vorobyov said, shifting the flashlight to his free hand. Having finished their work, the men returned to the dining room, where life was already in full swing. "Wow, what happened to you?" Christina was surprised, noticing her friend, soaking wet. "Fell in the pool," Kostya answered sullenly, shaking, noticeably freezing after sliding on the edge. "You need to change, otherwise you'll catch a cold," Masha intervened, opening a bag of noodles. Andrei, scratching the back of his head, nodded. "Come on, I left my backpack in the classroom. I'll give you a spare tracksuit and sneakers." Kostya followed the scientist, feeling the cold penetrating deeper into his body. A slight shiver rolled over him, but the rocker didn't pay attention, dreaming only of dry clothes and hot tea. Chapter 81. Bedtime Conversations. Having moved the tables in the dining room, the friends arranged a real feast from the food they had found in the supplies. Fried cutlets with spaghetti, canned apricots, fruit juice and coffee with cream seemed to them much more exquisite than any dish from the best European restaurants. To complement the table, Andrei brought an almost full bottle of cognac and said with a solemn look, "Here, I found this in the director's office. It's been a hard day. It's time to rest a little." Katya, clapping her hands excitedly, exclaimed, "We're simply having a holiday!" However, Mikhalich sighed heavily and raised the first glass in memory of his fallen comrades. "Over these few days, we have lost many loved ones. Sergei, Natasha, Lenya, Anya, Vasily, Lyudmila. Over the past time, we have lost almost everything that we had in our past lives. The memory of them and the wish that the troubles end and we can overcome all the trials." Everyone nodded and silently emptied their glasses. Gradually, the mood at the table became happier, and for the first time in several days, those around were able to completely relax. Having cleared away the dishes, the company headed back to the classroom, taking with them a supply of water. "Maybe we should find another place to spend the night?" Lena suggested, examining the hard desks and uncomfortable chairs. Andrei replied, "There's a great soft corner in the teacher's room, and in the principal's office there's a big leather sofa on a carpet." Ivan, lazily scurrying his backpack, supported, "The second floor is, of course, safer. But we've already checked the exits. The windows are covered with bars. I think we can spend the night down here." Having carried the things into the teacher's room, the people settled down to rest. Maxim sat on the floor, tucking his legs under him, and began to examine his knives carefully. Lena and Yulia took their places opposite him, at the teacher's room table. Mikhalich settled into an armchair in the corner, and closing his eyes because of his age, began to snore softly. Everyone, even Ivan, was overcome by a feeling of peace and relaxation. "There was an incident in our school a couple of years ago. Something short-circuited in the teacher's room. Thick smoke poured out. The school was urgently evacuated and everyone was sent home." Maxim recalled the past events. "That's right. I had a test in algebra that very day. I was so nervous, and then I got lucky," Lena added cheerfully. "I always liked mathematics. I was even in the top 10 at the regional Olympiad." Konstantin joined the conversation. After drinking some hot tea, he buttoned his jacket up to his chin and shrank slightly from the cold. "Are you freezing?" Maria asked solicitously. Konstantin looked at her with slight fear and shook his head. No. After the pool, I can't warm up at all. The water was very cold, and the memory of that body makes me shiver. I have some medicine from the clinic in my backpack. I could take a couple of pills before bed," Maria suggested. Konstantin nodded silently in agreement. "Why the regional Olympics? Aren't you from here?" Lisitsina asked with interest, like a budding journalist. "I am from Sharipovo, a small town in Krasnoyarsk Krai. I entered SUSPS. "Oh, and what department?"
I had a lot of friends there, Katerina continued, her green eyes shining. Railway construction, Kostya answered without much inspiration. I wasn't a very good student. In my first year, my friends and I created our own band, started performing in clubs, and even traveled to other cities. Great! What instrument do you play? Yulia perked up. Drummer. Kostya was a little embarrassed, not expecting such interest in his story. The life of a rocker began noisily. In the second year, they almost kicked me out. I went to the academy, got a job as a security guard, and this fall I wanted to come back to get a diploma. My parents said they wouldn't let me go home without him. I also studied music, played the piano. The boys in our class organized their own band, rehearsed in the basement. They had so much fun. And we had it boring, sighed Yulia, not noticing how her grandfather opened one eye and carefully watched his granddaughter. I tried playing the guitar, but it's not my thing. But football is a completely different matter, said Max, glancing up at Yulia. Yes, you were clearly better with the ball, Lena chuckled, remembering her brother's musical attempts. That's why you ran fast, Ivan praised the teenager. It's clear that sport is your thing. Yes, it happens, Sergei answered with some modesty.
And we are complete nerds without any athletic success or creative achievements.
Andrei winked at Masha, happily examining the contents of the cabinets in the teacher's room. Don't say that. I danced at school. I even went with my group to a Russian folk art festival, but I gave it all up at the institute.
And I, on the contrary, just started studying Latin at university. And I really liked it. Tongue.
Katya made smooth movements with her hips without getting up from the sofa. I always wanted to go, too, but I never made up my mind, Lena sighed sadly.
Yeah, there was no way to get you out of these social networks. Lazy bones.
Max narrowed his eyes with a sly grin, teasing his sister.
Not everyone has enough health and special talents.
The girl was offended and turned away. Yulia carefully hugged her friend, trying to console her, and Max, as if feeling guilty, lowered his eyes and returned to his knives. What was your hobby? Katya asked, looking at Christina.
The girl, twirling a gold pendant in her hands, rolled her eyes and said languidly, I worked in the modeling business for 7 years. With your appearance, it's not surprising, Kostya complimented sheepishly. The brunette noticed this and smiled warmly at her friend. Wow, a real fashion star? Catwalks, photo shoots for advertising, magazines, television? Kuznetsov asked with lively interest. That was also the case. I also took part in beauty contests, although I wasn't Miss World, but there is something to remember. Is it true that at such competitions, sponsors often show unwanted attention to girls? I'm just interested from a professional point of view as a journalist, Lisitsina asked with slight irony, casting a jealous glance at Andrei. It all depends on the person. If you behave with dignity, no one will dare to pester you, Christina answered, although I had a friend who, after winning, went on a trip with one of the jury members, probably a very influential one. Ivan shook his head with a mysterious smile. Everyone laughed at the successful joke. Even Mikhalich, half asleep, smiled to himself without opening his eyes. The whole evening, the boys remembered funny episodes from the past years, exchanged interesting stories, and learned something new about each other. So imperceptibly, the night came, and it was time to get ready for bed. In order not to be seen from the outside, they decided to give up the electric light. Kostya, who was still shivering, took his medicine and lay down to rest on the sofa in the principal's office. Ivan and Andrei, taking Max, returned to the gym locker room to carry out the bodies of the gym teacher and the girl who drowned in the past from the school. Having unlocked the door of the warehouse next to the canteen, the guys threw the bodies right onto the asphalt.
Now that's all right. It's somehow bad to sleep under the same roof with the dead, said Kuznetsov, rinsing his hands under the tap.
It's not clear what's behind the door in the hall, Vorobyov answered skeptically. Maybe we'll check tomorrow, Max suggested. I'm against it, even if it's closed. It's better not to disturb the danger while it's silent. The scientist shook his head sharply. Okay, we'll decide tomorrow. Let's go to sleep. The cosmonaut yawned widely and headed to the teacher's room. Lena and Yulia settled down on a large, soft sofa, and Masha settled down on the other side. Ivan and Max spread out sleeping bags on the floor, which they took from a tourist store in a megamall. Mikulich remained dozing in his chair. Andrei, Katya, and Christina, having wished everyone good night, went to sleep in the director's office. Christina woke Kostya with difficulty and asked him to lie down near the edge, while she turned to face the back of the sofa.
Kuznetsov and Lisitsina put their sleeping bags on the soft carpet and settled down in each other's arms. Andrei could not fall asleep and tossed and turned. In the end, he lay down on his back, listening to Katya's quiet breathing on one side and Kostya's intermittent snoring and Christina's sniffling on the other. Suddenly, it seemed to him that he heard some rustling or grinding from the gym. Kuznetsov strained his ears, but after a few minutes he convinced himself that it was just a fantasy, against the background of excitement. After taking several deep breaths, he became calmer and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, the night had crossed its equator and was inexorably approaching a new dawn. A light summer wind gently swayed the tops of the poplars growing near the school. Twilight birds occasionally chirped, breaking the smooth silence. A dog's plaintive bark sounded in the distance, but quickly died down. Outside, under the cover of night, the struggle for survival and food continued. Igor Tikhonov had a terrible dream. But when he woke up suddenly, he could no longer remember what exactly had scared him at night. The musician felt sweat break out and took off his tracksuit. An unpleasant taste appeared in his mouth, and he immediately wanted to drink water and wash his face. He carefully got up from the sofa, made sure that he had not disturbed anyone, and headed into the hallway. With each step, it became clearer to him that something was wrong with his condition. His arms and legs were engulfed in icy cold. His body was overwhelmed by heat, and his heartbeat resembled a war drum. Staggering, the young man made his way to the dining room, then entered the kitchen and leaned on the table. Feeling nauseous, he took a step toward the sink, but immediately threw up. The bitterness on his tongue became unbearable. He felt for the kettle and began to drink in large gulps. However, the water barely dulled the thirst that seemed to be devouring him from the inside. The man sank to the floor, clutching his head in his hands. He guessed that he had most likely been infected. This thought penetrated deep into his mind, like a worm gnawing at his consciousness. He did not know that the infection had appeared in the morning, but he felt that he would not survive this night. The hypothermia in the pool had greatly weakened his immunity and accelerated the reproduction of the Novaya Zvezda. Not knowing about the existence of a vaccine, he was afraid to show himself to people, realizing that at best they would forgive him death, and at worst they would banish him to the street, where he would become one of the many hungry infected. Kostya felt tears running down his face, mixed with cold sweat. The trembling grew. He began to breathe convulsively, gasping for air with his mouth, until he lost consciousness, collapsing to the floor. Chapter 82. The Return of a Friend. On the third day after Khaimovich brought Tanya to his country house, the girl had completely gotten used to the new place. The professor allowed her to move freely around the house, but she could only enter the laboratory under his supervision. Having adopted a child,
Albert Borisovich encountered unexpected difficulties that single fathers experience. This was a completely new, unusual, and slightly frightening experience for him. Before meeting Tanya, he had almost no contact with children. He had no relatives of the younger generation, so raising a child was not easy for him. In the evening, before going to bed, Tanya decided to make sandwiches herself, while the scientist was working in the bunker. She took a stick of dry cured sausage and began to cut thin circles. Suddenly, the knife slipped and cut her finger. The girl screamed and hurried to the laboratory.
Seeing the blood-stained hand, Igor Tikhonov was much more frightened than Tanya herself. The professor was confused, having forgotten all the rules of first aid, but then pulled himself together and carefully bandaged the wound. "What happened?" he asked anxiously. "I was cutting sausage, and the knife," the girl began. "Cut? How many times have I told you not to touch sharp objects? It's very dangerous. What if you had hit a vein? You should have called me." Tanya saw Igor Borisovich so irritated for the first time. Not understanding what the mistake was, she pulled her hand back and said offendedly, "I can cut. It's just that your knife is dull." The girl turned around abruptly, sobbed, went up into the house and went to her room. Left alone, the shocked professor sat down in a chair and thought, "I guess I was too strict. She's a child, and children get very upset when they're yelled at. We need to make peace. I don't want her to be offended, and I'm wrong." She just cut herself. It happens. Now, I shouldn't force her to always wear a bulletproof vest. It's better to teach her to take care of herself and be careful. After thinking about what was happening, Albert Borisovich went upstairs and carefully opened the door to Tanya's room. The girl was sitting with her back to him near the window, spreading her drawings out on the floor in front of her. The professor quietly sat down next to her and began to examine the pictures with interest. "Beautiful. Is this your family?" he asked. "Yes. This is Mom, this is Dad, and this is me," Tanya answered reservedly, pointing in turn to the 3 orange people. Albert Borisovich slowly pulled back the bottom sheet and noticed a fresh sketch. "What do you have there?" The girl shyly pushed the drawing aside. "This dog will be, but I'm not finished yet." "A dog is wonderful," the scientist said thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses, which had slipped down his nose.
Khaimovich coughed a little awkwardly, paused and quietly muttered,
"Sorry if I yelled too hard. I just don't have much experience with children. As a teacher, I'm not very—"
Tanya nodded silently and smiled as a sign of reconciliation.
The sandwiches are almost ready. Let's go eat.
After lunch, the scientist and the girl went down to the laboratory. Khaimovich opened his medicine cabinet and began to explain the purpose of the medicine to Tanya.
"These are the pills for poisoning. If your temperature rises, you feel sick, or your stomach hurts, you need to take 2 right away, and after 4 hours, 2 more. Then depending on how you feel. And these green capsules are a painkiller. These are for the heart, if you suddenly get colic or severe pain."
How does this happen?
Tanya asked.
"Well, the heart can contract mostly in adults or older people,"
he replied.
What kind of medicine is this?
Tourniquet.
If there is a deep cut on the arm or leg, and the blood is flowing heavily, you need to tie the tourniquet tightly above the wound, just like that,"
said Albert Borisovich, tightening the bandage on the girl's forearm.
"But you can keep it on for no longer than 2 hours. Otherwise, the limb will freeze, and you will have to amputate."
Please take it off quickly.
Tanya asked fearfully.
For about another hour, the professor told the child about the basics of first aid and explained how medicines work. When he decided that there was enough information for today, the scientist put the first aid kit back in its place. Tanya turned on the monitor and carefully watched what was happening on the street.
Are we going for a walk today?
The girl asked.
"Yes, but a little later. I need to work,"
Albert Borisovich answered, immersing himself in a book. To relieve boredom, Tanya turned on the monitor with the video cameras installed outside and began to watch the street.
She saw an empty road, which now almost no one dared to walk or drive along. One of the cameras showed an infected man who appeared on the neighboring street behind their house. He walked slowly, limping and dragging his feet, in search of a new victim. This bloodthirsty hunter listened to the slightest sounds. Tanya did not take her eyes off the monitor until the figure of the stooped man disappeared from the screen. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to the zombies that had gathered near their cottage. A high fence reliably guarded the area, but Tanya understood that if the infected did not leave, the professor would cancel the walk around the yard. Suddenly, the cannibals came to life, and the child noticed a dog running across the street, escaping from the attackers. Instead of hiding, the dog deftly dodged the zombies' attacks and continued to scurry around their house. Tanya turned on the microphone from the surveillance camera to maximum volume and heard a faint bark.
Albert Borisovich, look, there's a dog there, she said.
A little dog? Interesting. I thought that all the local dogs had already been eaten.
The professor answered without looking up.
It's as if she's calling someone,
Tanya added. Khaimovich stood up from his chair and calmly walked towards the monitor. After carefully examining the image for a few seconds, he enlarged the picture and suddenly rushed towards the stairs. Having climbed halfway up, he froze, then jumped back down and took a pistol out of the safe. Tanya took a step towards him, but the man motioned for her to stay put.
Sit here. Don't go anywhere,
he said sternly. When Tanya heard the sharp bang of the front door on the upper floor, she saw on the monitor screen how Igor Tikhonov hurried to the fence. The professor instantly opened the gate and in a matter of seconds shot all the cannibals who had climbed up to the site. Holding her breath, the girl watched as Igor squatted down and called the dog to him. The four-legged friend ran up, wagging his tail, sniffed his palms, and then put his paws on the owner's shoulders and began to lick his face. Igor affectionately patted his pet's ears, looked around the area, and quickly returned with him back to the territory. Realizing that the threat had passed and overcome by curiosity, Tanya decided to break the ban and climbed out of the bunker. Quietly approaching the hallway, she saw the professor walking next to a large dog. Holding the animal by its dusty, worn collar, Igor smiled and introduced, "Meet Dodge, my dog, the one I've been looking for a long time." The boxer sat down on his hind legs, inhaled the homely smell and looked closely at Tanya. The girl took a few steps toward him and, not noticing any aggression in his gaze, asked, "Can I pet him? He doesn't bite?" The professor answered with a smile, "He didn't bite before, but now I'm not sure." "Dodge, how are you? Aren't you too hungry? Aren't you planning on trying out the little girls?" The dog licked his lips, took a deep breath, stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail, pressing his ears to his head and stretching his neck out towards Tanya. The girl carefully touched his head and began to stroke him tenderly. "How handsome and affectionate he is. I saw one like that at my neighbor's. He was walking with him in the yard." "Are you talking about your neighbor? That guy who lives across from your apartment?" "Yes, young man." "When was the last time you saw him?" Tanya thought for a moment, trying to remember recent events in her life. "Not very long ago, about 2 weeks ago." "Haven't met anyone else since then?" The girl shook her head and ran her hand over the dog's muzzle, lightly touching his wet nose. "Okay," Khaimovich said after finishing his questions. "Today we're throwing a gala dinner in honor of the return of our four-legged friend. Of course, he's a little skinny and battered right now, but we'll wash him, treat him, and feed him well." It was the happiest evening for Albert Borisovich since his return from his trip. He even allowed himself to open a bottle of wine, and Tanya drank 2 whole boxes of cherry juice. The dog also ate his fill, and for dessert, the owner got out a huge meat bone. When everyone fell asleep, the dog, curled up on the carpet in the professor's room, experienced complete peace and tranquility. For the first time in weeks, Dodge fell asleep peacefully and did not react to every rustle. That night, when people left the laboratory and found themselves trapped, hiding in the entrance, the boxer miraculously managed to escape from the hands of angry zombies. Many times he was on the verge of death. He was chased by the infected. Ordinary people hunting for dinner tried to shoot him, and even attacked by four-legged relatives.
However, despite the wounds and constant dangers, he did not stop searching for his home, relying on instincts and inner sense. In the end, he found it. Raising his head, he looked at his owner for the last time and, lowering his muzzle on his paws, closed his eyes in peace. Chapter 83. Danger is always near. Early in the morning, when the sky on the horizon was slowly changing color from black to dark blue, and the first glimmer of dawn was still far away, Lena opened her eyes. For a few seconds she came to her senses, trying to separate dreams from reality. A dull pain in her stomach finally pushed her out of the arms of Morpheus. Having looked around the room, the girl carefully got up from the couch. Having taken a couple of steps towards the door, she noticed a quiet whisper. "Wait, where are you going?" Maxim raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and sat down on the floor. "I'm going to the kitchen. Hungry," she answered. "Wait. I'll go with you," the guy said, stood up, and together they silently left the teacher's room.
"Well, there you go again," Owl grinned. "You didn't ask me to. You didn't have to go," Lena snapped, still remembering her brother's barbs from yesterday. "Oh, yes. You'll eat everything and I'll go hungry all day." "No way," Maxim remarked sarcastically, lightly pushing her with his shoulder. "Yes, yes. I'm such a lazy, useless glutton that it's impossible to drag out of the house," the girl muttered with a smile. "Oh, you're still offended, but I've already forgotten about it," the teenager answered, scratching his head thoughtfully. Lena remained silent, and Sergei added sheepishly, "Okay, forgive me if I offended you." "Shh! Quieter. Otherwise you'll wake everyone up." Having passed through the dining room, the brother and sister approached the stove where the remains of dinner remained.
"Shine a light here," asked Sergei, removing the lid from the pot with the remains of pasta. "It's a pity. The meat has already been eaten," Lena sighed regretfully. "Wait, I think there were cans of sari here. I'll open one now. It'll go along with it." Sergei sat down and opened the kitchen cabinet doors. Lena stood next to him, pointing the flashlight at him. The guy turned his head and immediately closed his eyes. Don't shine that light in my eyes. Now I can't see anything at all." At that moment, a rustling sound was heard behind the girl. She didn't have time to turn around and felt a strong blow to her back. The flashlight slipped out of her hands and rolled to the side. In almost complete darkness, Sergei heard his sister's muffled scream and rushed to help. A large, dark silhouette appeared in his field of vision, leaning over Lena, squeezing her throat like a vice. The girl helplessly fought back and groaned hoarsely. The owl suddenly jumped on top of his opponent and knocked him to the floor. However, the opponent was much stronger, managed to turn over, and now Max was covering his head with his hands, desperately trying to hide from the stranger's blows. A heavy fist slid across his temple, and the guy felt his eyes go white. Then he felt sharp teeth that sank into his wrist and pierced the skin. Suddenly, the jaws clenched tightly, but a moment later the grip weakened, and the infected's body collapsed to the floor right next to Max. There was a clatter of feet in the dining room, and the beams of the lanterns illuminated the kitchen. "What happened here?" Andre asked loudly, looking closely at the teenagers. Lena stood there shaking, tightly clutching the meat mallet in her shaking hand. Max had already gotten up from the floor, rubbing a large bump on his head. Everyone looked at the motionless body lying on the floor in bewilderment. "What happened?" "Why is Kostya like this?" asked Mikhalich. turning on the light and bending over the guy whose head was covered in blood. He suddenly attacked us. First he hit Lena, then he fought with me, and he also bit me on the arm, Max answered, showing off a fresh wound. And on me too, Natasha added, lifting her t-shirt and showing a bright bruise on her side. Even though it didn't rip through my clothes, the pain was very strong. You can tell from his face that this is no longer Kostya, Kuznetsov noted, examining his pale skin and chapped lips. It looks like he's still breathing. We need to tie him up, and when he comes to, we'll figure out what's what, Mikhalich said, turning the guy over onto his stomach and securing his hands behind his back with a belt. How did this happen? We were sitting together in the evening. Everything was calm, Christina said sadly, biting her lower lip. Andrei stepped aside and looked thoughtfully at Kostya. He said he had chills. I assumed it was because of the pool. But it looks like he's already got a fever. At that moment, Kostya came to his senses, noticed a lot of people around him and made a hoarse growling sound. The infected tried to get up, but Mikhalich pressed him firmly to the floor. The zombie began to beat furiously, with his whole body and shake his head, trying to bite the old man. Lie down. Ivan stepped on the rocker's chest with his foot and pointed the sawed-off shotgun at him. But this did not stop the infected, and he continued to resist. The cosmonaut took aim, but then Masha's voice was heard. Vanya, wait, you can't kill him right away. The situation is clear. The guy is infected and wants to eat us. There's only one other way out, Vorobyov answered, with difficulty holding the cannibal in place. Maybe there's a chance to save him, the girl insisted. Andrei, bring the vaccine. Kuznetsov didn't move and shrugged his shoulders. Why? The process is irreversible. You see what state he's in. Vanya is right. We need to finish. The astronaut looked at his wife. Decide. He is very aggressive. We need to try. It's been less than a day. There's a chance. Andrei, please. Masha's voice was so insistent that the scientist left the kitchen and returned a minute later with the vaccine. At this time, Mikhalich tied the infected man's legs and gagged him with a kitchen towel. Having loaded the ampule into a syringe pistol, Kuznetsov injected the antivirus into the rocker's neck. Okay, we'll see, although I think it was a waste of time. What did you inject him with? What's going on? Christina intervened, looking at Andrei in surprise. The vaccine helps against this disease, but it should be administered before the moment when a person starts eating his fellows. What vaccine? You didn't say anything about it. Where did you get it? Why didn't you give it to the others? Christina started to get worried and started shouting, Calm down, not everyone gets infected. Some have immunity. We thought you had it too, since you haven't gotten sick yet. Immunity? What immunity? I don't know if I have it or not. But what if tomorrow I wake up the same way? Have you had a rabies shot? Maybe you had one when you were a child. Masha carefully took the brunette by the shoulders, trying to calm her down. Rabies? What does that have to do with it? I've never had it before. Krichno looked at Kostya and started crying. And what if he had attacked me at night? We slept on the same couch today, spent a lot of time together. He definitely infected me. Don't worry, if symptoms appear, we'll administer the vaccine. It helped me, Vanya, Katya, Lena, and Yulia. As you can see, we're all fine, Andrei said, removing the antivirus. Why not now? Christina raised her eyes to the scientist, which were red from tears. We don't know what the injection of the drug to a healthy person can lead to. Andrei only gave the injection to those who were already on the edge, Masha assured. You are under constant observation among us. If you feel unwell,
If you start to feel chills, if you have a fever, if your body aches, if your temperature rises, be sure to tell us, and we will immediately give you the injection." Vorobyova spoke very convincingly, which made the brunette calm down a little and nod obediently. "Okay. After all, it's your medicine. I can't just demand it," she said. "We don't mind, but these aren't some kind of vitamins for prevention. This antivirus hasn't even been fully tested, but we know it helps. That's why we only administer it as a last resort, when we see clear signs of infection." Andrei poured a glass of water and took a few sips. "Where did you get this medicine anyway? Who are you?" Christina asked attentively, looking intently at Kuznetsov. Mikhalik was also anxiously awaiting the scientist's answer. The old man had long been tormented by the same questions, but he could not bring himself to start the conversation first. "We worked in the lab, researched viruses, created medicines," Masha began to explain carefully. "The lab, viruses, vaccine. So, you are connected to what is happening on the street with this epidemic. You had some kind of leak, right? That's why all this happened." The brunette cast an angry glance at Andrei. "This is complete nonsense. No leak could have caused what happened. You saw the news, right? The epidemic has engulfed the entire globe. It is a real catastrophe of global scale. We do not understand what we are dealing with. We are just trying to survive, like everyone else." Andrei suddenly intervened, interrupting the girl. "But you have the medicine. Why you? Where is it from?" asked Natasha. "It's a long story. A friend of mine gave it to me. The drug doesn't even have an official name. It's just an experimental sample. I gave it to Vanya first, then to myself. It turned out that the medicine really does help, but only if no more than 24 hours have passed since the infection began. We tried to reproduce the drug in our lab, but we didn't achieve any results." "And where is this friend now? Where did he get this vaccine from?" Mikhalik asked. "I don't know that. He gave it to me about 3 weeks ago, and after that I never heard anything more about him." There was a deathly silence. Everyone was lost in thoughts about the fate of the mysterious scientist associated with the antivirus, and therefore with the epidemic itself. "In general, one thing is clear, nothing is really clear," Maxim summed up. "We have a medicine that helps, and that's all for now. We need to survive in this chaos, and then we'll figure it out. I'm just surprised that Kostya got infected so quickly. Usually, the fever lasts longer than the few hours he slept." Masha noted thoughtfully, looking at her colleague. Kuznetsov sat on the edge of the table and, crossing his arms over his chest, continued to think. In the evening he started shaking violently, and we all thought that he couldn't come to his senses after the pool. I am also to blame for not understanding the situation right away. Perhaps hypothermia played the role of a trigger, weakening the immune system and accelerating the development of the infection. This is only an assumption. There is no exact certainty. In such conditions, it is impossible to take tests or to conduct the necessary examinations. While everyone was discussing Kostya's condition, he was constantly making growling sounds, coughing and writhing, trying to get up. Before his eyes seemed to be prey, which was unattainable, but so close. The infected felt the warmth of human bodies, the smell of skin, and even seemed to hear the beating of their hearts. But human conversations turned into a continuous, incomprehensible noise for him.
The brain no longer caught the words and could not understand what they were saying.
Ivan, slightly pushing the rocker with the toe of his sneaker, asked if he would lie like that any longer. Mikhalik frowned and said that it would be better to move him to the sofa in the office, since it would be unpleasant to leave him on the floor,
especially if he was not a stranger.
The cosmonaut agreed and asked Andrei for help. Together they lifted Kostya,
one supporting him by the shoulders, the other by the legs.
They locked Kostya in the director's office,
Tied him with a rope, and secured it to the leg of the sofa.
The friends took turns monitoring his condition all day long, hoping for improvement. But with each passing hour, he became more and more aggressive due to his growing sense of hunger.
Vorobyov sent Max to the room through which they had entered the school so that the boy could watch what was happening on the street from above and also keep an eye on the main entrance. Lena decided to support him, and Yulia soon joined them. The teenagers settled on the windowsill, from where it was convenient to watch everything that was happening in front of the school building. Nothing special happened, so the young people chatted carefree all day, to while away the boring shift.
"Do you remember Svetka Belenova, my classmate?" Lena asked with a playful smile. "Well," Max said in bewilderment, "I just remembered... You were in love with her?" What? I don't care at all," Al chuckled, blushing slightly and looking carefully at the empty schoolyard. The girls laughed merrily, noticing the guy's embarrassment.
Yulia looked coquettishly at Max and quietly said to her friend,
"Boys are like that. They are never the first to admit that they like someone." Max was clearly uncomfortable with the talk of falling in love. He would rather be in the same room with a cannibal than reveal his feelings to Lena, and especially to Yulia, whose gaze was increasingly making him nervous. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, and then Max said sadly, "Yes, where is Svetka now? Probably like those creatures from the street, she is wandering somewhere." "Just like all our friends," Lena whispered, her romantic mood giving way to deep sadness. At that very moment, the door opened slightly, and Katya entered the room. "Guys, we have a meeting there, let's go." When everyone had settled in the teacher's room, Andrei, nervously snapping his fingers, said, "In general, the picture is this. Kostya's condition has not improved. Rather, on the contrary, obvious symptoms of complete infection are appearing.
The skin has changed color and has begun to peel. His eyes are red, the pain threshold is high, but most importantly, not the slightest sign of consciousness. He does not perceive human speech and has not uttered a single coherent word all day." Masha, throwing a strand of hair behind her ear, quietly remarked, "My assumption turned out to be wrong. The antivirus didn't work. It's too late." "No hope at all?" Christina asked pleadingly. Andrei shook his head in denial. Obviously, the disease is progressing. He's been one of them for a long time now. "So what are we going to do now?" Max, looking at his friends, already guessed the answer. "It's not safe to keep him here. Anything can happen. We need to put the guy out of his misery. It's obvious he's hungry and ready to attack us," Ivan said, looking first at Mikhalich, then at Christina. "If the medicine didn't help, there's nothing else to do," Mikhalich agreed. Andrei, Masha, Katya, Max, Lena, and Yulia silently approved the decision. Only Christina did not speak out and burst into tears. Vorobyov nodded to Kuznetsov and Mikhalich, and the three of them left the teacher's room.
When it's all over, it will be necessary to carry it out in a humane manner. The caretaker will probably have a shovel in the storeroom. There is a small plot of land near the school where you can dig a grave. The men supported Mikhalich's idea. Kuznetsov went to get the instrument, and Vorobyov and the elderly man carried the infected man out into the street. Putting the resisting body on the asphalt, Ivan said, "I'll stab straight into the heart so that nothing unnecessary happens." One precise blow, and the cold steel blade pierced the chest. The rocker shuddered one last time, froze motionless, his eyes dimmed, his breathing stopped. They quickly dug a shallow hole, covered the body, and made a cross out of two branches.
Saying goodbye to Kostya, the whole company hurried back to school.
noticing the silhouettes of the infected in the distance. The sun had already set behind the horizon, but despite the late hour, the friends were in no hurry to go to bed. After all, only yesterday no one could imagine that tomorrow they would have to bury another friend. Every day their group was getting smaller, and everyone understood that the end could come tomorrow. Chapter 84. Faster, faster. The morning after Kostya's funeral, Christina felt unwell. By lunchtime her temperature had risen, she had chills, and her condition was getting worse with each passing hour. All the symptoms pointed to an infection, and Andrei, without waiting for her to become really ill, administered an antiviral drug. During the night, Sergei and Masha took turns watching over the sleeping Christina, carefully tying her hands and feet just in case. In the morning, the girl had recovered significantly. Her temperature had dropped, the body aches had disappeared, and she rejoined the general group at breakfast. The next few days passed quietly, without any incidents. Everyone had enough food and water supplies, so none of the group members left the school building. However, everyone understood that this was only a temporary shelter, and they could not stay there for long. After lunch, the friends gathered again in the teacher's room and began to discuss their next steps. I think we can only rely on our own strength. There is no army or police anymore. They have disappeared, and crowds of cans roam the streets day and night, Ivan said, tapping his fingers on the table. What do you mean by that? Christina asked. The astronaut leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. School is a great place to wait out this chaos, maybe a week or two or even a month, but there are no signs of improvement so far, so we'll have to think about finding a new shelter. We are completely disconnected from the outside world here. We have no idea what is happening around us. Maybe in Moscow or somewhere else, they have already found a cure for the disease, and soon everything will return to normal. Mihalich expressed his hope uncertainly. But even if the remedy is found, by the time help reaches us, our existence may end in hunger. We may be killed, or we ourselves will perish here, Kuznetsov shook his head. Vanka noticed correctly. Now, we can only hope for our own strength. No one knows what will happen in a week or a month. And the situation is only getting worse. Vorobyov agreed, nodding. But I am sure that in 6 months, the frost will hit so hard that we will howl like wolves in the forest if we do not find a warm shelter with a good stove. And, preferably, far from the city, Masha added. Soon, because of the corpses, epidemics of cholera, plague, and various infectious diseases will begin. We need to leave the metropolis. But where? How will we leave from there? Christina asked nervously, scratching her nails on the varnish. The issue with the car can be resolved. We'll get out somehow. But where exactly? We need to think about it, Ivan said, leaning on the table. Wherever our eyes look, Max said calmly. Let's leave the city, go along the road, and find something. The main thing is that there's a river nearby. I live outside the city, but very close, and our heating comes from a boiler room, which won't work in the winter. Katya shrugged, looking at Andrei. Kuznetsov took an empty pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, looked at it, and disappointed, threw it into the trash can. I have an idea. I suggest we visit our former boss. I visited him once. He has a wonderful country house, enough space for everyone, high fences. Of course, Masha confirmed. He said back in the fall that he had installed a new gas boiler, and this. An electric generator, Andrei picked up, and it has a pipe sticking out of the roof, which means there's a stove as a backup option. The village there is quite prestigious, but not too big. I think we'll find a suitable house. Where is he now? Is he dead?
asked Mikulich. Masha and Andrei exchanged glances, and Kuznetsov answered evasively. He left somewhere before all the events began. Most likely he will not return. Ivan looked at his friends and realized that they weren't telling the whole truth, but he kept silent. Then let's get ready. If the house is in the suburbs, we need to take care of transport that will fit everyone, the old man said, rising from his chair. Vorobyov stood up after him and headed towards the exit. Let's go to the top floor. Let's see. Maybe we'll see something suitable nearby. The company returned to the literature room.
Having looked around the surroundings from above, the people did not notice anything interesting.
We need to go even higher. We'll have a better view from the third floor, Andrei said, watching a flock of crows pecking at something dead on the asphalt in the distance. Stop, there's someone running. Lena pointed to the left of the main entrance. Everyone turned and pressed themselves against the windows, noticing a man being chased by several infected. His expression showed that he was running with all his might, but the monsters were steadily closing the distance with their victim. The runner was short, rather obese, with a belly that swelled like a balloon with every breath. The man reached the school fence, climbed over it, screamed and hit his buttocks on the asphalt. He grabbed his side, cut by the rusty wire sticking out of the fence. With great effort, he got up, looked back at his pursuers, and began to run further, desperately looking for cover.
Maxim looked out of the broken window and waved his hands at the stranger. Hey, here, climb up!
Ivan grabbed a short-barreled gun, stood on the windowsill, and jumped onto the school canopy. Seeing people, the fat man cheered up and sped up. Meanwhile, the cannibals easily overcame the low fence and were almost catching up with the man. Suddenly a shot rang out and one of the zombies fell with a broken head, just a few steps behind the fugitive. Mikhail aimed at the second, but the bullet only grazed the infected's neck. Another shot, and again, a miss. The zombie scratched the fat man with his nails, but the fourth bullet hit his thigh, and the monster fell, rolling over his head. Ivan did not shoot further, fearing to injure the stranger with his weapon. The whole team was cheering the plump man on with loud shouts. He stubbornly held onto the bars of the first-floor window, but he couldn't pull himself up or throw his leg over to climb higher.
Ivan used up the remaining bullets on the advancing zombies and placed the unloaded sawed-off shotgun next to him, then leaned down and extended his hands to the man.
Come on! Climb! Faster! The man was breathing heavily, his face as red as a ripe tomato. Finally, he managed to put his foot on the iron bar and lifted himself off the floor.
Please, help,
he muttered, trying to catch his breath. Ivan almost touched the fat man's hand, but then 3 infected grabbed his legs. Mikulich pulled the trigger, but instead of a shot, there was an empty click. The ammunition and weapon supplies were left in the teacher's room, and everyone understood that there was nothing to help the man with. Max ran out of the classroom, rushing down the stairs. Vorobov grabbed the man's hand and pulled him with all his might. However, 3 infected grabbed the victim with their teeth and held him. The man screamed, let go of the handle, and meeting Ivan's gaze, fell down. In the blink of an eye, about a dozen hungry creatures surrounded his body. A painful scream was heard, turning into a wheeze. At that moment, Max returned with a box of cartridges. The old man took the gun, but Ivan shook his head, indicating that it was all over. Suddenly, a hand rose from under the pile of bodies, as if trying to reach the saving bars. For a split second, a disfigured face, stained with blood, appeared, and a shot rang out. Mikulich shot the fat man in the head, giving him a quick death. The girls moved away from the window, so as not to watch the horrible sight of the cannibals. Andrei and Max watched sadly as the carnivores tore the man apart. Mikulich looked around, shaking his head sadly, seeing how the infected continued to approach. Ivan returned to the classroom
and quietly said, "We didn't have time." He himself was delayed downstairs. The number of infected at their window was growing. The shots and screams attracted those who were wandering nearby.
Despite the large physique of the fat man, there was not enough food for the many cannibals. A desperate fight began between the cannibals for the remains of the prey. The infected turned into a primitive herd where everyone identifies the strongest. With loud growls and wheezing, they pounced on each other, knocked them to the ground, bit, broke bones, and smashed their heads on the asphalt. When the crowd began to disperse, on the ground, in addition to bloody clothes, bones, and human entrails, lay several zombie corpses that had been crushed in a brutal quarrel. By evening, most of the cannibals, attracted by the barking of stray dogs in another part of the block, left the schoolyard. However, several cannibals continued to roam the school grounds. While they were observing the school surroundings from the windows of the third-floor classrooms, the friends noticed a couple of cars approaching nearby. Returning to the literature room, they began to discuss their next steps. I would choose that blue pickup truck, a simple but reliable vehicle. That's exactly what we need, Vorobyov noted, settling comfortably on his desk. He's parked too far away, and the black Jeep is much closer, and we'll all fit in the cabin together. If we go in a pickup truck, someone will have to sit in the open back. It's not safe, especially if we're surrounded by infected people, Andrei argued. Ivan scratched his head and frowned. No, the Jeep is too complicated. It has a modern security system. I can't just open it and start it. And this pickup is about 10 years older, a fairly simple farm vehicle. The father of one of my friends from university had one like that. We even installed a radio on it. Everything is very simple, in terms of electricity, and it's really possible to start it. I say this as an engineer. Kuznetsov had no other option but to agree, because he himself would not be able to start any car without keys. Are you planning to leave today? Masha intervened in the conversation.
No, you shouldn't rush into it right away. You need to prepare thoroughly, added Mikhalich. Max looked out the window, counted the infected, and said, "There are at least 5 more unclean ones wandering down below." Ivan suggested the following plan. When it gets a little dark, we'll head to the car, try to start it, and drive it closer to the school. Tomorrow, we'll discuss everything again carefully, and if everyone agrees, we'll go to your boss's cottage, he said, and looked at his friends. After these words, many felt an anxious feeling at the thought of having to leave the safe walls of the gymnasium and go on a not entirely safe journey. Christina timidly said, "Well, if you think it will be better there," Andrei answered with confidence. "In the worst case, we will go back, but the risk is worth it." Mikhalich thought, "We need to think about how to get to the car.
Shooting is dangerous. We need to act silently."
He coughed, looking at the street. Ivan looked out the window, carefully studied the cannibals who did not go far from the porch, and mentally calculated the distance to the car. "We'll carefully eliminate those below. It's a 5-minute run to the pickup. Half an hour should be enough for everything. Mikhalich, you cover us from the window while Andrei and I take care of the car." Max frowned and said, "I'm with you too." Ivan nodded to the cosmonaut. "Okay, Al, just don't take too many risks." The elderly man loaded his gun and took a place by the window, while 3 young men with knives and traumatic pistols climbed over the roof. Ivan began to climb down the metal grate, but barely managed to land on the asphalt when 2 infected appeared next to him. Vorobyov kicked the first attacker in the head from above, and hanging on one hand, pierced the eye of the second zombie with a knife.
Having landed, the cosmonaut began to finish off the enemies, while Max and Andrei descended after him.
3 more zombies noticed the humans and rushed to attack. Mikhalich, watching from above, took aim at one of them, but Ivan warned him with a gesture not to shoot. The guys and the monsters clashed in close combat. Ivan kicked his opponent in the stomach and immediately lunged with a knife. The blade tore through the muscles of the neck, entered under the Adam's apple, and the infected fell with his whole body on the human. Andrei dodged the cannibal's blow, made a powerful swing, and cut the enemy's eyelid with the tip of the knife. Blood filled the zombie's eyes, and he lost sight of the target. Without wasting time, Kuznetsov opened the infected's stomach, threw him to the ground, and plunged the knife into his heart. Max was fighting with a boy almost the same age, judging by the appearance of the infected teenager.
Owl was winning against the cannibal in speed, but the enemy was superior in strength. And, as if not noticing the pain, continued to move forward. The knife quickly flashed in Max's hand, leaving many shallow wounds on the enemy. The guy was feverishly fussy and wasting energy in vain, trying to keep his distance from the zombie. Suddenly, the cannibal knocked out the blade, jumped forward, and grabbed Owl's left hand. Max cried out in pain but did not fall and hit him in the groin with his knee. The cannibal only clenched his teeth harder, feeling the long-awaited taste of blood. However, at that very moment, his own blood began to flow down his back. The cannibal let go of his victim and fell face down with the knife stuck between his shoulder blades. "Thank you," Max muttered when the astronaut arrived. "Did you bite hard? Get back to class." "No, I'm with you." "Nonsense, this is the left hand. Kostya's bite still hasn't healed there."
"The right one is fine." The teenager showed the blade, proving that he could handle it. A sudden gust of wind lifted clouds of dust into the air. People closed their eyes and held their breath. The leaves on the trees rustled anxiously, as if the plants were talking to each other in anticipation of the coming storm. "The weather is changing," said Andrei, spitting out the dust that had gotten into his mouth. Ivan rubbed his eyes and looked at the horizon, where the edge of an approaching thundercloud was already visible. "It's to our advantage. The wind will hide our steps and rustles. Let's move on." The trio quickly turned the corner of the school. Looking back and waiting for the right moment, the guys quickly ran towards the pickup. Approaching the car, the friends hid behind the back and began to wait until several zombies in front disappeared from sight.
Having looked around and made sure that there was no danger nearby, Ivan lay down on the asphalt and crawled under the hood. Andrei and Max sat down on either side of the car, covering their comrade. Vorobyov immediately began working, mastering the skills of theft. Having torn off the plastic protective tray, he took out a flashlight and began to examine the wires. Ivan remembered that the alarm cable was usually laid on the side, but he could not find it. At this time, Andrei, who was sitting very close to Ivan, noticed several infected people in the distance. He stepped back a little and quietly whispered, "Don't move your feet. There are cannibals nearby." Kuznetsov turned his gaze to the school building and saw Mikhalich's silhouette in the third-floor window, who was carefully watching the infected. "Mikhalich is covering us. Everything is calm," Andrei said under the hood. "Okay, I'm almost done," Ivan replied. A few minutes later, Vorobyov crawled out from under the car, took out a knife, and inserted the blade into the gap between the door and the body. Methodically rocking the handle, he drove the blade deeper and deeper, then pulled it towards himself, using it as a lever. Soon, a click was heard. "Phew, the blade turned out to be stronger than the lock," Ivan said happily, opening the driver's door. Once inside the car, the cosmonaut broke off part of the dashboard, and in a few minutes, the engine came to life and hummed. "Great. Will you teach me the same?" Max asked admiringly, carefully watching the actions of his older friend. "Of course, as soon as we get in the car, I'll show you right away," Vorobyov answered, sitting behind the wheel. Andrei settled down next to him, and Sova settled in the open trunk. Ivan carefully drove out onto the road that led to the school.
"It's more convenient to drive to the cafeteria. There's an exit for employees through the kitchen," Kuznetsov suggested, pointing in the right direction. "Understood, navigator," Ivan replied. They drove onto the school grounds without any problems and parked. Ivan turned off the engine. "Let's go back through the window," We need to check something, Andrei said, getting out of the car. The guys quickly reached the porch. Despite his bitten hand, Max deftly climbed up the grating to the visor and disappeared through the window. Ivan was about to follow him, but noticed that Andrei had knelt down next to the cannibal's body and was carefully examining it. "Hey, are you going to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" Ivan laughed. "Wait, I'm looking for something in my pockets," the scientist replied. Ivan decided not to leave his friend alone, watching him sort through the bodies. "Andrei, what are you doing there? Get up. It's raining," Katya called from the window. "Yes," Kuznetsov exclaimed with a smile, clutching a pack of cigarettes found in the dead man's pocket. "Ugh, the stench," Ivan said with disgust, immediately climbing onto his visor. "He doesn't need it. Dead people don't smoke, and I haven't had a single one for 2 days," the scientist quickly explained, hurrying after him. About 30 minutes had passed since the boys had returned when the rare heavy drops of rain began to turn into a torrential downpour. The waters flowed down the ground in a stream, flooding everything around. The infected, soaking wet, gloomily wandered in search of a convenient shelter. The rain poured down in a wall, washing the blood of the dead and the tears of the unfortunate off the asphalt. The men took shelter from the weather in the warm, secure teacher's lounge, where they were to spend their last night. Departure was scheduled for the following evening. Chapter 86. Invasion. Tanya settled into a chair behind Albert Borisovich's desk. Putting her feet on Dodge's back, she gently ran her fingers and feet through the dog's fur. The dog patiently accepted the child's pinches, sometimes sighing deeply and twitching its ears. Returning to its owner, Dodge was genuinely happy, quickly made friends with the girl, and enjoyed the comfort and peace among people. The professor, having launched List, whiled away the evening playing chess, using Max Lang's attack to combat the defensive moves of the virtual opponent. Today, Khaimovich aimed for a convincing rematch, striving to recoup after yesterday's defeat by the computer. Nothing disturbed the peace of the inhabitants of the scientific shelter, as Professor Igor Tikhonov sometimes called the underground labyrinth. Meanwhile, on the street, a fierce battle continued between the surviving people and the constantly hungry infected. Their numbers were steadily growing, and the cannibals in search of food went beyond the city limits, wandering in large groups around the neighborhoods. The cottage village was no exception, and the professor and Tanya had recently almost never left the house during daylight hours, limiting themselves to short walks with their dog Dodge either early in the morning or late in the evening. The girl and the dog were waiting impatiently for Igor Borisovich to finish the game so they could get some fresh air and walk around the property together. Due to the incessant rain, today's morning walk was very short, so Tanya and Dodge were counting on a longer stay outside in the evening. The child turned on the monitor and carefully looked at the pictures from the video cameras, examining the area around the house. On the road in front of the cottage, Tanya noticed several infected, sadly trudging along the wet asphalt. Suddenly, the girl let out such a piercing scream that Professor Albert Khaimovich dropped the sheet on the floor, not having time to move the figure. Igor Tikhonov hurried to the screen and saw with horror that their fence had been breached and dozens of infected were rapidly approaching the house. Chapter 87. Uninvited Guests. As soon as it got dark, Andrei and Ivan left the school through the kitchen door and started the car. When the pickup engine started up again, everyone left the school building and quickly put their things in the back. Kuznetsov got behind the wheel, since only he knew the way to Albert Borisovich's house well. Katya settled in next to him. The other girls took the back seat, and Ivan, Mikhailych, and Max settled in the back. Having avoided traffic jams and numerous groups of cannibals, the company finally reached a cottage village on the outskirts of Novosibirsk. Andrei had great difficulty finding his way in the dark, since he had only been here a few times and always during the day. He thoughtfully looked at the streets, trying to remember the right turn. Kuznetsov perked up and said with confidence, "This is that very turn.
I remember the house with the green roof on the corner. We turn behind it and we're at our destination.
His words gave the girls hope in the car. Suddenly, the high beams of the headlights snatched the faces of the infected from the darkness, who were walking towards him in a tight group. Andre realized that the people from the pack were only a few dozen meters from the intersection and could block his way. He pressed the pedal sharply, turned the steering wheel sharply, and flew into the street, almost hitting the fence. Yulia screamed. The other girls closed their eyes in fear.
Because of such a sharp maneuver, Ivan was thrown to the opposite side of the body. Mikhalich fell on the backpacks and Max badly bruised his shoulder on the cabin.
Is everyone alive? In their places? Damn, they noticed us. We need to get into the house as soon as possible, Andre whispered, looking in the side mirror. How much longer do we have to go? Katya asked, leaning out the window to check if anyone in the back was hurt. Almost there. The scientist's voice broke off at these words, and he slammed on the brakes. Ahead, the street was blocked by a large crowd of cannibals. It was difficult to calculate the number of zombies due to the darkness, but the many figures indicated that the chances were slim. Meanwhile, the second group of infected was quickly closing the distance and cutting off the escape route. Andre looked ahead hesitantly, not knowing what to do. Where is this house? Ivan shouted, leaning over the side and banging his palm on the roof of the cabin.
About 200 meters more. Kuznetsov waved his hand desperately.
Press the gas, pull up to the fence, we'll break through, the cosmonaut commanded, aiming the sawed-off shotgun at the cannibals. We won't get through, the scientist objected uncertainly. Drive, I said, Vorobyov barked and hit the cabin so hard that Andrei's foot pressed the gas pedal on its own. Fortunately for the people, the zombies were not walking in a dense crowd in front of them, but in a dispersed group, stretching along the entire street. Igor Tikhonov easily drove around several infected, but the crowd of cannibals was becoming denser. Picking up speed, the pickup truck broke through into the thick of the infected. The collision scattered some of the cannibals like bowling pins. But one of the zombies fell on the hood and crashed into the windshield. Andre, having lost visibility, did not take his foot off the pedal, continuing to crush bodies and break bones with his wheels.
The car was thrown to the right and left. Finally, the scientist noticed the professor's house, turned the steering wheel sharply but lost control and crashed into Albert Borisovich's fence. The pickup truck knocked down part of the metal fence and stopped, driving onto Khaimovich's property with its front wheels and blocking the roadway with its rear wheels. The engine died, the headlights went out, and the street was once again shrouded in darkness. Ivan quickly recovered from the impact, grabbed the backpack and threw it hard across the cabin. Let's throw our things over and run to the house, the cosmonaut shouted loudly to Max and Mikhalich. Andre and Katya tried to open the doors, but they were squeezed by the warped sheets of metal siding. A dull thud came from above, and Kuznetsov saw Sova slide across the windshield and jump off the hood onto the ground. An elderly man followed him.
Ivan remained standing on the roof of the cabin, aiming at the rapidly approaching cannibals.
Get out through the front door. There are too many of them. They won't let you out from the back, Vorobyov shouted. The infected surrounded the car and started beating on the rear windows, trying to break through to the people. Hurry up, why don't you come out? Shouted Christina, who was sitting at the exit. We were surrounded by a fence on both sides, Andre replied, continuing to try unsuccessfully to open the driver's door. Break the windshield, Katya shouted, and began kicking the glass herself. Try it with a gun, Masha said, and handed the scientist a sawed-off shotgun. Kuznetsov swung and hit with the butt. Immediately, many small cracks appeared, but the glass did not break. A few more strong blows, and the windshield flew out. Katya was the first to get out, followed by Andre, helping Christina. Yulia, what's wrong with her? Wake up! Lena shook her friend, who, leaning against the door, didn't answer. She's covered in blood. Andre, help! Yulia has lost consciousness, Masha screamed. Get out, I'll take her out. Kuznetsov replied and climbed back into the car. Gently pulling the girl toward himself, he backed out and climbed out onto the street with her. At this time, Mikhalich and Max were trying to get into the house. While the old man was fiddling with the lock, the teenager walked around the building and returned to the porch. All the windows are locked. There is also a garage, but there is an iron door. And you can't just open this one. It has a complex locking mechanism, the old man sighed. What if the lock gets shot through? It's no use, there are several bolts. The door will simply lock, damn it. I can't even get on the roof. What should I do now? Max began drumming on the metal blinds that protected the windows from the outside with despair in his voice.
The others had already gotten out of the car and were rushing towards the house. Andrei was holding Yulia in his arms, and Vorobyov was covering their retreat, gradually backing away from the house. Mikhalich, worried, asked what was happening to her when he took his granddaughter from the scientist's hands. Lena answered that Yulia had hit her head when the car crashed into the fence. Ivan carefully examined the facade of the building and asked what was wrong with the door. Mikhalich explained that the door was burglar-proof. The hinges were located inside, so shooting was pointless. He carefully laid Yulia on the porch, lightly patted her cheeks, and a faint blush appeared on her pale face. The girl opened her eyes. While everyone was pondering what to do, the zombies had tightly surrounded the car. The pickup truck was stuck in the fence, like a cork in a barrel, holding back the onslaught of bloodthirsty creatures.
But one of the infected managed to climb into the back, climbed over the cabin onto the hood, and jumped to the ground. The second and third followed, and step by step the cannibals began to penetrate through the hole in the fence. "We need to break the blinds and smash the window. There is no time. They are already here," Ivan shouted when the first zombies climbed over the car. Vorobyov took aim and fired at the window. One of the metal slats of the blinds flew off to the side. The rest bent but remained in place. Andrei, Mikhalich, and Max began to fight off the advancing zombies. Masha, sitting on the porch, tried to bring Yulia to consciousness. "How are you? Can you run away if necessary? Come on, pull yourself together. We are in a dangerous situation. You need to stay strong." "Dizziness," the girl said quietly. Suddenly, Igor Tikhonov noticed out of the corner of his eye that the front door had opened slightly. Not believing his sight, he turned around and saw Albert Borisovich standing in front of him. The professor did not go inside, but looked at the uninvited guests and said sharply, "Don't break my windows. Come in quickly."
Chapter 88, The Final Conversation.
Khaimovich had been watching the events on the street since Andrei had crashed into his fence. At first, the professor thought they were looters from a local gang, but later he recognized familiar faces among the attackers. He recognized Masha, and then Andrei. Albert Borisovich was glad to see his old acquaintances safe, but their rude intrusion upset him. In addition, the appearance of a large group of strangers pouring out of a car alerted the scientist. Receiving guests was clearly not part of his plans, and he silently watched what was happening, hoping that, upon seeing the locked house, Andrei and his company would leave in search of a more comfortable shelter. The professor endured. However, when Ivan began to break down the protective blinds, Khaimovich decided that it was time to act. Realizing that the uninvited guests were armed and would have time to break the window and get inside before the cannibals did, Albert Borisovich headed for the stairs. Before leaving the underground bunker, he looked at Tanya. "No matter the circumstances, stay quiet and do not open the hatch. Understood?" The girl nodded wordlessly. The professor went up to the first floor and stopped at the closed door. Overcoming his doubts, he gathered his will into a fist and turned the key. Seeing the unexpectedly open passage, the people hurried to enter the house. Finding themselves safe, the friends gathered in the hallway, not daring to go further. Khaimovich slammed the door and looked sternly at the strangers. "Follow me. What's wrong with the girl?" he asked.
It looks like she hit her head, maybe a concussion, Mikhalich answered uncertainly. Professor, we thought we would never see you again. After everything that happened, Andrei said that you left. Masha tried to find the words. On the one hand, she was glad to see Albert Borisovich alive. On the other, she felt mistrust towards him. I was looking for you. I went to your house the other day. Khaimovich looked closely at Andrei. Kuznetsov held his gaze and answered dryly. Now we don't have a home. We lived in a laboratory, a shopping center, a hospital, a school. Then we decided to leave the city. Dropped in to visit me? Albert Borisovich grinned. Andrei nodded and said reproachfully, You left so suddenly, without really explaining anything. This letter. I'll explain later, Khaimovich interrupted, not letting her finish. Put the girl on the sofa. I'll be there soon. The friends settled into the living room. Despite the limited space for such a large group, people felt relatively safe. Meanwhile, the infected wandered aimlessly around the property in search of their hidden prey. The cannibals raced across the yard like a pack of wolves that had lost the trail of their prey and were desperately trying to find it. The fence could no longer hold back the attackers, as more and more zombies climbed over the car and besieged the cottage. After leaving the room, the professor went to the kitchen, took a box with a small supply of medicines from a drawer, and found tablets for treating a concussion. After Albert Borisovich received a head injury, he always kept them on hand. Thanks to the drug, Novaya Zvezda, the injury healed quickly. But dizziness and headaches still periodically tormented the scientist. Returning to the living room, Khaimovich handed Yulia the medicine and a glass of water. Drink it. You'll feel better. The girl looked at her grandfather with distrust. Mikhalich turned his gaze to Andrei, who nodded in agreement. After that, Yulia swallowed the pill and settled back on the sofa.
Sorry about the fence. We'll fix it tomorrow. Do you have any tools? The cannibals will disperse in a day. We'll kill the rest in the evening, drive the car in, and sort everything out.
Ivan began to speak in a homely manner.
Thank you. I can manage somehow on my own.
The professor answered cautiously.
Do you live alone in such a big house?
Katya asked curiously, walking around the room and carefully examining the furnishings.
This is praise for my small house. But in the village, there are much more decent dwellings and completely empty ones.
Thank you very much for accepting us. Otherwise, we would have had a hard time. Mikhail thanked the owner. Khaimovich was silent, looking from one stranger to the other. Maxim, meeting Albert Borisovich's eyes, involuntarily fidgeted on the floor and lowered his gaze. The professor did not create the impression of a hospitable host. On the contrary, he behaved coldly and withdrawnly. It seemed to everyone that tension was growing in the room. Masha broke the silence. It's just awful in the city, infected at every step, crowds of them. We barely escaped by car. It's good that we went in the evening. When it gets dark, the cannas are less active, Andrei added, and the rain helped muffle the sounds of the car. We hoped there would be fewer of them outside the city, but there are plenty here too. Ivan sat down on the windowsill, crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, there have been more of them lately. They are scattering in search of prey. Khaimovich reluctantly intervened. It's getting worse every day. A couple of weeks ago, the city wasn't so scary. Masha sighed. There was at least some hope, and now, Novosibirsk is one big cemetery. No one buries the dead anymore. Are there any other normal people in the village? Vorobyov asked. Albert Borisovich shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I hardly leave the house. A few days ago I heard shots. There was a fire. It was probably the work of looters. Yes, there are much more disgusting creatures than cannibals. We encountered them in a huge shopping center. By the way, we met Mikhalich, Yulia, and Christina there. Andrei introduced his new acquaintances to the professor. This is Katya, my girlfriend. And I think you already recognized Ivan. Where are these guys from? Khaimovich turned his attention to the teenagers. We met Lena and Max in a supermarket near the research institute, Masha said. The girl was bitten, but thanks to the antivirus, the infection stopped. We tried to create a vaccine variant in the lab, but Andrei thought for a moment, searching for the right words. We didn't have time. The power supply was cut off, so we had to leave the institute's territory.
Have you met any survivors at work? The professor asked, wiping his glasses. No, there was Donut and a few other guys who tried to eat us. We had to kill them, answered Kuznetsov. The others did not participate in the conversation, but listened attentively to every word. It was clear to everyone that the owner of the house was a mysterious person connected with the antivirus. Albert Borisovich decided to interrupt the discussion, not wanting to reveal details about the virus in front of strangers. Andrei, Masha, come on, help me in the kitchen. The three of them left the living room. Ivan looked at them suspiciously but remained where he was. When the scientists had gone, Christina said quietly, "He's kind of weird. I don't feel comfortable here." "Maybe we should go outside?" Ivan smiled. "We'll spend the night here and tomorrow we'll decide what to do next." "Yes, the morning really is wiser than the evening," Mikhalich summed up.
Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Andrei first of all voiced the question that had been bothering him for a long time. "Albert Borisovich, we saw that letter in the lab. Is this virus your creation?" Khaimovich took a large bottle of water from the table and began pouring it into the teapot. "I just lit a match. The fire started by itself."
But it's terrible. It's...
Masha screamed, but couldn't find the words. "Humanity was doomed. We consumed too much, polluted the planet too quickly, depleted its treasures, poisoned the rivers. The virus is a cleansing, but not a punishment, but a salvation. The next generation will receive a cure for all diseases. I am creating a new civilization, and those who join me now will become the first apostles of the coming era." Khaimovich's voice changed. A fire flared in his gaze. He looked more like a preacher than a scientist.
This is nonsense. Rubbish. Do you believe yourself?
Andrei asked with horror. "I trust only myself. What happened can no longer be fixed. But you still have a chance to choose, to take a place in the new world next to me. Only I know the formula for the antivirus. Only I decide who will live and who will die." Andrei and Masha's gazes met. They were silent, pondering Albert Borisovich's words. At that moment, in the living room, Yulia slightly raised herself on the sofa and quietly said,
Can I have some more water?
"Yes, I wouldn't refuse either." Maxim perked up and looked at Ivan. "I'll bring it now." The cosmonaut took the empty mug and left the room. But hearing his wife's voice, he stopped around the corner without going into the kitchen. "You can't do that. It's the death of innocent people. Women, children, babies. Those who died can't be brought back, but you can help those who are still alive. I have already saved you and Andrei. That's enough for now. If you don't want it yourself, tell us the formula for the vaccine. We will definitely find a way to create it. I know that the basis of your virus is Red Star. If we had a little more time and resources, we would definitely develop a cure."
Andrei, you are certainly a smart guy, but you are taking on too much. From the first days of the epidemic, the whole world tried to find an antidote, but no one succeeded. I visited 5 continents, dozens of countries, created hundreds of infection centers. The blockheads from the ministry received letters from me with a personal sentence. Now all these half-educated officials walk the streets like thoughtless animals. Although before, rarely did anyone among them stand out for their intelligence. "Are you the only one to blame for all this?" Masha asked in surprise.
Who else could I trust? They took everything from me. My former achievements, my beloved job. They tried to deprive me of my freedom, but I struck the first blow without waiting for them to throw me to the ground and start beating me. Albert Borisovich, everyone you were planning to kill has either died or been infected, and the rest have nothing to do with this, Professor Kuznetsov tried to convince.
Let's announce that you have created a vaccine, and then we will be able to save countless lives. You will become a real hero. It's still early. We need to wait. What? Soon, even those who are immune to this virus will become victims of cannibals. No one will remain alive, Natasha said with a pleading voice. Khaimovich burst into uncontrollable hysterical laughter. Immunity? Natasha, what nonsense are you talking about? There is no immunity to this virus. It is perfect, the professor said triumphantly, but did not have time to finish his thought. And you're happy about this, you bastard? Ivan said through his teeth, entering the kitchen.
You're sitting here like a rat in a hole while people are dying in droves because of you. Vanya, wait. Natasha tried to stop her husband, but the cosmonaut did not pay attention to her words. So you're proud of this infection, you narcissistic bastard? Oh, you crazy psycho. You need to be thrown out into the street alive so you can feel on your own skin what you've done. The professor was already regretting his momentary weakness when he opened the door. His secret had become the property of several people, and his entire carefully thought-out future could collapse in an instant. Khaimovich was frightened, but trying not to show his excitement, he stepped toward Ivan. Throw me out on the street? Don't be naive. You wouldn't have come anywhere near my house if it weren't for me. Moreover, it is thanks to my vaccine that I gave to Andrei that you are still alive. So be grateful that you exist. Grateful? Ivan exclaimed furiously.
We could have been destroyed, cut up, or shot so many times already. Do you think your vaccine saved our lives? A life that now means nothing because of you. I've seen parents eat their children. I've seen people torn apart. Everyone I've known wasn't so lucky. They're either already dead or have turned into rotting living corpses, and it's all your fault. You alone. The professor yawned and shook his head. That's your mistake. You are not indifferent to this. No one else is. Me? What are you saying? Vorobyov muttered, dumbfounded. Yes, you, a hero, a cosmonaut, a conqueror of Mars, Khaimovich grinned, looking Ivan straight in the eyes. All this happened because of your Martian mission. Life was discovered in the soil you brought, and now this life is bringing death to the entire planet. It's an alien virus that I did a little work on, that's all. What the hell? We were just doing our job, the cosmonaut blurted out, clenching his right fist.
Well, that's it. I'm tired of listening to your plaintive whining. You scientists think too pettily and superficially to understand the full magnitude of my work.
Albert Borisovich said proudly, looking at Andrei and Masha, and then turned his gaze to Ivan. Now you'll either leave my house or agree to my rules of the game. Your rules? Vorobyov angrily pushed the professor, and he recoiled towards the table, grabbing a knife. Die! Khaimovich rushed furiously at Ivan, waving a kitchen knife in front of him. The astronaut stepped back and raised his left hand in defense when he felt the blade cut through the skin of his wrist. Blood splattered on the floor, and a moment later, the guy managed to dodge. The steel blade flashed just a few centimeters from his neck. Masha screamed. Andrei, realizing the danger, tried to knock the professor down. Albert Borisovich dropped the knife, but managed to keep his balance.
The next second, Khaimovich hit Kuznetsov in the stomach with his head, knocked him down on his back, and punched him in the face. Everything swam before Andrei's eyes, and he reflexively raised his hands to protect his head. However, the professor did not intend to finish off his colleague, and had already turned to Ivan when he received a powerful blow to the temple. Albert Borisovich's legs buckled. He fell and lost consciousness. Ivan unclenched his bruised hand and looked at his wife. The fight in the kitchen developed so quickly that those who remained in the living room did not immediately understand what was happening and came running to the noise when everything was already over. Masha was helping Ivan bandage the wound on his hand with a kitchen towel. Andrei got up and went to the bathroom to stop the bleeding from his broken nose. After washing his face with cold water, he returned to the kitchen, where it was already crowded.
What happened here?
Mikhalich muttered, shifting his gaze from Ivan to the unconscious owner. The cosmonaut looked at his wife, who lowered her eyes with an expression of sadness. Andrei was silent, holding his bleeding nose with paper napkins. At that moment, Vorobyov finally said, "This professor is crazy. The virus and infection are all his doing. He himself admitted it and even bragged about it." Kuznetsov sighed and said that he was clearly not right in the head and that they needed to learn more about the vaccine when the professor came to his senses. Khaimovich was already conscious, but did not open his eyes, thinking about how to get rid of the uninvited guests. Ivan suggested tying up the professor so that he would not harm anyone, looking around for a rope. Mikhalich, helping the cosmonaut, quietly noted that this was somehow unfair because the professor had let them into the house, and now they were behaving like invaders.
Vorobyov muttered that they would sort out the situation while twisting the professor's arms. Deciding not to play any longer, Albert Borisovich opened his eyes and frowned at everyone, looking back at 9 pairs of eyes full of mistrust, fear, anger, and interest. Andrei broke the silence by saying that they did not want to cause pain and were only asking for the vaccine formula. The professor did not answer and continued to look at Ivan with a sharp gaze. The cosmonaut muttered that the professor would not say anything. Vorobyov turned out to be right. All attempts to get Albert Borisovich to talk were fruitless. At first, the professor looked closely at everyone, as if trying to memorize these faces thoroughly. Then, without taking his gaze away from one point, he sank into thoughtfulness. Finally, Khaimovich closed his eyes completely. The cosmonaut grinned and asked, "Is that normal? Is he going to fall asleep?" Katya yawned quietly and added that it was time, since it was late.
Kuznetsov supported the idea with Mikhalich's words about the morning being wiser than the evening and looked at Masha. The girl sadly asked if they were going to leave the professor lying right on the kitchen floor, since she had once considered him a good friend. Ivan assured her that he did not seem to mind, since he tied him up tightly, checking the knots on his arms and legs. People began to disperse from the kitchen, choosing places to spend the night. It was decided not to separate and to settle down together in the living room. Before leaving, Andrei and Masha noticed that Khaimovich opened his eyes and said coldly, "You have greatly disappointed me. Now, you are both dead to me." The girl looked at Kuznetsov with alarm, and Andrei shrugged his shoulders. "He is clearly not himself. This is already a different Albert Borisovich." Masha sighed, cast one last glance at the professor, who had already closed his eyes again, and headed into the room.
At a short evening meeting, the friends decided to postpone all plans until the morning.
There are enough infected in the village, but the situation here is more or less acceptable. We decided to wait until the Khanes leave. We will examine the situation at dawn and think over further plans, said Vorobyov, settling down on the floor. Remembering the events of the previous evening, people could not find peace for a long time. Thoughts about the future seemed vague and dangerous. Moving from one place to another, they were constantly convinced of the absence of absolutely reliable shelter. Difficulties were lurking everywhere, and every mistake could result in death. Today no one died, it was already a small victory, but tomorrow it did not matter. Tomorrow they would wake up again and risk their lives. Despite the fact that they had fallen asleep inside strong walls, there was no sense of security. The house was more like a prison, surrounded by a crowd of hungry cannibals. Freedom meant death. Hopelessness began behind the door. The bars of their voluntary cell served as an obstacle for the old woman with the scythe. For now, she only creaked her claws helplessly, unable to reach the living. Night fell on the village like a thin black fabric, through which dim, cold stars barely pierced. The sky gradually thickened with clouds, and rain poured down from time to time. The zombies surrounding the cottage froze in a stupor. This state could hardly be called sleep because the brain of the infected, unlike healthy people, almost did not require rest, and the consciousness of the cannibals rarely switched off completely. Their sleep was more like an energy-saving mode.
when the virus gave the order to conserve strength. Unlike the infected, the people in the house slept unusually soundly. Mikhalich and Andrei's snoring could be heard throughout the entire floor, creating a powerful noise.
Because of this, no one paid attention to Tanya's steps in the small room behind the living room wall. That was where the hatch leading to the underground laboratory was located. The floor of the pantry was lined with various boxes. Boxes of food, several empty cages, and warm winter clothes hung along the wall. This space did not attract attention and did not arouse suspicion in Mikhalich and Ivan during a cursory inspection of the house. Carefully opening the hatch, the girl listened for a long time until she finally decided to come out of hiding. Tiptoeing to the door, she slightly opened it and looked into the corridor. Tanya was already perfectly oriented in the dark and could move silently around the house without light, like a real cat. When the girl was about to leave the room, she suddenly heard footsteps and saw a flash of light. Instantly closing the door, she was about to return to the hatch but remained in place. Trembling all over, Tanya listened to the approach.
Ivan woke up in the middle of the night and decided to check on the prisoner.
He turned on the flashlight and headed to the kitchen. Albert Borisovich was lying motionless on the floor, breathing deeply. After making sure of his condition, the cosmonaut went to the toilet. A few minutes later, Vorobyov returned to the living room, lay down on the floor, and quickly, as if on command, fell asleep. About 15 minutes after the footsteps stopped, Tanya decided to look out of the room again. She listened intently to every sound coming from the living room. The strangers snored, tossed and turned, sniffled and coughed, which convinced the girl that they were fast asleep. Tanya could not believe that Albert Borisovich had forgotten about her, and she understood that something had happened to her mentor. First of all, she headed to the kitchen, the entrance to which was practically opposite. Holding her breath, the child crossed the corridor with small steps. Igor Tikhonov was breathing heavily and loudly, pretending to be asleep, but in fact he was trying to free his hands tied behind his back. However, Ivan had clasped them so tightly that all efforts were in vain. The professor's strength was gradually leaving him, and he was overcome by sleep. Suddenly, from some distant corner of his consciousness, Albert Borisovich heard a barely audible shh sound. Natasha touched his face with her palm and quietly asked, "What's wrong with you?" The professor barely audibly answered, "Help me untie my hands," and turned over onto his stomach. The girl squeezed the scalpel she took from the lab in her fingers and carefully began to cut the ropes. A few minutes later, the scientist rose to his feet and whispered, "Thank you.
Now we need to go to the bunker immediately."
Hiding in the shelter and closing the hatch, the professor finally sighed freely and immediately began to nervously pace back and forth, muttering under his breath, "Vile bastards and traitors. How could they do this after everything I did for them? They will regret it. No better than the others, just as stupid and narrow-minded." Natasha and Sergei watched Albert Borisovich with concern, who was a completely different person. Taking advantage of the pause, when the mentor fell silent in thought, the girl asked, "And who are these people?" These words brought the man out of his stupor. "These are very bad, terrible people. I know some of them. I let them into the house, saved them, and in return I received betrayal, blows and shackles. They want to take our house, but we will not allow it." Tanya looked at the professor with a question, but he suddenly turned, went to the closet, and took out a large backpack.
"There are too many of them, and they are well armed.
"We have to leave, but I will prepare a small surprise for them," he said firmly. Khaimovich quickly began to put food, medicine, and clothes, which he kept in the bunker in case of an emergency, into the backpack. The only weapons he had were a traumatic pistol and a large, sharp machete. Having finished packing, he looked at Tanya and said, "We need to leave as soon as possible, while it is still dark. Are you ready?" Tanya, looking sad,
held a gray stuffed rabbit and folded family drawings in her hands. "Can I take this?" she asked. Khaimovich sighed and nodded. "Okay, give it here." Then the girl reminded him, "And there's a photo frame left in the room." "No, you can't go up to the house. I have a lot left too," he answered sadly, looking around the laboratory into which he had put so much effort, and quietly added, "There's no point in clinging to the past."
It's done. Time to go. The professor headed for the second inconspicuous staircase leading to the garage. Putting on his backpack, he quickly climbed up it and turned on the flashlight. Having made sure that there was no one in the garage, Khaimovich closed the ventilation flap, threw off his backpack, and went back down. "Climb up, and I'll lift Dodge," he suggested. When Tanya left the bunker, Albert Borisovich picked up the dog and put it on his shoulder. "Don't fidget! I can barely hold it as it is," the professor sighed and, breathing heavily, climbed into the garage. Dodge puffed loudly, licked his owner's ear, and whined anxiously. "Shh," Khaimovich whispered, making a final effort, and when the dog's head appeared above the floor, he pushed the boxer up. Looking at Tanya, Albert Borisovich quickly said, "Take Dodge and wait for me at the door." The scientist went down to the laboratory again and thought for a moment. Memories of working with Andrei and Masha arose in his mind. The professor's heart sank with anxiety. He closed his eyes and sank into his thoughts. He stood motionless for several minutes, then opened his eyes, went to the closet, took out 3 candles and matches. Having climbed the stairs into the house, the professor unlocked the hatch, put the candles on the steps and lit them. Then he headed for the house's autonomous heating system. Khaimovich sequentially opened the valves on all the gas cylinders and quickly went up to the garage. There were about 10 more such cylinders in the corner. With a sly smile, he slightly opened the valve on one of them, took his work jacket off the hook, and covered the cylinder. "Now we're leaving. Stay close, no matter what happens," said the professor, taking the leash from Tanya, turning off the flashlight and carefully opening the garage door. Number 1. Now, the sky was covered with thick clouds. The light of the moon and stars barely reached the ground. Such darkness was good for the fugitives. And quietly stepping along the wall, they found themselves a few steps from the gate where the infected man was leaning. The professor swung his machete at the zombie. The steel blade cut the cannibal's face, and he, writhing in pain, slowly fell to the ground. Quickly opening the gate, Khaimovich, Tanya, and Dodge ran out into the street. Looking around, they tried to move as quietly as possible along the fence, choosing deserted alleys. When the fugitives reached the outskirts of the village, an explosion thundered behind them. Albert Borisovich turned around and saw the roof of his own cottage in the distance. "Excellent. Everything worked out." Khaimovich grinned, but at the same time a bitter tear appeared in his eyes, mixed with a sly smile. Killing his friends, he felt as if he was losing a part of himself. "We can't go back?" Tanya asked doubtfully. "We have nowhere to return to now." "Where shall we go, then?" "Forward. As far away from here as possible." The professor took the girl by the palm and, squeezing Dodge's leash in his other hand, headed towards the forest. While the fire was blazing in Albert Borisovich's house, the last memories of his former life were fading in his soul. Chapter 90. Night. Fire. Death. Gas burst from the cylinders with a terrible hiss, rapidly filling the entire bunker. One of the candles left by Albert Borisovich went out, but the other 2 continued to glow weakly, illuminating the gloomy laboratory. When the concentration of gas in the room increased to the limit, it flared up, and at the same time the cylinders exploded. A powerful explosion destroyed everything inside the bunker, broke through the floor on the first floor, and burst into the house, flooding it with a fiery whirlwind. The flames,
rising up the gas pipe, burst through the kitchen stove. The blast wave collapsed the ceiling in the kitchen. The fire spread to the first floor, quickly devouring everything around. Black, acrid smoke instantly filled the house. People came to their senses in a panic, not understanding what was happening. Ivan felt for a flashlight and turned it on. "Fire!" Andrei shouted, noticing the reflections of flames in the corridor. The scientist rushed to the kitchen to help the professor, but a fiery torch, bursting out of a gas pipe, prevented him from crossing the threshold. Realizing that no one would get out of this hell alive, Kuznetsov turned around. "We need to get out of here. There's a fire at the exit." Everyone was trying to pack their backpacks, coughing violently. "Maybe we should escape through the window?" Katya asked, her eyes watering from the acrid smoke. Ivan glanced at the metal shutters that protected the house from the street and now blocked the exit to the outside. "While we're messing around with them, we'll suffocate or burn. There's a plan. Stay alert. I'll be right there." Igor rushed into the bathroom. There were several buckets of water on the floor near the wall. The cosmonaut poured one of them over himself and used the other bucket to wet a large towel. Then he returned to the room, slapping his wet bare feet on the smoking floor. Ivan took the backpack, grabbed the sawed-off shotgun, and headed for the front door. The flames were already penetrating from below, and thick black smoke was pouring out of the kitchen. The cosmonaut pressed the wet towel to his face so as not to suffocate, and felt for the door lock. "Opened. Is everything in place?" "Yes. Go. Ready," came the shouts from the corridor. Igor opened the door and took a deep breath of fresh air, but he had no time to enjoy the cool night, as the porch was already surrounded by a crowd of hungry zombies. Andrei ran out after Ivan, and the guys met the infected with dense fire from 2 sawn-off shotguns. The friends did not spare the bullets, trying to drive the aggressive enemies away from the house. When the first shots rang out, Masha, Katya, Max, Lena, and Yulia appeared on the porch. Mikhalich and Kristina were still inside. As oxygen came in, the fire in the cottage grew rapidly. Tongues of flame licked the walls and rose to the ceiling.
Come out quickly!"
The old man shouted to the girl, who froze in the doorway of the living room.
I can't. I'm afraid of fire.
Kristina trembled pitifully, clinging to the doorway.
Run quickly! Nothing will happen to you! Come on, our guys need help there!
Mikhalich muttered angrily.
Okay, I'm ready. You go first, and I'll follow right behind you.
Mikhalich nodded affirmatively, and stomping loudly, rushed swiftly along the corridor, slightly singeing his beard. Seeing a group of zombies approaching near the garage, the old man raised his gun and opened fire.
Where are you?
Mikhalich shouted over his shoulder to Natasha. The girl exhaled deeply and slowly, carefully began to approach the door. She lacked the determination to rush through the black cloud of smoke, through which tongues of flame were breaking through. The brunette's face was engulfed in heat, and she unconsciously stepped back. Realizing that there was no other way out, Natasha gathered all her will, clenched her fists, and rushed to the exit. At the moment of movement, she felt that the fire touched her shoulder. The heat under her feet became unbearable, and because of the acrid smoke, she almost stopped breathing. Suddenly, a piercing wind blew from the street, and there were only a few steps left to the threshold. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard under her feet, and the girl felt that she was losing her footing. She waved her arms, screamed, and fell into the underground bunker. The flames that engulfed the laboratory brought down the ceiling, and Natasha fell into a real hell of fire. Her clothes and hair immediately caught fire. The heat was so intense that the person instantly turned into a living torch. Mikhalich heard the girl's piercing scream. The old man went out onto the porch, looked inside the house, and recoiled in surprise. Kristina was writhing in agony on the floor, engulfed in flames from all sides.
The fire greedily engulfed her body, fiercely scorching her dark skin and the graceful figure of the young brunette. The gold jewelry melted under the heat, flowing in thin streams down her neck, chest, and fingers. Debris from the burning floor fell from above, as if the house was trying to hide its victim from prying eyes. The man stepped back, realizing that it was already impossible to help, and heard Vorobyov's voice. "Everyone back behind the house! Mikhailich, faster! Where is Christina?" The old man nodded his head heavily and said with difficulty, "She died." The floor collapsed. I didn't have time. His words were lost in the deafening thunder.
At that moment, an explosion of gas cylinders was heard in the garage. Khaimovich had specially planned for them to go off after the explosions in the laboratory. The walls of the garage flew apart in different directions. A fiery flash incinerated everything within a radius of several meters and raised a column of smoke and flame high into the sky. The blast wave stunned people and cannibals, scattering everyone around the yard. Igor Tikhonov felt a powerful blow, and after it, a terrible burn all over his body. The adult man seemed to be lifted into the air, and then abruptly thrown to the ground. His spine was damaged during the fall, and he remained lying motionless on his back. When Igor regained consciousness, the first thing that hit his nose was the smell of burnt meat. About a dozen infected burned instantly, while several others, engulfed in flames, rushed aimlessly and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the fire.
The old man tried to get up, but he could not feel his legs. The lower part of his body was immobilized, and the upper part, covered with severe burns, sent unbearable pain to every muscle. Igor groaned, turned his head and saw his granddaughter next to him. Yulia was lying on her stomach and showed no signs of life. In the immediate vicinity of her was the corpse of an infected person, whose head had been torn apart by shrapnel. A little further away, Masha and Lena lay motionless. Ivan was stretched out near the pickup truck they had used to break through the fence. The old man did not notice Max, Andrei, and Katya. The noise in his head was growing, and he closed his eyes, exhausted. A few moments later, a quiet noise reached Mikhailich's ears. He raised his head and noticed 3 cannibals who were approaching him hesitantly, swaying. Smoke was still curling up on the clothes of these zombies. Parts of their hair were burned out in spots, but they did not pay any attention to the pain, staring with hungry eyes at the defenseless victim. The old man made another attempt to rise, but his body refused to obey. The infected pounced on him, firmly clinging to the old man's figure. Mikhailich fought with all his might, throwing back the cannibals, trying to gouge out their eyes, stun their opponents. But with the first drop of blood, they clenched their teeth even tighter. Ivan woke up from a sharp pain in his leg and tried to get up quickly, but his vision immediately started to swim. There was a hum in his ears, like hammer blows, and his head was ringing like a jackhammer. A slight concussion threatened to turn into something much worse, because one of the infected had already grabbed his leg, and 3 others were standing just a few steps away from the cosmonaut. Meanwhile, the dizziness did not subside, but only grew stronger. Remembering the training at the Marsanauts camp, Ivan instinctively closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. However, it was almost impossible to concentrate. The cannibal's teeth were biting into his shin more and more. Vorobyov barely opened one eye and suddenly kicked the cannibal in the face. The zombie jumped back, shook his head, growled and rushed at Ivan with renewed vigor. They grappled in a fight, rolling on the grass and grabbing each other by the throat. Finding himself on top, Ivan knocked the breath out of his opponent with a strong knee to the stomach, and then struck him in the temple with a powerful elbow.
Feeling the handle of the knife on his belt under his hand, Vorobyov sharply thrust the blade into the attacker's eye. Ivan's consciousness became a little clearer, and he glanced to the side, where Mikhalich stood by the porch, surrounded by cannibals. One of the infected grabbed the man's throat, cut an artery, and greedily began to drink the pulsating blood. The old man's eyes rolled back, and his body shook in death throes from unbearable pain. The astronaut looked around desperately, looking for the butt of his rifle, which he had dropped during the fall. Seeing part of the gun in the glare of the flame, he rose to his feet, but instantly collapsed on the grass after a strong blow to the back of the head with a fist. A predatory grin flashed across the face of the zombie that had stunned the man. Stepping on the fallen victim with his foot, the cannibal let out a victorious roar. Explosions, shots, and the light from the fire woke up all the cannibals in the area. The infected flocked to Albert Borisovich's estate, making their way through the gap in the fence. People, stunned by the blast wave, became easy prey for the infected.
Their only salvation was that in the semi-darkness the zombies could not immediately make out the motionless bodies. The middle-aged woman came to and sat up slowly on the ground. Her cheek was covered with a deep abrasion, her clothes were charred, and her face was disfigured by blisters from burns. However, the pain from her wounds seemed much less unbearable to her than the excruciating hunger. Taking a deep breath, she crawled forward on all fours. The outlines of a human figure began to appear ahead, from which a warm, inviting smell emanated. Having reached the motionless Yulia, the infected touched her hand. On the girl's wrist, a small cut was visible. Left by a fragment after the explosion, the wound was bleeding slightly, which irritated the zombie with the sweetish aroma of blood. Greedily touching her lips to the wound, the woman felt the taste of human flesh, as if a bright splash had blinded her mind. Gripping her teeth into the child's hand, she furiously bit the tender flesh. Her meal attracted the attention of another cannibal. This was a tall, strong man who had just recovered from the explosion and was looking around with one eye. The other eye was missing, and in its place was a dark, foul-smelling hole, covered in dried blood. The cannibal sat down next to the motionless Yulia and pulled her leg towards him. The infected one, having torn herself away from the wrist, raised her head and hissed, showing bloody teeth and cracked lips. The one-eyed man did not pay attention to this and turned the girl over onto her back. The infected screamed and pounced on her opponent, defending her prey. The woman's dirty, blackened nails dug into her opponent's face, and her index finger dug into his eye socket, breaking a fresh wound. The sudden pain was so intense that even the infected let out a loud cry of surprise. The pain turned to anger. The one-eyed man pulled his head back and swung, delivering a mighty blow with his fist to the attacker. The woman collapsed on the grass, unable to rise. But the cannibal did not stop. He stepped on her forearm with his foot, grabbed her wrist tightly, and yanked it upward. There was a deafening crunch as the arm broke at the elbow, after which he returned to his prey. Yulia did not notice how a fierce fight for her had unfolded. She did not feel how sharp teeth were sinking into her flesh and tearing off pieces of skin, how her body was being torn apart. By this time, she was already dead. When the blast wave threw her aside, the girl broke her neck as she fell and died almost instantly. Thick black smoke rose above the scene, carrying sparks of fire into the air. The fire in the house grew stronger, spreading from one room to another. Meanwhile, the flames that had broken out in the garage gradually died down, unable to find new fuel. However, the zombies, exhausted by hunger, stubbornly continued their search for a victim with the persistence of a hunter. Masha woke up from a sharp touch. Someone pinched her shin and pulled her leg. The girl opened her eyes, but at first she couldn't see anything. Everything seemed foggy. Meanwhile, tenacious hands continued to grab her, trying to rip off her clothes. Vorobyova instinctively recoiled,
tried to get up, but screamed in pain and fell to the ground again. A thin metal rod stuck out of her left leg, just above the knee, deeply embedded in the muscle. But Masha's horror intensified when she saw her attacker. The infected man's face was almost completely burned. Half of his lower lip hung on the thin skin, exposing brown gums and yellow teeth. Instead of legs torn off by the explosion, 2 bloody stumps stuck out, barely covered by burnt clothes. However, hungry eyes still shone in the scorched features of this cannibal. And Masha turned around and saw Lena behind her, who seemed to be sleeping, curled up in a ball. Vorobyova was slowly crawling towards her, pushing off the grass with her hands and backing away. But the infected did not lag behind, clinging to the ground with his fingers and dragging his mangled body through the water. Each time she moved, the metal rod caused severe pain in the girl's leg. But she gritted her teeth and continued to fight for her survival. Suddenly, Masha noticed a backpack on the right, thrown off by the blast wave. She dragged it towards herself and placed it in front of the zombie as a barrier. Without wasting time, she made a few more efforts and reached the girl. Masha called Lena. "Lena, wake up. Come to your senses." The silence remained. The girl showed no signs of life. At that moment, the infected walked around the barrier and crawled forward with redoubled fury. Vorobyova felt Lena's weak pulse and began to slap her cheeks. The cannibal stretched out his hand and touched Masha with his fingertips. She held out for a few seconds and then abruptly kicked the infected in the face with her healthy leg. He only snapped his teeth in the air and fell on his back. Taking advantage of the short respite, Vorobyova firmly grabbed the 2 ends of the pin sticking out of her leg and abruptly pulled it upward. She closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, trying not to let out a scream from the unbearable pain. Tears streamed from her blue eyes, and an agonizing groan escaped from her chest, changing into a plaintive sob. Meanwhile, the cannibal rolled over onto his stomach and, writhing, crawled toward the girls. Masha still held the bloody rod tightly in her hand, leaned on one knee, and sharply thrust the metal rod into the enemy's face. The metal easily passed through his cheek, pierced his tongue, and got stuck in his throat. The cannibal fell face down on the ground and did not raise his head. A hoarse breath could be heard from his mouth for a few more seconds, which soon stopped. The girl looked around in the hope of spotting her friends, but in the twilight only a few silhouettes of zombies were visible, surrounding her and Lena from all sides. "Vanya!" Masha called out in despair, noticing her husband lying on the ground in the middle of a crowd of infected. She clutched her head in her hands, cowering in fear, accepting the terrible, seemingly inevitable. One of the cannibals was already very close when suddenly a sharp knife plunged into his neck. The infected man clutched his head and fell to the ground. Max came out from around the corner of the house, clutching a throwing knife in one hand and a pistol that belonged to his father in the other. Andrei and Katya appeared behind him. When the gas cylinders exploded in the garage, they were the furthest away from the epicenter. All 3 were thrown around the corner of the building, where the zombies couldn't see them. Andrei hit his head on the fence. Max hit the back of his head on the wall, and Katya lost consciousness from the impact and stunned. When they came to, the infected were already tearing their comrades apart. "Help the girls! I'll take on the rest!" Kuznetsov shouted, pointing the sawed-off shotgun straight at the chest of the nearest cannibal. More shots from a rifle and a pistol rang out across the area, one after another. Andrei fired his last bullets into the crowd of cannibals who were tormenting Yulia. Pushing the cannibals aside, he was horrified to see that the girl was no longer breathing. Looking at the bloody body, the man let out a desperate, heartbreaking cry, filled with anger and fury. Pulling out his knife, Kuznetsov rushed at the infected, devouring Ivan. Losing his mind, he struck at everyone who came his way. Andrei fought like a mad beast, ignoring the pain and blows of the zombies, swinging the blade, cutting throats, ripping open bellies and plunging the blade all the way to the point. Vorobyov lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands, continuing to fight back with all his might. Blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, but his consciousness did not leave him. He felt how the cannibal's teeth sank into his flesh and tore his skin. There was little left, and the cannibals would tear him apart completely. Andrei grabbed the infected by the hair, who jumped on Ivan, who was squeezing his stomach. He pulled the enemy towards himself to cut his throat, but the zombie quickly turned and grabbed the man's palm. The scientist yanked his hand, but the infected clenched his teeth and bit off Andrei's little finger. The sharp pain before his eyes made everything go dark, but the surge of adrenaline gave him new strength. Andrei pushed the cannibal with his shoulder and plunged the knife straight into the heart. "Are you alive?" Kuznetsov asked, breathing heavily, extending his hand to the victim. "I'm not sure," Ivan said hoarsely, trying to get up. "Cover yourself on me. We need to get out of here as soon as possible." Andrei took the sawed-off shotgun and supported Ivan, heading towards Maxim and the girls. Katya and Masha were finally able to bring Lena to her senses. She had no serious injuries and she soon got up. Helping Masha get up, the friends all hurried together to hide around the corner of the building. In the professor's yard, there was a fence separating the neighboring plot. Maxim easily jumped over the barrier and quietly called to the others. "It's quiet here. Go ahead." Everyone quickly threw their backpacks and climbed over the fence. Andrei was the last to land, clutching his wounded hand to his stomach. "Oh my God, you're all covered in blood. We need to treat the wounds," Katya said anxiously, examining her friends. "Let's move away first." Kuznetsov shook his head. "Katya is right. We need to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, they'll leave a trail for these monsters to follow," Ivan explained, taking off his t-shirt and tearing it into shreds. Quickly tying the bandages, they crossed the neighboring lot and went out onto another street. Silence reigned all around. The infected were already gathering at the professor's cottage, and the group hurried to the outskirts of the village under cover of night. Chapter 91. The Bloody Dawn of Infection. A light mist slowly descended to the ground, covering everything around with its cool dampness. The leaves on the trees rustled occasionally, barely stirred by the quiet breath of the wind. One bird sadly uttered a long call, which remained without any response.
6 people appeared in a small clearing surrounded by trees, looked around, and sat down on the ground. Ivan dropped his backpack into the thick grass and leaned against a tall old birch. Masha looked tiredly at her husband and asked how his head was. Ivan replied that he was still shaking, as if he had been hit by a concussion. The explosion had left its effects, and that gush of a blow to the head had added to the problems. Andrei breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the main thing was that they had finally gotten out of this mess. Lena said sadly that not everyone had come out. Her eyes filled with tears, she pulled away and covered her face with her hands. Katya hugged her tightly, gently stroking her head, trying to instill calm, although she herself was barely holding back tears. Vorobyova took a first aid kit with bandages out of her backpack and called, "Come to me. I need to treat the wounds." Andrei and Ivan approached Masha attentively. Kuznetsov looked sadly at the remainder of his little finger, pursing his lip in pain as the girl generously treated the injured finger with hydrogen peroxide. Having bandaged Andrei's hand, Masha began treating her husband's numerous wounds. Ivan had lost the lobe of his right ear, and his body was covered in scratches and deep bites. Fortunately, the cannibals had not managed to damage the artery or cause more serious injuries, so Ivan's life was safe. Having finished the procedures, Vorobyov stretched out tiredly on the grass, and Masha turned to her leg. The girl's knee was very swollen and blue, and a crust of dried blood had appeared on the wound. At this time, Max, who had been almost unharmed during the skirmish near the professor's house, stood to the side, leaning against a tree and carefully observing his surroundings.
The people had managed to stealthily retreat to a sufficient distance from the settlement. Now there was no need to fear pursuit. But Sova remained on guard.
They had paid too dearly for a moment of relaxation in Khaimovich's house, losing Kristina, Mikhailich, and Yulia due to their inattention. The people who had managed to survive that terrible night were now sitting in a clearing in the middle of the forest. Wounded, exhausted, and depressed, they were hiding from the infected. All paths were open to them, but no one knew where to go next. They had lost their homes, loved ones, and everything that was dear in their previous lives. And with that, the hope of finding the formula for the antidote had disappeared. Everyone was convinced that Igor Tikhonov had died in the fire, which meant that the only chance to stop the spread of the disease had gone with him. At this time, the first rays of the rising sun began to appear on the horizon. The last stars faded in the sky, and the morning finally won the victory over the night. In the east, the sky, having changed its orange hue, turned bright red, revealing a fascinating new dawn to people. A bloody dawn of infection reigned over the world, as if warning of an impending threat.